Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 101 Perfect Leather Refining. Promote. Gu Qingfeng didn't have to hesitate. The 20 improvement points disappeared, and instead, the 5 internal organs meridian quietly broke through to the 3rd level. The internal organs are tempered, full of qi and blood. Gu Qingfeng felt the power of transformation within his body. His eyes were bright, and a powerful aura was emitted invisibly, making the magic soldiers in the sharpening hall tremble, as if they were affected by something. The 3rd level of Zhang refining. Gu Qingfeng had a calm smile on his face. The 3rd level of Zhang refining. His strength went even further. As the saying goes, refining the internal organs is a step-by-step process. The successful tempering of each internal organ can bring about powerful changes in one's own strength. I just don't know. With my current strength, there is still a gap between me and a real Grandmaster. Gu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. A Grandmaster is a being who breaks his own limits again after the 5 internal organs are perfected. If you were in the 3rd level of ordinary Zhang refining, you would naturally not have the confidence to compete with the Master. But Gu Qingfeng himself has grasped the true meaning of the Master. If it is an ordinary Master who has not understood the true meaning of the Master, relying on his cultivation in the 3rd level of Zhang refining, he may not be able to fight. Of course. Gu Qingfeng is just thinking about it now. The strong Master. The quantity in the world is limited. It is also impossible for him to find a Grandmaster to challenge for no reason. But there is one thing. Gu Qingfeng is certain. That is his current strength. Compared with the evil Buddha of Zhuqiudao, there is still a huge gap. Today's Zhuqiudao has completely become a corner, evil spirits are rampant, and even the suppressing evil division has not been able to suppress the evil Buddha. In Guangyang Mansion, people's expressions almost changed as they talked about Zhuqiudao. Whether they are ordinary people or people in the world, they all stay away from the Zhuqiudao, for fear that they will step into it and become the food of the evil Buddha. It can be said. The current Zhuqiu Road. It has become a paradise for evil spirits. Although the evil Buddha has not made many moves so far, Gu Qingfeng can be sure that the other party will never be willing to stay in the Zhuqiudao. So, one day, the evil Buddha will walk out of the 9 winding path. That time, the consequences are unpredictable. Gu Qingfeng just needs to have enough strength before the evil Buddha walks out of the 9 winds path. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 39 years old. The cultivation level is in the 3rd stage of Zhang refining. If an ordinary person is able to break through to the 3rd level of Zhang refining at such an age, he or she will basically be able to break through to the Grandmaster level in the future. But after his own breakthrough in cultivation, Gu Qingfeng was not arrogant and complacent, but devoted himself to practicing Hunyuan Beijian. After the 1st month, he successfully cultivated Hunyuan Beijian to the 3rd level. So far, the 2 Zhang refining martial arts are both at the limit of the current realm. Until then, Gu Qingfeng has truly begun to understand the red flame magic. The reason why he has not practiced the red flame divine art before is because Gu Qingfeng is practicing the Qing Yang Ju and the 5 internal organs sutra and cannot be distracted too much for the time being. Now that the Qing Yang art has been completed, the 8th level of pure Yang Qi and blood makes his physical Qi and blood as powerful as the scorching sun, which is considered extremely strong. Next, Gu Qingfeng naturally wanted to start practicing the red flame divine art. As the top secret skill of the Red Flame sect, this technique is also an important inheritance of the Red Flame peak. If you can successfully practice it, your strength will be greatly increased. And Gu Qingfeng had a premonition. In his current state, if he continues to practice the Red Flame divine art, he might be able to enter the true stage of perfection. Perfect body. It is definitely not comparable to the ordinary physical body. Understand the magical power of red flames. Practice with all your strength. Although the red flame divine skill is a top secret skill, it is still nothing to Gu Qingfeng at the entry level. The vision of a warrior in the third level of Zhang refining is unparalleled by warriors from other levels. No matter how difficult it is to practice the red flame divine art, Gu Qingfeng successfully mastered it in less than a day. The first level of entry. The first level of success. The first major success. The first level of perfection. Gu Qingfeng only spent 10 days. The first level of the red flame divine art is complete perfection. When the first level of the red flame magic skill was completed, Gu Qingfeng's physical body shook violently, and the surface skin detached layer by layer, and then a brand new skin emerged. This skin seems to be no different from the past, but Gu Qingfeng can feel that the new skin is now more resilient than before, and even the defensive ability has been greatly increased. Perfect leather refining. Gu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with sparkle. The so-called perfection. It is truly flawless. Now, Gu Qingfeng has entered the realm of perfect skin refining, and can control all the pores on his body. If the pores on his body are closed, he can lock the essence of his body, thereby extending his life. Sure enough, when Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel, he discovered that his lifespan had quietly increased by 100 years. 300 years of life. If I remember correctly, the Qidian Grandmaster only has a lifespan of 300 years. Now that I am in the third stage of Zhang refining, I have a lifespan of 300 years, which is comparable to the Qidian Grandmaster. In this way, it can be seen that the perfect body locks the essence, and there are indeed many benefits. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. This is already the case with perfect leather refining. If he could go one step further, perfect blood refining and even perfect bone refining, his lifespan would continue to increase. Then, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the remaining 14 points of improvement, and immediately decided to put all of them into the red flame divine art. In an instant, 8 points of improvement disappeared. The red flame divine art instantly broke through from the first level to the second level. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng once again felt the transformation of his own blood and qi, and truly achieved the point of blood and qi mercury slurry, washing away the lead dust. Blood is the foundation of a warrior. Now that he has perfected blood refining, Gu Qingfeng's strength has increased by at least 20%. Then, it's about lifespan. The original lifespan of 300 years has now directly broken through to 500 years. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked determined again, and used 5 points of improvement again to improve the red flame divine art from the second level to the third level. This time, he found that although there were some changes in the iron bones around him, they had not yet reached the level of true perfection. It seems that if you want to refine bones perfectly, you must practice more martial arts that involve bone refining. That being said, but now that he can refine skin and blood perfectly, Gu Qingfeng is already quite satisfied. In addition, the improvement of the red flame divine art is actually perfectly matched with the original fiery sun palm, and the latter is directly swallowed by the former. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng immediately understood that the two martial arts are from the same source. Or, the fiery sun palm is derived from the red flame divine art. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why the two martial arts can be swallowed and fused. This also indirectly shows that the true man Li Yang who created the fiery sun palm is probably related to the red flame sect. Chapter 102 2 years. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 39/500. Realm, the third realm of refining internal organs. Martial arts, Gu Jichuan, level 1 of invincibility, iron body Ju, body as strong as iron level 1, big monument slammer, perfection, iron leg kung fu, perfection, iron finger, perfection, heavenly thunder sword technique, perfection, beginner, 100 alchemy golden body, 9th level of indestructible golden body, 7 killing sword techniques, 2nd level of true killing intention, Tian Gang overlord body, 4th level of body protecting Ganki, Tian Gang divine body, first level of immortal. Divine body, Qing Yang Ju, 9th level of perfection, pure Yang Qi and blood level 8, 5 Zhang Jing, 3rd level, 5 internal organs are like gods, level 3, Hunyuan Beijian, 3rd level, refining internal organs like iron, level 2, tyrant sword cut, Xiao Cheng, level 7 of the true intent of the tyrant sword, red flame magic, the 3rd level of entry, level 2 of the red flame palm power. Promotion points, 1. This is Gu Qingfeng's current attribute panel. Perfect skinning. Perfect blood refining. The breakthrough between the two allowed his lifespan to directly break through the barriers of the innate master, reaching a level comparable to that of the Qi and blood master. If his entire body reaches the stage of perfection, Gu Qingfeng even doubts that his lifespan can exceed 1000 years. If he breaks through to Grand Master again, his lifespan can even exceed 2000 years. The lifespan of a magician in the spirit control realm is 800 years. If I can refine my internal organs perfectly, my lifespan will not be a problem for more than 800 years. It is said that warriors are not as good as warlocks because their lifespan is too short, but now who can say that warriors are not as good as warlocks? Gu Qingfeng looked firm. Although he has not been able to perfect the bone refining at the moment, as long as he is given time, perfect bone refining will not be a problem. The reason why warriors in the world cannot reach the stage of perfection is because if they want to be truly physically perfect, they must practice many martial arts at the same level. What a pity! A warrior's lifespan is limited. Staying in one realm for too long is not a good thing for many people. So, this is a closed loop. In order to develop a perfect physical body, it must take a long enough time, but what warriors often lack is time. This makes it almost difficult to achieve a perfect physical body. In addition, no one else knows about the benefits of a perfect body. If the goal is clear, then there are still people who are willing to try it. But for an unknown result, who can waste time in vain and let the years go by? After all, even if you are a truly talented person, it will take a lot of time to practice multiple martial arts. But Gu Qingfeng is different. It has properties panel. As long as you give yourself enough improvement points, it won't be a problem to develop a perfect physical body. When the physical body is perfected, Gu Qingfeng can create his own martial arts to perfect the physical body for future generations of the Gu family to practice. Your heir Gu Yang has broken through to the lower level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *50. Reward bone refining pill *50. Reward marrow cleansing pill *20. Another year passed. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the refreshed information panel and saw that Gu Yang had broken through to the lower level of blood refining. Regarding Gu Yang's breakthrough, Gu Qingfeng didn't have many surprises. After all, it had been 3 years since Gu Yang broke through to the intermediate level of blood refining. It was normal for the opponent to now enter the late level of blood refining. 50 promotion points. Gu Qingfeng naturally didn't hold anything back, he just piled everything on the 5 internal organs sutra. So far, the 5 internal organs meridian is complete. Gu Qingfeng's cultivation level has also skyrocketed to the 5th level of Zhang refining, and if it goes higher, it will be the Grand Master level. But with his cultivation reaching this level, Gu Qingfeng is not in a hurry to break through the Grand Master. He has a hunch that if his body becomes more perfect before becoming a Grand Master, then he will be even more powerful after breaking through the Grand Master. So, Gu Qingfeng spent another half a year cultivating Hunyuan Beijian to the 5th level of perfection. At this time, the 2 internal organs training methods have both reached the stage of perfection. Only the remaining red flame divine art is still stuck at the 3rd level of perfection, and has never been able to break through to the 4th level. But Gu Qingfeng did not hesitate and piled the remaining improvement points directly on the red flame magic skill. This way, the red flame divine art also took advantage of the situation to break through the 4th level of entry. The 5 realms of refining the viscera are complete. Introduction to the 4th level of the Red Flame Divine Art. Next, we will first upgrade the Red Flame Divine Art to the 9th level of perfection, and then practice other martial arts, striving to achieve a truly perfect physical body. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath and already had an idea in his mind. Qidian and Qiu'er are almost the same age. They can start practicing martial arts in 1 or 2 years. If it is feasible, then I will have 2 more channels to get improvement points in the future. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to produce heirs. Gu Qingfeng has been working hard to sow seeds in the past few years, but unfortunately, Su Yulan's stomach has always been silent. But he was not discouraged, but quietly waited for the growth of Gu Xian and Gu Xiu. And this year, Gu Qingfeng is just 40 years old. The world is in turmoil. There is strife in the world. It seems that everything has nothing to do with Gu Jiazhuang. Even if Gu Qingfeng breaks through to the 5th level of Zhang refining, he has no intention of leaving and is still practicing martial arts painstakingly. Over the past few years, the Tyrant Sword Slash has also become more and more sophisticated after hard training. Although it has not reached the stage of great achievement, the true meaning of the Tyrant Sword is much stronger than before. Inside the knife sharpening hall, the sword is powerful. Gu Qingfeng's whole body seemed to be integrated with the knife grinding hall. On the knife holder in front of him, the evil killing sword also exuded an extremely powerful aura, and they seemed to be connected with each other. This is the reason for the art of sword cultivation. Maintain the knife for several years. Let the evil killing knife become magical and extraordinary. But Gu Qingfeng ignored these matters. He continued to practice as usual every day and left all matters in the village to Gu Yang. Soon, another year has passed. This year, Gu Qingfeng is 41 years old. Nowadays, Gu Jiazhuang is also under martial law, and everyone in the village looks nervous. The reason for this is very simple, that is, Zhongli is about to give birth. More than a year after getting married, Zhongli was pregnant. Now after counting the time, it was almost time to give birth. Outside the wing, Gu Yang was pacing back and forth. At the age of 19, he had taken over the affairs of Gu Jiazhuang early, so his face was very mature, and he did not show the immatureness that should be expected at this age. But today, Gu Yang is no longer as calm as before, and his face is full of nervousness. Beside him, the elegant Su Yulan comforted her. "Yang-er, why should you worry? Li Niang is a warrior and her body is not weak. I believe there will be no big problems in things like childbirth, so you can rest assured. When my mother gave birth to Qidian and Qiu'er, it went very smoothly. What mother said is absolutely true." Hearing these words, Gu Yang forced a smile on his face, but the nervous look never dissipated. Being a father for the first time, it is impossible to say that I am not nervous. See this? Su Yulan shook her head slightly and said nothing more. Chapter 103 Gu Shennan. This time, Gu Qingfeng came over. When Gu Yang saw the person coming, he hurriedly bowed. "Father. How is Li Niang?" Gu Qingfeng looked at the closed door of the wing, and could hear painful sounds coming from inside. Gu Yang shook his head. "There is no news yet." Finished. Gu Yang couldn't stop pacing back and forth again, his expression changing. Gu Qingfeng frowned and scolded in a deep voice, "How unbecoming is it to panic?" This sentence. Gu Yang's face became solemn and he no longer dared to pace back and forth. Even the nervous and worried look on his face disappeared a little. In the entire Gu Jiazhuang, the only person Gu Yang was afraid of, or rather in awe of, was Gu Qingfeng. Especially now that Gu Qingfeng's cultivation has become more and more advanced, and he is honing his sword intention in the knife sharpening hall. He has an unspeakable power in him, which makes people dare not look directly at him. Looking at Gu Yang, who had barely calmed down, Gu Qingfeng was always looking at his information panel. This time, it's also a time for verification. Time passes little by little. Suddenly, the information panel that had been silent for a long time was once again refreshed with new text. You have a new airborne. See here. Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Sure enough. The moment he had this thought, a baby's cry came from the side room, and Wenpo walked out of it with a smile on her face and congratulated her repeatedly. Congratulations to Mr. Gu, congratulations to Mr. Gu. The young lady has given birth to a daughter. Mother and daughter are safe. The words fell. Gu Yang rushed into the room directly. Qingfeng looked at the servant beside him and said calmly, "Come here, I will reward you with 100 taels of silver." "Thank you, Mr. Gu." The Wenpo looked overjoyed again. This is the advantage of dealing with big families. If something goes wrong, you will inevitably be blamed. But if things get done, the benefits are quite amazing. 100 taels of silver. For ordinary people, it can be regarded as extremely rich. The next day, Gu Yang came to Qingfeng with a baby girl in his arms. "Please ask the father to give the child a name." Qingfeng glanced at the baby in front of him, then smiled and said, "Call me Shennan." "Katsuo." "Gu Shennan." Gu Yang murmured to himself and immediately looked overjoyed. "Gu Shennan has a good name, thank you father for giving me the name." If a child wants to develop an excellent foundation of qualifications, he must cleanse his bones from an early age. You must remember this. In addition, the higher the martial artist's cultivation level, the more difficult it is for him to give birth to children. If possible, you can leave as many heirs as possible before breaking through to the bone refining realm, in order to strengthen the bloodline of my Gu family. Finally, Qingfeng gave another persuasion. Since Gu Shennan was included in the information panel, he vaguely understood the true use of this golden finger. Spreading branches and leaves. Grow your family. At present, there are only a few people in the Gu family, so this advantage is not obvious for the time being, but if there are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people in the Gu family's bloodline, it will be quite terrifying. Of course, Qingfeng is not sure yet whether this guess is correct or not. This matter still needs to be verified 1 or 2 times. A few days later, in the Gu family's backyard, Gu Xian and Gu Xiu appeared here, with uncontrollable excitement on their slightly immature faces. When Qingfeng arrived, both of them bowed in a decent manner. "I've met my father." Qingfeng nodded, his eyes falling on the two of them. Although in terms of age, the two of them are only 6 years old, due to years of cleaning their bones and soaking in medicinal baths to temper their bodies, they are much stronger. Even those who are a few years older than themselves are stronger. Not bad at all. You are quite young now. Today, my father will teach you how to practice martial arts. I hope you two can understand it soon. Yes. Both of them responded quickly. The two of them had already had ideas about martial arts. Seeing that many people in Gujiazhuang had martial arts skills, they were even more itchy. What a pity! Qingfeng repeatedly ordered them not to practice martial arts without authorization due to their age, so the two of them did not dare to disobey the order, and no one in the Gu family village dared to teach them privately. What I'm teaching you this time is Gujiazhuang's introductory boxing technique, called Gujiazhuang. Although this boxing technique is not a top-notch martial arts, it can help you polish your foundation and hopefully go further in the future. Qingfeng said slowly. Today's Gujiachuan is different from the original Gujiachuan. Just because over the years, Qingfeng has improved Gujiaquan, making this martial art that can barely touch the threshold of blood refining, suddenly improved to the point where it can compete with the top middle grade martial arts. Today's Gujiachuan is Qingfeng's use of his own advantages of perfect skin refining and perfect blood refining to integrate into this boxing method. Although Gujiachuan still cannot allow people to perfect skin refining and blood refining so far, it can already make up for the shortcomings of other techniques to a great extent. Said without politeness. If Gujiachuan can be used as the basis for building the foundation, even if one cannot develop a perfect physical body, one's physical body can be brought to a level close to perfection. Gu Qingfeng believed it. Today's Gujiachuan is definitely a truly top-notch existence among middle-grade martial arts. Even the original Fierce Sun Divine Palm may not be stronger than Gujiachuan. The real advantage of the Liang Divine Palm is that after the blood refining is completed, it can rely on the power of the Liang Palm to help the warrior independently temper the bones throughout the body, and then passively enter the bone refining realm. Relying on this alone, the Liang God Palm has completely destroyed many middle-grade martial arts, and is even more important than ordinary high-grade martial arts. But if we only talk about the basics, Liang Divine Palm is somewhat different from Gujiachuan. Seeing the excited looks in Gu Xian's and Gu Xian's eyes, Gu Qingfeng stopped talking nonsense. He first explained the formulas of Gujiachuan and the breathing adjustment method. After making sure that they could memorize them completely, he started to practice the moves of Gujiachuan. After a while, after Gu Qingfeng finished a set of boxing techniques, he wanted to ask the two of them if they remembered it, but looking at their blank eyes, he couldn't help but shook his head slightly, didn't bother to ask more, and continued to practice the boxing techniques patiently. Half an hour later, both of them memorized the boxing routines and the corresponding mental formulas. To this, Gu Qingfeng was very satisfied. Don't say anything else. It is my first time to come into contact with martial arts. Being able to memorize a martial arts boxing technique so quickly, regardless of my basic qualifications, just speaking of memory and understanding, is already much better than ordinary people. I just don't know how long it will take for the two of them to truly step into martial arts. Gu Qingfeng looked at the two people who were practicing Gujiachuan in a decent manner and thought to himself. Chapter 104 It really works. Your heir Gu Xian has learned Gu family boxing. Your heir Gu Xiu has learned Gu family boxing. Your heir Gu Xian has gained some understanding of practicing Gu family boxing. Your heir Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of practicing Gu family boxing. Your heir. For the next period of time, Gu Qingfeng paid attention to the information panel. Every few days, you can see the information panel refreshed. I wonder how long it will take Xianer and Xiu'er to enter the realm of martial arts. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The two of them have been soaking in medicinal baths to polish their bones since they were young. Even if their talents were mediocre when they were just born, after so many years of training, they can still be compared to ordinary geniuses. It took Gu Yang almost 3 months to enter the first stage of skin refining. This kind of talent can already be regarded as a top-notch genius. But the difference is, Gu Yang didn't have any medical training since he was a child. If he could be treated like these two people, becoming a top genius wouldn't be a problem. But Zhengu qualifications are not absolute. Just saying. People with good root and bone qualifications will be helped by gods in their cultivation. If they have average root and bone qualifications, their cultivation will be worse. But in the end the upper limit still depends on the individual. Half a month later, the information panel is refreshed again. Your heir Gu Xian has broken through to the first level of the skin refining realm. Reward improvement point *1. Your heir Gu Xiu has broken through to the first level of the skin refining realm. Reward improvement point *1. Sure enough, a smile finally appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face, and the big stone hanging in his heart was completely relieved at this moment. Gu Xian and Gu Xiu's breakthroughs can bring improvement points to themselves, which shows that there is nothing wrong with the original idea. In addition, Gu Qingfeng finally determined something. Anyone who can be included in the information will have breakthroughs that can bring them improvement points. That is to say, in the future, as long as there are enough heirs of the Gu family's bloodline, Gu Qingfeng will be able to obtain a large number of improvement points. That time, No matter what kind of master or grandmaster he is, he can only be defeated by a snap of his fingers. Even the evil Buddhas on the nine-winding path can be suppressed with one hand. But these are all things for later. Before this, the number of Gu family bloodline must be increased. Now, Gu Qingfeng also regretted why he didn't work harder when his cultivation level was low. If he had 10 or 8 children, wouldn't he take off immediately? But there is no regret medicine in the world, and the current situation is not bad. Gu Yang is already married and has a child. In a few years, Gu Xian and Gu Xiu will also start a family. This way, the Gu family bloodline should be prosperous. The only problem is probably a matter of time. The thought fell. Gu Qingfeng looked at the information panel again. Now it only took the two of them half a month to step into the realm of martial arts. Such talents can be called top geniuses. No, strictly speaking, even among top geniuses, they are all truly top-notch. Among other sects and aristocratic families, they are considered qualified to challenge the master. Such a talent is not a waste of years spent in medicinal baths to refine one's bones. However, Yang can be said to be a coincidence. Xiu and Xian also have such talents. I'm afraid it has something to do with the cultivation level of the warriors. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. The higher the martial artist's cultivation level, the higher the talent of the children born. Although this probability is not 100%, it is still much higher than that of ordinary people. Likewise, the offspring have high talents, but the probability of conceiving an heir is correspondingly reduced. Overall, there are gains and losses. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng gave guidance to Gu Xian and Gu Xian on their cultivation every now and then, and their talents were indeed astonishing. After entering the initial level of skin refining, it only took a month to break through to the intermediate level of skin refining. The two of them broke through to the intermediate level of leather refining. Gu Qingfeng once again received 4 improvement points. What a pity! Regardless of whether it is the last breakthrough or this breakthrough, the real reward is only improvement points, and there is nothing extra. It can be seen from this. As the firstborn heir, Gu Yang has an inherent advantage. Although the subsequent heirs can also provide him with improvement points, the rewards will be much less. Of course, Gu Qingfeng is satisfied to be able to give him improvement points. After all, the improvement point is the main thing. The rest of the things are not worth mentioning. Your heir Gu Xian has gained some understanding of the Gu family boxing and has broken through to the lower level of the skin refining realm. Reward improvement points *5. Your heir Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of the Gu family boxing, and his strength has increased slightly. Your heir Gu Yang killed the mid-level blood refining warrior. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by an intermediate bone refining warrior. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by a blood refining perfection warrior *5. Your heir Gu Yang. Gu Qingfeng, who was practicing peacefully in the knife sharpening hall, looked at the information panel that had been wiped out, and his face suddenly became furious. A surge of sword intent burst out from the knife sharpening hall, making many magic weapons silent. Buzz. Next breath, Gu Qingfeng walked out of the knife sharpening hall. A moment later, Gu Peng arrived. Tell me, where is the young master now? Gu Qingfeng's face was cold. Sensing the suppressed anger in Gu Qingfeng, Gu Peng didn't know why, but he didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, and hurriedly bowed and said. Report to the owner of the manor, there was news yesterday that there were rebels roaming in Beishi Road, so the young master led the outer hall disciples to deal with the problem of the rebels. Rebels? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Gu Peng said, in the past few years, the king of Shenwu has taken several prefectures in succession, and the court has suffered a great defeat. Even in Guangyang Prefecture, there are many rebels roaming, and even worse, there are defeated deserters who have gone down the mountain to become bandits, and they are also doing the rebels' things. Even my Beishi Road has been affected a lot. However, these things did not alarm the owner of the manor, and they were all handled by the young master alone. Hearing this, Qingfeng's expression was still cold, but he had understood in his heart. 2 years. The power of the King of God and martial arts has grown stronger. As early as a year ago, the King of God and martial arts knocked on the gate of Liuyun Mansion, and the army marched straight in. The war officially affected Taishan County. Now Guangyang Prefecture, as a place under Taishan County, is naturally inevitable. It is normal for the defeated rebels to wander around and become mercenaries. Immediately, Qingfeng asked, "Let me ask you, where is Yang'er exactly?" "Hongjian village. The setting sun is like blood." Shouts and killings are heard in the village, and the tranquility of the past has long disappeared. The bodies of the people can be seen everywhere, including men and women, old and young, and some bodies are even in dishevel, which shows that they have suffered all kinds of humiliation before death. But if you look carefully, you can find that most people have been disemboweled and their internal organs have been dug out. In the village, hundreds of rebels are fighting with the people of Gujiazhuang. Chapter 105. What will you do if I come? I saw Gu Yang's long sword in his hand, and the cold light of the sword was raging. With his own strength, he was able to block the attacks of several strong rebels. Gu Yang didn't care about the other warriors who had perfected the blood refining. Although he was only at the lower level of blood refining now, it was easy to kill those who had perfected the blood refining. What really made Gu Yang fearful was the middle-aged military general in front of him. He was a powerful mid-level bone refining expert who had developed bronze bones all over his body. What a young master of Gujiazhuang, who is only at the lower level of blood refining, but can actually have such strength. If I really want you to grow up, I'm afraid you will be another formidable enemy. I heard that the king once sent someone to Beishi Road to recruit you Gujiazhuang, but it's a pity that you Gujiazhuang refused. If that's the case, then we can't stay here. The middle-aged general's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Gujiazhuang rejected King Shenmu's invitation. In his opinion, the two sides were already enemies. What's more, this time Gu Yang personally led people to stop him and others, so there was no room for maneuver. So, for a moment, the middle-aged general had already decided that Gu Yang could never stay. As for whether killing Gu Yang would offend Gujiazhuang, he didn't have any worries. When this is done, whether Gujiazhuang can exist or not will be a question. Just think of this. The middle-aged general immediately shouted angrily, "Fire the command arrow!" The words fell. Immediately, command arrows took off into the sky, blooming in the dusk sky, looking so dazzling. "You're dead!" Seeing the men under his command releasing command arrows, the middle-aged general looked ferocious. Hear the words. Gu Yang remained silent, but he was already looking for a way out in his heart. Beishi Road is the Beishi Road in Gujiazhuang. The rebels rebelled. Gu Yang couldn't tolerate it. So after he learned about the rebels, he led the disciples from the outer hall to come. Unexpectedly, it was too late, and the entire Hongjian village was slaughtered. Immediately afterwards, a conflict broke out between the two sides. Gu Yang originally wanted to kill the rebels directly, but he didn't expect that there was an intermediate bone refining master sitting here. Now, the rebels are obviously trying to summon others to come. Given the current situation, their chances of winning are slim. Suddenly, Gu Yang wanted to quit in his heart. Although he boasts that he is not weak, if he is really surrounded by rebels, it will be difficult to escape. Keep the green hills. Don't worry about running out of firewood. It's too late to leave now. The middle-aged general saw what was in Gu Yang's mind, his expression was ferocious, and his murderous intent was undisguised. The moment the words fell, the middle-aged warrior slashed down with his long sword. The cold light was biting and the terrifying wind was raging. Several other warriors who had perfected their blood refining also struck with all their strength. For a while, It was also difficult for Gu Yang to escape. Just then, Gu Yang felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He instinctively turned around and slashed with his knife, hitting a fist. Boom! A knife that was enough to crack a monument and crack a stone, when it struck the fist, seemed to fall on extremely strong black iron and fine steel, leaving only a white mark on it. But at the same time, a terrifying force surged from the blade, causing Gu Yang's energy and blood to surge, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. Kill! The middle-aged general seized the opportunity, cut through Gu Yang's blood energy with his long sword, and struck the opponent hard directly. Poof! The long knife penetrates the flesh. Blood splattered. Gu Yang's body flew out. Young master! When the disciples of Gu Jiazhuang saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Other side. Gu Yang's body flew sideways, but when he was about to fall, he forcibly twisted his body to stabilize his body. After landing, he hit the ground with a long knife. There was a ferocious knife wound from his shoulder down, across his chest, and he could even faintly see beating heart. Fortunately, the blood-refining warrior is physically powerful. An injury that would be fatal to an ordinary person, but to a blood-refining warrior, would only be a serious injury. The wound managed to heal a little, stopping the flow of blood. Gu Yang's face was a little pale due to excessive blood loss. Only then did he see clearly who had done it. I saw that the other party was a burly middle-aged man, with skin as if made of brass, and muscles that seemed to contain explosive power. Yes, for being able to block my Ji Zong's punch, a little blood-refining realm warrior is proud enough. Ji Zong licked his lips and looked at Gu Yang with a playful look in his eyes. When he heard the word Ji Zong, Gu Yang's expression changed slightly. Divine Fist Qingfeng Ji Zong. God Fist Qingfeng. He is the leader of the Divine Fist sect of Liuyun Mansion, a strong man in the world who aspires to achieve perfection in bone refining. Gu Yang did not expect that such a strong man would appear here, and judging from his posture, he had already surrendered to Shenwu King Peijing and served him. Ji Zong smiled slightly. It seems that you have also heard of my name. It's a pity that you are going to die here today. For someone as talented as you, if you don't die, your achievements in the future will be limitless. However, what I like most is to kill the genius. While talking, Ji Zong walked towards Gu Yang slowly. In his eyes, Gu Yang now was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, so Ji Zong was naturally not in a hurry to take action. Hunt prey. He likes nothing more than feeling the fear of his prey. However, to Ji Zong's dismay, from the beginning to the end, Gu Yang did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he held the hilt of the knife tightly with his right hand, as if he was going to make a final desperate struggle. Why bother struggling in vain? Not to mention you, even if your father came, I would not be afraid. What a tyrant's sword! It's just a rat hiding in Beishi Road and dare not come out. How dare you insult my father? Gu Yang's eyes were murderous, and his blood was slowly mobilized. As long as Ji Zong stepped into his attack range, he would attack directly. Now that he was seriously injured, he could only attack again. Humph, what's the insult, if he dares to appear here? Ji Zong smiled coldly, and before he finished speaking, he heard a calm voice. If I appear here, what should I do? As soon as these words came out, Ji Zong's face suddenly became stiff. A man in green shirt was seen walking slowly, and an indescribable oppressive atmosphere spread in the air. The two sides who were fighting stopped involuntarily. Everyone's eyes fell on the man who came. Father! Gu Yang's expression relaxed. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the injuries on his body, and his eyes became more and more indifferent. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at Ji Zong again. His face was neither sad nor happy. Gu asked you one more question, if I came, what would you do? Gu Qingfeng. Ji Zong's face was pale, and when he met his eyes, he suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. He never thought that he was just talking nonsense, and this person would really appear here. The name of a person is the shadow of a tree. Ji Zong knew what a half-step master was. So, in an instant, Ji Zong didn't say much, he retreated explosively, and then turned around and ran. Chapter 106 Sacrifice. Seeing Ji Zong turn around and leave, Gu Qingfeng didn't make any move, but the evil killing sword behind him suddenly vibrated out of its sheath. Next breath, the bloody sword light cut through the air. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Ji Zong, known as the Divine Fist Vajra, was cut in half with a sword in mid-air. Immediately, the long sword was sheathed again, and the bloody sword light disappeared. Quiet. Deathly silence. Whether it was the rebels or the Gujia Zhuang, everyone was looking at Gu Qingfeng, with disbelief on everyone's face. With Gu Qingfeng's half-step master's strength, killing a warrior who had perfected his bone-refining skills was certainly not something to be shocked about. But the problem is, Gu Qingfeng never really made a move from beginning to end. He just used the long knife behind his back to kill a bone-refining perfectionist. These are two completely different concepts. Immortal? Kill an enemy thousands of miles away with a sword? No. It should be said that he kills the enemy with a sword. Although it is not as exaggerated as Qun Li, being able to kill a bone-refining perfection master 10 feet away still makes people feel chills on their necks. Even Gu Yang's eyes were horrified now. He didn't expect that his father's strength was so terrifying. At this time, Gu Qingfeng walked slowly to the middle-aged general. "Why do you and other soldiers under Peijing's command come here to kill wantonly?" he asked. This sentence fell into the ears of the middle-aged general, causing him to tremble and force an ugly smile on his face. "If I tell you, might Mr. Gu spare my life? You are not qualified to negotiate terms. Speaking out would be the best thing for you. If you really want me to take action, maybe even death would be a luxury." Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent, but the words he said made the middle-aged military commander tremble. He understands. Gu Qingfeng was definitely not trying to scare himself. The means mastered by such a powerful person are definitely not that simple. Even none of the middle-aged generals thought of escaping. Or rather, Gu Qingfeng's sword not only killed Ji Zong, but also cut off his thoughts of escape. "If you have anything to say, Master Gu, just ask. I know I will tell you everything. I just hope that Master Gu will be happy when the time comes. Let me ask you, what is your purpose of entering Guangyang Mansion, and why are you killing civilians now?" Gu Qingfeng asked. It is unlikely that there would be unprovoked robbery. Moreover, the people in Hanjian village all died tragically, and it was by no means as simple as a casual massacre. The middle-aged military general said, "Your Majesty has ordered us to enter Guangyang Mansion to collect the blood and internal organs of the people and sacrifice them to the evil Buddha at the head of Zhuqiudao." As soon as this statement came out, Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly turned cold. So Peijing is planning to make offerings to the evil Buddha, and then let the evil Buddha walk out of the Nine Winds path to disrupt the situation in Guangyang Mansion. He didn't expect it either. Peijing's methods will be so ruthless. If the evil Buddha walks out of the Nine Winding path, then Guangyang Mansion will definitely be devastated. By then, how many lives will be lost is unknown. But when the evil Buddha was born, he slaughtered most of the 9 curved paths, killing and injuring countless people, turning the vast 9 curved paths into forbidden areas. If the evil Buddha really walks out of the 9 winding path, it is hard for Gu Qingfeng to imagine how much impact such an existence would have. That time, Gujia Zhuang is not immune. Think of this. Gu Qingfeng asked coldly, "The evil Buddha is born and brings chaos to the world. What will happen even if Peijing takes over Guangyang Mansion? Are they sure they can suppress the evil Buddha?" "I'm not sure about this, but the king was born in the Tianyang sword sect, which is the real immortal sect. Maybe Tianyang sword sect can be sure of dealing with the evil Buddha. The middle-aged general shook his head and did not dare to hide anything. He told everything he knew. Qingfeng can know through the other party's words. This time, the rebels who entered Guangyang Mansion were not just the ones in front of them. These rebels are operating on a small scale, and even if the court wants to completely block them, it is impossible. The purpose of these people is to slaughter people from all over the country and sacrifice their lives and flesh to the evil Buddha on the nine-turned path, so that the evil Buddha can walk out of the nine-turned path and completely disrupt the situation in Guangyang Mansion. As long as the evil Buddha is born, Guangyang Mansion is bound to be in chaos. That time, King Shenwu's army could take advantage of the situation and directly capture the entire Guangyang Mansion. In addition, just to be on the safe side, these rebels will not attack the towns, but will only kill some villages with weak defenses along the way. After making sure that everything had been explained to the other party, Qingfeng shot out strong wind with a snap of his fingers, causing the middle-aged general's head to explode and his headless body to fall to the ground instantly. Following the death of the middle-aged military general, Qingfeng drew his sword out of its sheath and immediately started to kill the other rebels. Kill! When Gu Yang saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily. The other surviving Gujiazhuang disciples all rose up to attack the remaining rebels. With the death of Jizong and the middle-aged military generals, the rebels who were originally suppressed by their momentum and did not dare to move now burst out with a strong desire to survive and dispersed in an instant. But it's a pity. Although these rebels were numerous in number, they were nothing in front of Qingfeng. The sword is fierce. The palm power is astonishing. Qingfeng killed most of the rebels with one palm and one knife in an instant, and they couldn't even get out of the scope of Hanjian village. The remaining few rebels were dealt with by Gu Yang and his men. Father! Gu Yang's clothes were stained with blood. He came to Qingfeng and bowed his head. Qingfeng looked at the other party's embarrassed appearance, frowned, and immediately threw a bottle of golden wound medicine over. Leave the wound, and then burn all these bodies. The rest will be dealt with when we go back. Yes. Gu Yang didn't dare to say more, just applied the golden wound medicine on the wound. When the powder touched the wound, it suddenly felt a sharp pain, which made him frown slightly, but that was all. Not long after, Hanjian village was on fire. All the bodies of the rebels and villagers were turned to ashes in this fire. However, Qingfeng looked at the raging fire in front of him, as if he felt a lingering cold breath in it. The world is in chaos. The people are living in misery. I'm afraid that something strange will come out of Hanjian village. Although Qingfeng did not witness the formation of the strange, he had a hunch that so many people died in Hanjian village, and they all died in extremely tragic ways. It is not impossible for the resentment of these people to turn into something strange. It's just that Qingfeng didn't know when the strange would really come out. Go back and tell others that something strange will come out of Hanjian village next. There is no need to come here. This sentence. It was said by Qingfeng to Gu Yang. The latter nodded in agreement when he heard it. Chapter 107, New Manor Owner. 9 Bend Road. After 2 or 3 years, Qingfeng once again stepped into this place. Compared with the past, the evil atmosphere of the 9 Bend Road is now more intense, as if this is really a place where no living creatures are, and the atmosphere of death is everywhere. Qingfeng looked at the void in front of him, where there was a shadow of Buddha sitting cross-legged, and it seemed that thousands of living creatures were kneeling and worshipping under his seat. All these scenes that should have been extremely sacred were full of strange atmosphere. Because the Buddha was bleeding, there was no trace of holiness and majesty on his body, and there was only decay and rot. The golden body of the Buddha in the past has now become ulcerated. The thousands of living believers under the seat were also like walking corpses. At the moment of looking at the evil Buddha, the other party's bleeding and empty eyes also met his eyes. At that moment, There was an extremely terrifying spiritual power that crushed Gu Qingfeng, which made him feel the urge to kneel down and surrender again, and his blood and qi in his body were all violent in an instant. The next breath, Gu Qingfeng's mind was like a knife. He completely cut off this spiritual power, and at the same time he withdrew from the Nine Bends Road, looking at the evil Buddha with a little more horror. This evil spirit is stronger than before. Gu Qingfeng thought that he had now broken through to the perfection of the fifth stage of refining the internal organs, and was only one step away from the master. The gap between his strength and the evil Buddha was already narrowed. Unexpectedly, the evil Buddha's strength grew even more terrifyingly. Gu Qingfeng didn't know whether it was because of Pei Jing's blood sacrifice, or whether the evil Buddha's own growth was so amazing. But he could see that the evil Buddha was now in a stage of transformation. When the evil Buddha's transformation was complete, the other party would definitely walk out of the Nine Bends Road. At that time, Guangyang Prefecture was afraid that all the people would be devastated. After taking a deep look at the evil Buddha, Gu Qingfeng turned around and left without stopping for a moment. The power of the evil Buddha is not something he can contend with now, not to mention the evil Buddha that is transforming now. Even the evil Buddha at the beginning is not something he can deal with. So, Gu Qingfeng left without any hesitation. Gu family village. Gu Qingfeng found Gu Yang. The latter's injuries have recovered a lot. Although the knife hurt him severely, his foundation as a warrior is strong after all. With the help of other healing medicines, there are naturally not many serious consequences. Father, what is the situation at Juk Road now? Gu Yang asked. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. The evil Buddha is transforming, and his strength is stronger than before. If the evil Buddha really walks out of Juk Road, Guangyang Mansion will probably fall completely. Next, you have to be prepared. If the evil Buddha is born, I am afraid we will have to abandon our foundation here and leave Guangyang Mansion directly. This is the worst plan. But we have to be prepared in advance. When he saw the unfathomable power of the evil Buddha again, Gu Qingfeng understood that once the evil Buddha was born, Bai Shidao would definitely not be spared. Hearing this, Gu Yang looked grim. Pei Jing sacrificed blood to the evil Buddha, and the court did not take any action. The situation in the world is chaotic now, and the court may not have extra power to deal with the problem of the evil Buddha. Besides, the so-called court is just a larger sect family. Ordinary people are no different from livestock in their eyes. No matter how many people in Guangyang Prefecture die, as long as it does not affect the foundation of the dynasty, as long as the world is still surnamed Ji, then the court has no reason to take action. Gu Qingfeng sneered. Doesn't the court have the power to deal with the evil Buddha? In Gu Qingfeng's view, this is absolutely impossible. But so far, the court has not come to solve the problem of the evil Buddha. This shows that the court does not want to waste too much power in Guangyang Prefecture. 9 provinces in the world. Zhongzhou is the most respected. Nowadays, most of the power of the court is stationed in Zhongzhou to ensure the continuation of the royal family and preserve the foundation of the dynasty. After all, as long as Zhongzhou is not in trouble, the Taixuan dynasty will always be the Taixuan dynasty. Otherwise, with the strength of the court, let alone the problem of the evil Buddha, just relying on Pei Jing, he is not qualified to be arrogant until now. After all, compared with the strength of the Taixuan dynasty, a Pei Jing is nothing, even if there is an immortal sect behind him. Gu Yang's face changed, and the anger in his eyes was particularly obvious. The court acts like this, what qualifications does it have to be respected by the world? What do you think? Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. Gu Yang said in a deep voice, the world is corrupt and the world is turbid. Someone should stand up to clean up the world. Now the rebels seem powerful, but in fact they are all like Pei Jing. If these people get the world, there will be no change in this world. Speaking of this, Gu Yang seemed to have made a decision. and bowed to Gu Qingfeng. I am so brave that I want to compete with the heroes of the world. You want to rebel? Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows, and then shook his head. Don't say you, even if the entire Gu family village wants to compete for the world, it is not qualified. In addition, if you fail to act like this, you will end up in an irreversible way. You must remember this. Hearing this, Gu Yang's expression did not change. After all, someone in this world will stand up. Even if it is dangerous, I want to try my best. In addition, the child also understands the concerns in the father's words, so the child does not plan to act immediately, but secretly accumulates and cultivates some strength first, and waits until the time is right before taking action. Seeing Gu Yang's determined look, Gu Qingfeng looked at him deeply, and then nodded slightly. As you said, the order of the world has been decayed, even if the dynasty changes, but you must understand that the root of this problem does not lie with the court, but with the sorcerers and evil spirits. If the magicians in the world do not eradicate them and the evil spirits are not extinguished, then the world will remain the same world. If you want to stand up and be the one to re-establish rules and order, then you are destined to be the enemy of the world's warlocks. Gu Yang's expression remained firm and he said with solemn eyes, "This road is dangerous, but I still want to give it a try." Good. Gu Qingfeng nodded. From today on, you are the owner of Gujiazhuang, and all the resources in the village are at your disposal. But I need to tell you that the immortal sect is not as simple as you think. The top sorcerers of the spirit control realm are already as powerful as grandmasters. And among these immortal sects, there must be existences above the spirit controlling realm. If you want to compete in the world, you need to have enough strength in your hands. This power cannot be satisfied by one or two grandmasters. My child understands. Gu Yang bowed and bowed. See this? Gu Qingfeng said, just in time, I will take people to Liuyun Mansion in the past 2 days. You can stay here and officially take over the affairs of the village. Chapter 108 The Correct Way to Open. Give way. This is what Gu Qingfeng has thought for a long time. His purpose in establishing Gujiazhuang was to have a force collect cultivation resources for himself, and also to cultivate future generations. Today, Gu Yang was good in all aspects, and the other party had corresponding ambitions, so Gu Qingfeng naturally gave this position to him. Just right. Now that Gu Xian and Gu Xiu are not very old, Gu Yang can directly become the new owner of the village, which can save a lot of disputes and troubles. The next day, the news that the owner of the village had changed caused some shock in Gujiazhuang, but it didn't cause too much of a stir. After all, over the years, Gu Yang has been responsible for handling most matters within the village. In the eyes of many people, this young village owner is already the appointed next owner. The news coming out now only confirms this matter. Let's talk about the only problem. Probably Gu Qingfeng is not too old. For a warrior, this age is in the prime of life. At this time, it is a bit unexpected that the other party will abdicate in favor of someone more worthy. But Gu Qingfeng ignored these things now and looked at his information panel. Your heir Gu Yang has become the new owner of Gu Family Village. He wants to compete for the world and achieve the achievement Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, can only be triggered once. Reward improvement points *100. The reward is Zishengdan, bone refining, *100. The reward is Zhizhangdan, marrow cleansing, *10. The reward is zinc ascension pill, Zhang refining, *5. Reward blood refining realm death soldier *100. The large number of rewards refreshed made Gu Qingfeng a little dazzled. With such a generous reward, it seems that 100 improvement points are not worth mentioning. Zishengdan. Dead warrior. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly as he looked at two things that had never appeared before. Immediately afterwards, when he looked at the inventory, he saw several types of elixirs stored there. When Gu Qingfeng's thoughts fell, corresponding information immediately appeared. Zhizheng Dan, bone refining, taking it can make people directly break through the bone refining realm and reach perfection. Zhizheng Dan, marrow cleansing, taking it can make people directly break through the marrow cleansing state and reach perfection. Zhizheng Dan, Zhang refining, taking it can make people directly break through the Zhang refining state and reach perfection. It can be said. The so-called direct ascending pill. It is the upgraded version of the breaking realm pill. Taking the realm breaking pill once can only allow a person to break through a small realm, but the helicoptering pill is even more incredible. Taking one pill can allow a person to directly break through to the upper limit of what the helicoptering pill can improve. That is to say, this amount of direct ascending pills can instantly add 100 warriors who have reached the bone refining stage, 10 marrow washing stage and 5 viscera refining stage to Gu Jiazhuang in an instant. Until this moment, Gu Qingfeng discovered his correct way to open it. Increasing the number of offspring is one aspect. But it's not just to raise the heir as a tool, but to let the heir grow up on his own. This extremely generous reward is enough to explain a lot of things. At last, Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on a token in the inventory. As soon as he thought about it, the token appeared in his palm. Death Soldier Token. Crush it and use it, and you will get 100 dead soldiers who are absolutely loyal to you. Feeling the information that appeared in his mind, Gu Qingfeng went to the backyard and cleared out all the servants. Then he squeezed the token hard with his palm, and the token made of an unknown material suddenly shattered. The token is broken. Then black light appeared. The figures of 100 dead soldiers appeared out of nowhere, and the whole process only lasted less than a few breaths. Immediately afterwards, I saw all the dead soldiers kneeling on one knee, clasping their fists and saying in unison, "I pay homage to your majesty." After hearing this, Gu Qingfeng looked at the many dead soldiers in front of him. I saw 100 dead soldiers all dressed in black, with indifferent expressions on their faces, without any extra emotion. At the same time, there was a cold and murderous aura exuding, like the executioner harvesting lives in the darkness. 100 dead soldiers. All are in their prime. Not only that, these dead warriors are all at the primary level of blood refining. What's more, Gu Qingfeng felt that he had some connection with these dead soldiers, as if he could kill these dead soldiers with just a thought. Absolutely loyal. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng finally understood what absolute loyalty meant. Subsequently, he was looking at the leading dead soldier. From today on, your name will be Gu Yi, and you will be the leader of the dead. I obey my orders. Gu Yi solemnly clasped his fists and said in a deep voice. Then, Gu Qingfeng gave names to other dead soldiers. From Gu Er to Gu Bibai, numbers are used as names. Gu Er and Gu San are deputy commanders. Gu Qingfeng said again. The cultivation level of 100 dead soldiers is almost the same, and it doesn't really make any difference who is the leader. After promoting 3 people to become commanders, Gu Qingfeng gave 3 of them Zhang Refining Realm Direct Ascension pills to Gu Yi and the others. Then, Gu Qingfeng gave 10 Marrow Cleansing Realm Direct Ascension pills and 87 Bone Refining Realm Direct Ascension pills to the remaining 97 dead soldiers. I saw everyone taking the elixir, and their auras suddenly surged. In less than a few breaths, all the dead soldiers completed their breakthrough. 3 people have reached the 5 realms of refining viscera. 10 people have achieved perfect marrow cleansing state. 87 people have reached the bone refining realm. This is an extremely terrifying force. At least, in Guangyang Mansion, such a force is already quite terrifying. But Gu Qingfeng also understood that these dead warriors only had corresponding realms of cultivation, but they did not possess any martial arts skills. Among the same level, the strength of the dead soldiers is almost at the bottom. But these are not big problems. There is a realm. It will be much easier to practice later in Kung Fu and martial arts. Also because the dead warriors are absolutely loyal, Gu Qingfeng has no secrets in teaching martial arts, and directly uses the Gu family's top-notch red flame magical skill as the basic martial arts of the dead warriors. Judging from the advantages of the red flame divine Kung Fu, as long as you practice this technique to the 9th level, you will be able to generate your true energy and step into the 10th level, becoming an innate master. If all dead warriors could practice the red flame divine art to perfection, they would be as powerful as 100 innate masters. Certainly. These are best estimates only. Actually, Gu Qingfeng didn't know what the talents of these dead warriors were, so after the red flame divine art was truly passed down, it was also unpredictable how many would be able to practice it to perfection. In addition to the red flame divine art, Gu Qingfeng once again passed down the 7-killing sword technique. This sword technique was originally a top-grade martial arts, but later Gu Qingfeng broke the limits of this sword technique, making it comparable to the top-grade martial arts. At last, Gu Qingfeng created an official organization name for these dead soldiers. Secret Guard. Chapter 109, Helicopter Pill. The appearance of the Secret Guard. Gu Qingfeng did not publicize it, but only existed as a trump card of Gu family manner. Daily tenderness. Gu Qingfeng handed a pill to Su Yulan and said, "This pill is called the Refining Zhang Pill. If you take it, you can directly become a powerful person who has perfected the 5th level of Refining Zhang. Your martial arts talent is average. If nothing goes wrong, the Refining Bone Realm is your limit. Now that you have this pill, you can break through the 5th level of Refining Zhang. Not to mention the impact of the Grandmaster Realm in the future, but living for 200 years is not a problem." Hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Su Yulan's bright eyes were a little more shocked. Although she didn't care about the things in the martial arts world, she also knew how difficult it was to practice martial arts. Now a pill can break through the 5th level of Refining Zhang, which is unheard of. However, Su Yulan naturally had no doubts about the effectiveness of the Refining Zhang pill. Yang Er has just taken over Gujia's Wang, and his cultivation is still weak. Why don't you give this pill to Yang Er? Yang Er has his own way to go. Even Qianer and Xiu'er are the same. With their talents, the refining organ realm will not be their limit, and even breaking through to the Grandmaster level is nothing special. So, you don't have to worry so much about their affairs, you just need to improve your strength. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. The direct promotion pill is the same as the realm-breaking pill. If the descendants take it to break through, it will not provide half a point of improvement. And, just as Gu Qingfeng said, no matter Gu Yang's talent, or Gu Xian and Gu Xiu's talent, breaking through the refining organ realm is not a problem. Even the Grandmaster level is not difficult in Gu Qingfeng's opinion. To put it another way, if it really reaches the point where it is difficult to break through, then let Gu Yang and others take the realm-breaking pill or the direct promotion pill. Now that the information panel can give the realm-breaking pill and the direct promotion pill, it means that there will be a chance to get it in the future. Not to mention the direct promotion pill for the refining organ realm. Even if it was a Grandmaster level direct ascension pill, Gu Qingfeng suspected that it was possible. My husband's love is so great, I have nothing to repay. Su Yulan's eyes were as charming as silk, and her breath was as fragrant as orchids when she spoke, showing her charming posture. Compared with the past, Su Yulan's face after giving birth not only did not diminish in the slightest, but added several different flavors, even Gu Qingfeng was tempted by her. Suddenly, a turn. The two of them had another friendly exchange. The next day, Gu Qingfeng walked out of the room. Looking at the rising sun, his expression was also slightly emotional. No wonder they say beauty is a steel knife that scrapes bones. Now it seems that the ancients were not deceiving me. Even with his current cultivation level, he felt a little tired after fighting all night. Lobby. Gu Peng came. Your subordinate greets the old owner. Gu Yang is the new owner of the manor, so Gu Qingfeng is honored to be promoted to the old owner of the manor. 2 years apart. Gu Peng barely broke through the initial stage of bone refining. You have been with me for a long time, right? I have been with the old manor master for more than 12 years because I am valued by him. Gu Peng also looked emotional. 12 years seemed long, but now it seems like a snap of a finger. When he joined Gujia Zhuang, he was already in his 30s, but he was still just an ordinary warrior in the skin refining realm. Until now. 12 years have passed. Gu Peng is also 48 years old. For a warrior in the skin refining realm, 48 years is already past the peak period, and the blood and qi begin to decline, gradually going downhill. That is to say, Gu Peng has now broken through the bone refining realm, and his lifespan has increased a lot, so that he can slow down aging. Even at the age of nearly 50, he is still at a peak level. 12 years. Gu Qingfeng nodded. With your talent, if you don't have the realm-breaking pill, the possibility of breaking through the bone refining realm is not high. Now even if you use the realm-breaking pill to reach this step, it is almost the limit. I know my talent. If the old owner is not willing to give me a chance, I will never be able to touch the bone refining realm in my life. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. So I am satisfied to be able to reach this step. Gu Peng's face was full of gratitude. How many people stop at the skin and blood refining realm? What is there for him to be dissatisfied with for being able to enter the bone refining realm? Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other party and said lightly, if you are really satisfied with the bone refining realm, then go back. Gu Peng was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he seemed to react to something, and hurriedly knelt on one knee and said with a fist. My talent is limited and it is difficult to break through, but I still want to go further in my heart to share the worries of the old owner. Get up and talk. Yes. Gu Peng stood up as he said. Gu Qingfeng casually threw a porcelain bottle over, and the latter instinctively reached out to catch it. It contains a refining pill. This pill has no extra effects. It is only given to you so that you can directly achieve the perfection of the 5th level of refining the internal organs after taking it. Refining pill. It can achieve the perfection of the 5th level of refining the internal organs. Gu Qingfeng's words made Gu Peng's breathing become rapid. The hand holding the porcelain bottle could not stop shaking. The excitement in his heart was difficult to describe in words. Old owner. Your subordinates. Your subordinates. Gu Peng was a little incoherent. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. No need to say extra polite words, you go down and take it and practice it well. In addition, this is the red flame divine art, which is aimed at the perfection of the 5 realms of refining organs, and is expected to break through the unique skills of the innate master. I will give it to you today. Tomorrow, you will go to Liuyun Mansion with me. Yes. Gu Peng took a deep breath, took the secret book of the red flame divine art, and then bowed respectfully, took 3 steps back and turned to leave. Looking at Gu Peng's back, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. The reason why he left Gu Peng a direct promotion pill for the refining organ realm was because the other party had been with him for many years and was also very good at handling things. It's just that the refining bone realm is not good enough after all. Especially since the level that Gujia Zhuang can now access is getting higher and higher, the refining bone realm is not weak, but many things cannot be handled. But if you can break through to the 5 realms of refining organs, it will be different. Therefore, 5 internal organs refining and ascending pills, not counting the 3 for the secret guards and the 1 for Su Yulan, the best candidate for the remaining 1 is Gu Peng. Return to the outer hall residence. Gu Peng adjusted his mind and immediately took the ascending pill. An unprecedented powerful force burst out, completely out of his control, and tempered his body autonomously. Copper bone perfection. Silver bone perfection. Gold bone perfection. In just a moment, Gu Peng's 5 internal organs were tempered and entered the 5 realms of internal organs perfection. This is the strength of internal organs perfection. Feeling the blood and qi power in his body like a river, Gu Peng's face was excited, and his gratitude to Gu Qingfeng in his heart reached a peak. Just as the other party said, there was no need to say extra words. But in Gu Peng's heart, he was already willing to die for Gu Qingfeng. Chapter 110 Lifespan of 800. It's time for me to break through now. In the knife sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng looked at his own attribute panel and directly used the upgrade points to make the Red Flame Divine Art breakthrough. Red Flame Divine Art 4th level minor success. Red Flame Divine Art 4th level major success. Red Flame Divine Art 4th level perfection. After practicing the Red Flame Divine Art to the 4th level perfection, Gu Qingfeng no longer used the upgrade points to force the upgrade. Because the first 4 levels of the Red Flame Divine Art correspond to the skin refining to the marrow washing, each level needs to be upgraded 4 times before it can break through to the next level. However, starting from the 5th level, Red Flame Divine Art is the benchmark for the realm of refining organs. The 5th level corresponds to the 5 internal organs. Just right. It is often difficult for warriors to temper the 5 internal organs. Once they succeed in practicing, it will become much easier. Therefore, since Gu Qingfeng himself has reached the 5th level of refining organs, it is better to spend some time to slowly practice the Red Flame Divine Art instead of wasting upgrade points to upgrade the Red Flame Divine Art. Don't think that Gu Qingfeng spent 2 years to barely cultivate the Red Flame Divine Art to the 4th level. However, the subsequent 5th level, the time he needed was actually shortened a lot. Looking at the remaining 82 points of improvement on the attribute panel, Gu Qingfeng practiced 2 more top-grade martial arts. Suingzhen Holy Body, 3rd level perfection, Flesh Body like Jade level 2. Dajra Tyrant Body, 3rd level perfection, Flesh Body like Diamond level 2. Gu Qingfeng improved both top-grade martial arts to perfection in one breath. And when the 2 martial arts were perfected, the 365 golden bones around Gu Qingfeng were violently vibrated, and the rolling blood and qi flowed into the golden bones, so that a little bit of impurities in the golden bones were eliminated. In less than a moment, Gu Qingfeng's skin surface was already stained with a layer of dirt. I saw his blood and qi vibrating, and the dirt covering the surface of his body was instantly shaken away. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked inside himself. I saw that his golden bones had turned into a crystal-like jade color since I didn't know when. Jade bones all over the body. This is the realm of perfect bone refining. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with brilliance. I'm afraid no one in the world would have thought that the so-called golden bones cultivated by perfect bone refining are not the real limit. Jade bones all over the body. This is the real perfection of the bone refining realm. Cultivating a body of jade bones. Gu Qingfeng felt the tremendous power in his body. Compared with before he cultivated jade bones, his strength increased by at least 30%. This. The horror of perfect bone refining. Of course. In addition to strength, the biggest change is Gu Qingfeng's own lifespan. After cultivating perfect bone refining, his lifespan increased by another 300 years on the original basis. Now, Gu Qingfeng surprisingly has a lifespan of 800 years. As he expected, if he continues under such circumstances, the subsequent perfect marrow washing and perfect internal refining will easily break through 1,000 years of lifespan. Afterwards, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the remaining 18 points of improvement and did not continue to use them. 18 points of improvement are not very useful for the time being. When more points are accumulated later, they can be improved a lot. In addition, the number of top-grade martial arts is a little lacking. If you want to have a perfect marrow washing, you have to find a top-grade martial arts. Although the top-grade martial arts can break the limit, it can also be on par with the top-grade martial arts. But martial arts break the limit. The required improvement points are too many. Even the improvement points required for the top-grade martial arts to break the limit are at least equivalent to the improvement of one level in the refining organ realm. More importantly, the improvement of martial arts breaking the limit is gradually increasing. For example, if you want to break through the initial stage of marrow washing for top-grade martial arts to break the limit, you need 20 points of improvement, but if you want to break through the middle stage of marrow washing, you need 40 points, the latter stage of marrow washing is 60 points, and the perfect marrow washing is 80 points. In this way, for a top-grade martial arts to break the limit and improve to the perfect marrow washing, the required improvement points are as high as 200 points. It can be seen how high the requirements for martial arts to break the limit are. Even if Gu Qingfeng has a lot of improvement points, he can't afford to waste them like this. So, a large number of high-grade martial arts are necessary. Most of the top martial arts in the world are in the hands of those thousand-year-old family sects. With my current strength, although I am not afraid of ordinary family sects, it is not easy to take action directly. In that case, let's start with the Divine Fist sect. A sect with a perfect bone-refining warrior sitting in the center, and backed by the godly king, may have top-grade martial arts in hand. Gu Qingfeng thought secretly. His next goal is to perfect marrow washing. Top-grade martial arts are indispensable. The next day, in the sharpening hall, Gu Yang came to pay his respects. As the master of a manor, Gu Yang's demeanor became more and more calm, and he saluted Gu Qingfeng respectfully. "Meet father. The foundation of the manor is shallow. Although we have trained many disciples, the time is too short. It is difficult to achieve great success in the short term. Now that you are the master of the manor, some things should be handed over to you by your father." Gu Qingfeng paused for a moment before speaking. "Come in." Not long after the voice fell, 3 middle-aged warriors in black came in. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Both of them bowed. Gu Yang looked at the 3 people who appeared, and his pupils shrank involuntarily, because he felt a sense of threat from the 2 people. Obviously, the strength of these 2 people must be extraordinary. Gu Qingfeng said, "This person is called Gu Yi, the leader of the Dark Guards, and the other 2 are called Gu Er and Gu San, both of whom are deputy leaders of the Dark Guards. All 3 are masters who have entered the 5th level of refining organs. In addition, there are a total of 100 Dark Guards, and the weakest are in the realm of perfect bone refining. Since you are interested in competing for the world, then with such a force in hand, I believe it will be much easier for you to act." After the words fell, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yi and others again, and said lightly, "From today on, the Dark Guards will be led by Yang Er, and you must all obey his orders." "Yes." Gu Yi nodded in a deep voice, and then clasped his fists to Gu Yang again. "Gu Yi, your subordinate, greets the owner of the manor." "Commander Gu, no need to be polite." Gu Yang only just woke up from the shock now. He looked at Gu Yi and the other 2 in front of him, but the shock in his heart still could not be dispersed. Who would have thought? His father still had such a terrible power in his hands. 100 secret guards. The weakest cultivation was perfect in bone refining. Like Gu Yi and the other 3 in front of him, they had even stepped into the perfect state of the 5th level of organ refining. What kind of concept is this? You know, the Qingyang sect that dominated Taishan Road at the beginning only had 1 or 2 perfect bone refining. Even the Qingyang ancestor who had lived for hundreds of years was only equivalent to the general marrow washing realm at most. Now the power of the secret guards is more than 10 Qingyang sect members. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't taken the initiative to say it, Gu Yang wouldn't have known that his father was hiding so deeply. Chapter 111 Secret Guard. After Gu Yi and others retreated, Gu Yang asked cautiously, "When did my father train the secret guards? Why didn't the child receive any movement before? I will tell you about the secret guard when the time comes." Gu Qingfeng just said something casually to stop it. "See this." Even though Gu Yang had all kinds of doubts in his heart, he could only suppress them. Leave the sharpening hall. Gu Yang swept away the depression just now and felt proud. Hundreds of secret guards. There may not seem to be many in number, but everyone picked out is a strong person who can establish a sect. With such a force for his own use, he has a lot of room for maneuver. Inner hall. Gu Yang summoned all the secret guards. I saw hundreds of people dressed in black standing there, with indifferent expressions on their faces, making the huge inner hall seem silent. Seeing this, Gu Yang once again refreshed his understanding of the secret guards. Don't say anything else. Just this kind of discipline is evident. Could it be that my father has long been thinking of competing in the world? Gu Yang thought to himself. Otherwise, how can we explain why there are secret guards? At first, Gu Yang thought the secret guards were some geniuses secretly trained by Qingfeng. But now it seems the secret guards can no longer be described as ordinary genius warriors. Although there were only 100 people, it gave Gu Yang a cold and solemn feeling, as if he was facing the elite of the military. Visible. The secret guard is not simple. What kind of martial arts do the secret guards practice? Gu Yang looked at Gu Yi aside and asked. Hearing this, the latter clasped his fists and said, the martial arts practiced by all the secret guards are the red flame magic technique and the 7 killing sword technique taught by your majesty. So, my father values you very much. Gu Yang nodded. Naturally, he knew the 7 killing sword techniques, and he had also heard of the red flame magic technique. The latter was a supreme skill that had the potential to lead directly to the innate master. As the owner of Gujia's Wang, Gu Yang himself is qualified to practice the red flame divine art. It's just that he is still in the blood training realm, so he has no idea of practicing the red flame magic art. After all, in terms of blood refining, the Liang divine palm can be said to be superior to its predecessors. As long as it is cultivated to the 9th level of perfection, it can make people independently break through the bone refining realm. At this point, it's not the function ratio of Qidian Shen. Certainly, the upper limits of the two are different. The upper limit of the Liang divine palm is at the beginning level of bone refining, and the upper limit of the red flame divine art is at the Xiantian Grandmaster level. If we really want to talk about importance, the former is nothing compared to the latter. But for Gu Yang right now, the most important thing is to break through the bone refining realm first. The blood refining backstage doesn't seem to be weak, but it's only on the 1/3 of an acre of land on Beishi Road. If it were somewhere else, then the blood refining backstage wouldn't be enough. The battle with the rebels made Gu Yang understand his own shortcomings. If Gu Qingfeng hadn't arrived in time, he would have died in the hands of the rebels. After looking at the secret guard in front of him for a moment, Gu Yang temporarily organized him into the inner hall, and then waved everyone away, leaving only Gu Yi here. Commander Gu, I have something I want to ask. Master, please speak. Gu looked calm. Gu Yang looked at him and said in a deep voice, when did father start establishing secret guards? The owner of the village needs to ask your majesty personally about this matter. I don't dare to speak nonsense. Gu Yi shook his head and did not answer Gu Yang's question. See this? Gu Yang frowned. Father asked you to obey my orders. Could it be that when I ask something, you are not willing to answer it? This is a matter of honor, and I would not be willing to answer it unless the subordinates are willing to answer. If the owner of the village really wants to blame me, I will also bear the punishment. When Gu Yi said this, he knelt on the ground with one knee and lowered his head. Looking at the other party for a moment, Gu Yang shook his head helplessly. That's all, if you don't want to say it, I won't force you, just get up and talk. Yes. Gu Yi stood up as he was told. Gu Yang said, I have something that I need your secret guards to do. Master, please speak. Gu Yi repeated what he just said. Gu Yang said, I need the secret guards to investigate the strength of the imperial court in Guangyang Mansion. In addition, I need to secretly collect available people and wait for the opportunity. Subordinates take orders. Go ahead. Gu Yang waved his hand and added another sentence at the end. The security issues here in Gujiazhuang will be temporarily handled by your secret guards. Yes. Gu Yi accepted the order and retreated. Gu Yang was the only one left in the originally huge inner hall. There are actually fewer available manpower. After a long time, Gu Yang sighed helplessly. The secret guards are powerful and can be used by themselves, but unfortunately, 100 secret guards are too few after all. After all, if we really want to spread our manpower, 100 people will definitely not be enough. But there is nothing we can do about it. At present, Gujiazhuang has only been established for a few years. If you want to cultivate a new generation of strong people, it will take a certain amount of time to accumulate. Any force that has not accumulated tens or hundreds of years of experience cannot expect to have any foundation that can be seen through. But that's why. Gu Yang was still full of doubts about Gu Qingfeng's ability to secretly train secret guards. After all, the strength of the secret guards is not simple. The weakest is perfect in bone refining, the strongest is perfect in organ refining. Such a force cannot be cultivated in just a few years. When he was in Lin County, Gu Qingfeng was just a warrior suspected of being in the blood refining realm. Gu Yang also saw the battle with the sorcerer of the evil suppression department. It can be seen from this. Gu Qingfeng also has a secret. Otherwise, how can the other party have such unfathomable strength now, and how can he cultivate a force like the Dark Guard? However, even if Gu Yang knew that Gu Qingfeng had a secret, he would not really ask for the root of the matter. In his opinion, if the time is right, Gu Qingfeng will tell him, otherwise even if he asks, the other party will not say it. Instead of thinking so much, it is better to make good use of the power of the Dark Guard to develop and strengthen his own strength. When the world completely collapses and chaos in the future, Gujiazhuang will also be able to fight for a place in this chaotic world. Emperor Taixuan is seriously ill and I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for many more years. Once he dies, the situation that Taixuan dynasty can only maintain will completely disappear. The world at that time will definitely be more chaotic than it is now. With the current strength of Gujiazhuang, if we want to dominate in this chaotic world, we still have a long way to go. Not to mention competing for the world, but at least we must have the strength to solve the evil Buddha of Jukudeo. If the evil Buddha problem is not solved, it is like a sharp blade hanging over our heads, which may take our lives at any time. Gu Yang's eyes are deep. The more serious the problems Gujiazhuang faces now, the calmer he is in his heart. Just follow the steps. Everything is possible. Chapter 112 Chaos. When Gu Yang took over the secret guard, a carriage with a team of people had quietly left Gujiazhuang. The interior of the carriage was luxuriously decorated and the space was extremely spacious. Gu Qingfeng sat in the middle, while Gu Peng sat at the bottom. What is the situation of Liuyun Mansion now? Since the godly King Peijing knocked on the door of Liuyun Mansion, the army marched straight in, and most of Liuyun Mansion fell into Peijing's control. Only a few local cities are still struggling to support, hoping to wait for the imperial court to reinforce. But unfortunately, the imperial court does not seem to have the idea of supporting Liuyun Mansion. Gu Peng said respectfully. Now he has reached the 5th level of refining the internal organs. The grey hair on his temples has now completely turned black, and there is no trace of aging at all. This is the benefit of perfect refining the internal organs. 200 years of life. Let Gu Peng's current physical condition return to his youth, belonging to the peak of the peak. The court doesn't plan to support Liuyun Mansion. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Peng said, I heard that there are some problems in the situation in Zhongzhou again. I am afraid that the current court is already at the end of its strength. The 3,000 years of dynasty are about to fall apart. If we wait until the Taixuan dynasty collapses completely, I am afraid that the situation in the world will become more and more deteriorating. When the heroes compete for supremacy, my Gujiazhuang may also follow the example of other aristocratic families and support one side. If we can really win a chance, it will be great. Gu Peng's eyes have become more fiery when he said the last sentence. All the ancient aristocratic families in the world have their opportunities. For example, the so-called immortal aristocratic families have supported many forces to ascend to the throne. Gujiazhuang does not say that it will imitate those immortal aristocratic families, but if it can support one side to participate in this war for supremacy, it can also get many benefits from it. Even if it fails in the end, it doesn't matter. After all, there is only one person who can sit in that position in thousands of years, and the rest are cannon fodder. But the forces behind these cannon fodders are all making a fortune. The world is full of tricks. Gujiazhuang does not have a master now, and its strength is not as good as those top sects and families. Even if there is a master, it doesn't matter. This world is the world of sorcerers after all. The warriors are weak, and ordinary masters are not qualified for this. At least they have to be true masters, or grand masters, to have some possibility. Gu Qingfeng's eyes are deep, and he shook his head slightly. Gu Peng said, with the strength of the old owner, it must not be a problem to break through the master or even the grand master. He has absolute confidence in Gu Qingfeng. At the beginning, Gu Qingfeng was just a blood-refining warrior, but now the other party has achieved a half-step master in such a short time. No. The other party's strength may not be as simple as a half-step master. It was because Gu Peng himself, now a junior master who had reached the perfection of refining the internal organs, felt great pressure in front of Gu Qingfeng. It can be seen. The strength of his old master was simply unfathomable. In addition, Gu Qingfeng was able to take out the refining internal organ pill, a treasure that could directly allow people to break through the perfection of refining the internal organs, which gave people a feeling of being difficult to guess. But it was precisely because of this unfathomable that Gu Peng became more loyal. Awe often comes from the unknown. What is the current strength of the Jianghu and Liuyun mansion? The 4,000-year-old sects and families in Liuyun mansion, among which the Lu family, the Wang family and the Tianjian sect have all surrendered to the god of martial arts, only the Renai League is in a wavering state. But so far, Beijing has no intention of taking action against the Renai League. Gu Peng said. He had already found out the news about Liuyun mansion, so he could answer these questions at will. Gu Qingfeng nodded. Renyi League, a 1,000-year-old force, I think it is also quite powerful. In the current situation, only forces that can truly maintain neutrality can be considered powerful. Neutrality. It needs strength to support it. Neutrality without strength is just cannon fodder like a fence-sitter. Now Beijing's army has swept through Liuyun mansion, and many forces have bowed down to him. It can be said that the momentum is overwhelming. The Renyi League can maintain neutrality under such circumstances, and its strength can be seen. However, Gu Qingfeng did not intend to be an enemy of the Renyi League on this trip, and he was too lazy to provoke other sects. His goal is very simple. That is the Shenchuan sect. Gu Qingfeng has never been a generous person. Since the people of the Shenchuan sect dared to attack and kill Gu Yang and almost killed him, then the former is destined to pay the price for it. As for whether this approach would make Beijing dissatisfied, or even provoke other strong men, Gu Qingfeng did not care too much. This world. After all, strength speaks. Gu Qingfeng has now entered the stage of perfect internal organ refining, and has comprehended the true meaning of the Grand Master and perfected the bone refining. He himself is not clear about the extent of his true strength. Grand Master. Or stronger than the average Grand Master. But at least, in the martial arts world of Taishan County, Gu Qingfeng believes that even if there are people stronger than him, there will not be too many. If a small God Fist sect is really destroyed, it may not cause much trouble. No one will offend a strong man comparable to the Grand Master for the sake of a God Fist sect. Of course. If Gu Jiazhuang was not strong enough, that would be another matter. Gu Qingfeng did not bring too many people with him to Liuyun Mansion this time. Only some outer hall disciples and Gu Peng, the outer hall master, followed him. Along the way, everyone really saw the scene of the troubled times. Refugees everywhere. Cannibalism. Bones exposed in the wild, no roosters crowing for thousands of miles. This is the real troubled times. For the upper class, it is just a game of power, but for the lower class people, it is a real natural disaster. Looking at these scenes, Gu Qingfeng's heart became more and more indifferent. These people are the most true portrayal of this world. The so-called prosperity is nothing but false. The weak go with the flow and can only struggle to survive at the bottom. If I were still the ordinary person who was powerless, then my fate would not be much better than these people. Not only that. With the arrival of the troubled times, the people were living in poverty, and many people were killed and injured. There were also weird things that bred and slaughtered civilians at will. Even the people from Gujiazhuang were attacked by refugees and bandits along the way, and even encountered weird creatures several times. However, these weird creatures were not strong. Even without Gu Qingfeng's personal efforts, relying on Gu Peng's perfect internal refining strength, he was able to kill all around, whether they were refugees, bandits, or all kinds of weird creatures, they were easily killed by the latter. Chapter 113, Divine Fist Sect. Boom! One punch smashed the head of a bandit, and the remaining bandits immediately dispersed in a panic. When Gu Peng saw this, he did not completely kill them all and allowed them to leave. In today's troubled times, it's difficult for ordinary people to survive. The outer hall master sighed. He thought that the situation in Guangyang Mansion was already chaotic enough, but when he actually left Guangyang Mansion, he discovered that compared to the outside world, Guangyang Mansion was actually stable. Although there are also natural and man-made disasters, at least most people can still eat without being implicated in the war. But these are only temporary. When the rebels arrive, Guangyang Mansion will inevitably be like these places. In the carriage, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. The prosperity of the people is suffering, and the destruction of the people is suffering. The order of this world has already collapsed. If the problem is not solved from the root, it will be like this no matter who is in charge of the world. The source of what the old owner said, could it be that he was a warlock? Gu Peng looked startled, as if he had thought of something. Yes, not entirely. Gu Qingfeng nodded first, then shook his head. The existence of warlocks is indeed a big problem, but the world has been sick for a long time, and it is extremely sick. Only by scraping the bones and treating the poison can it be completely cured. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng didn't continue. It is useless to say more now. If you want to change the world, you must be strong enough. After all, this world still respects the strong. The strong make the rules. Only the weak survive. But it is a pity that in this world, warlocks are respected. Strictly speaking, people who refine evil into their bodies can no longer be called human beings. Such beings treat ordinary people like livestock. That's the biggest problem. The team moves forward. Gu Qingfeng had a piece of information about the Divine Fist sect in front of him. He has read this information dozens of times. The Shenchuan sect has a long history, and can even be traced back to 3,000 years ago, when a strong man at the level of a true intention Grandmaster was born. However, 3,000 years ago, the world is the same as it is now. The Grandmaster of the Shenchuan sect stepped into troubled times and wanted to prove his way through killing and explore the hidden realm of the Great Master. What a pity! The other party failed in the end and died in the catastrophe. Since then, the Shenchuan sect was in decline. For thousands of years, each generation of the Divine Fist sect is not as good as the last. 1 or 2,000 years ago, the Divine Fist sect had some strong men at the Zhang refining level, and some geniuses even rose up against the will of heaven and became a generational master. But even though a Grand Master was born and the Shenchuan sect was briefly revived, since that Grand Master passed away, the Shenchuan sect has declined again. Arrive now. There are only a few bone refining realm warriors in charge of the Divine Fist sect. Qizong, known as the Divine Fist Qingfeng, is the top powerhouse of the Divine Fist sect on the surface. But, in Gu Qingfeng's view, the foundation of the Divine Fist sect is definitely not that simple. 3,000 years of sect heritage, even if it declines, it will never decline to this level. Gu Qingfeng smiled slightly. Gu Peng asked curiously, does the old village owner think that there are other strong men in the Shen Fist sect? Let's not talk about the true meaning master 3,000 years ago, but the fact that the master passed away hundreds of years ago is somewhat intriguing. Gu Qingfeng shook his head. Strong masters, even innate masters, can live for 500 years. If you are a Qi and blood master, you can live for 800 years. The more important point is Grand Master. A strong person at this level is almost the top warrior in the world. In today's age where sorcerers are respected, it is easy for a master to extend his life. So, Gu Qingfeng was suspicious. There is probably a warlock in the Shen Fist sect. And his predecessor was a warlock who became a master. Warlocks of this level are destined to be much more powerful than ordinary warlocks. In addition, this possibility is not small at all. After all, the Shenchuan sect is now in decline, but as a sect that once produced a true master, it must have mastered many top martial arts. It would be fine if the Shen Fist sect was in its heyday, but now that the Shen Fist sect is in decline, it retains such a heritage but has no other forces coveting it, which is enough to explain many problems. When Gu Peng heard this, he couldn't help but look solemn. So, the Divine Fist sect really has a problem. Judging from Gu Qingfeng's analysis, the background of the Divine Fist sect is indeed not as simple as it appears on the surface. A warlock who is suspected of being a master. Even if the opponent is only at the Yuling level, he is an extremely terrifying existence. After all, a master is a master after all. There is no doubt about this. After now breaking through to the fifth realm of Zhang refining, Gu Peng increasingly understands the horror of the Grand Master. But, looking at the indifferent Gu Qingfeng in front of him, Gu Peng suppressed the slight fear in his heart. So what about the Grand Master? The person in front of me may not be able to deal with it. Gu Qingfeng waved his sleeves, and the file recording the information about the Divine Fist sect in front of him disappeared into ashes. Subsequently, he closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the next battle. See this? Gu Peng did not dare to disturb him and quietly left the carriage. 2 days later, the advancing team stopped. Gu Qingfeng's tightly closed eyes opened, and a cold light seemed to burst out, but then fell silent again. Informing the old village owner, the Divine Fist sect has arrived. Outside the carriage, Gu Peng said respectfully. When the voice fell, the curtain was opened and Gu Qingfeng came down from inside. In front of the carriage. It is the mountain gate of Shenchuan sect. Now all the powerful men from the great Shen Fist sect have appeared here, looking at the carriage in front of them with solemn expressions. Gu Qingfeng did not deliberately hide his whereabouts during this trip. It would be difficult for the Shenchuan sect not to discover him even if he wanted to. The leader was surprisingly Zhong Yang, the current deputy leader of the Divine Fist sect. When he saw Gu Qingfeng getting off the carriage, Zhong Yang's pupils shrank slightly, and then he said loudly. This is the Divine Fist sect. Master Gu is here today. What is the purpose? Hear the words. Gu Qingfeng did not reply, but looked at the many warriors of the Divine Fist sect in front of him, and finally turned his attention to Zhong Yang again. The leader of the Divine Fist sect, Qizong, ambushed me, the current owner of the Gu family village. The Divine Fist sect should also give an explanation for this matter. His words. Zhou Yang's face turned slightly ugly. The leader of our Divine Fist sect has fallen into the hands of Master Gu. This time the grudges are all over. What do you want from our Divine Fist sect? A mere Jizong is worthy of being compared with my son. Jizong deserves to die if he takes action, but your Divine Fist sect will also have to pay the price. Gu Qingfeng smiled disdainfully. Although his words were plain, they were full of ridicule in the ears of Zhou Yang and others. Suddenly, Zhou Yang was furious. Master Gu is acting too tyrannically. Are you really cheating on me that there is no one in the Divine Fist sect? Hearing these words, Gu Qingfeng immediately laughed. So what if you are overbearing? Since you are unwilling to give an explanation, there is no need for the existence of the Divine Fist sect. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng's expression suddenly turned cold and he waved his hand. Kill. Chapter 114 Kill with one punch. As Gu Qingfeng gave the order, Gu Peng and the others rushed towards the Divine Fist sect immediately. Gu Peng's blood was surging, and his aura was as terrifying as the abyss. When he punched out, he directly hit a blood-refining realm warrior of the Divine Fist sect and his body exploded. How dare you! Zhou Yang was furious, took a step forward, and his right fist fell towards Gu Peng with the force of collapsing the sky. In his opinion, Gu Peng was not worth mentioning at all. In the entire Gu family village, there was only one Gu Qingfeng who could be called a strong man. The rest of the people were not well known in the world, and their strength was naturally not that strong. Since Jizong died, the people of the Divine Fist sect have been collecting information about Gu family village with all their strength. So, they thought they had a lot of understanding of the strength of Gu family village. From the information collected, Gu Peng in front of him was just the head of the Gu family's main hall, a small blood-refining realm warrior. Even though Gu Peng killed a blood-refining realm warrior with one punch, and his strength seemed not as simple as the rumors said, Zhou Yang did not take him seriously. Punch out! Shocking! Looking at Zhou Yang's punch, Gu Peng showed a ferocious smile on his face, and his right fist also hit out. The two fists collided. The smile that just appeared on Zhou Yang's face turned into horror in an instant. No! Before he finished speaking, he saw his arm suddenly exploded, blood and flesh flew across the sky, and the remaining force fell on the opponent, making his body fly out like a dead grass. After landing, Zhou Yang spit out blood in large mouthfuls, looking at Gu Peng with a look of horror. No! Impossible, your strength, strength! Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Yang's pupils widened and he died with a face full of unwillingness. This scene let the Divine Fist sect look terrified. Since the death of Jizong, the deputy sect leader Zhou Yang has been the strongest man in the entire Shenchuan sect. However, how could they not be shocked when this strongest man was killed by Gu Peng with one punch? You know, Gu Qingfeng, who was known as the sword master in the martial arts world, had not really made a move yet. Just the people under his command had the strength to kill Zhou Yang in seconds. The impact of such a scene can be imagined. The old owner has ordered that the Shenchuan sect will not spare a single one. Gu Peng roared, his face full of excitement brought by killing and strength transformation. Although Gu Peng also killed a lot of bandits and robbers on the way out of Guangyang Mansion, the problem was that those people were not up to the standard. Let alone the bone-refining realm. Even the blood-refining realm was rare. So, this battle with the Shenchuan sect was the first time that Gu Peng truly exposed his perfect strength in the 5 realms of refining organs. Killing Zhou Yang, who had perfected the bone refining, with one punch made Gu Peng excited. This was the strength he longed for. In the past, he could not even look directly at the strong men, but now he could kill them directly. The moment he finished speaking, Gu Peng rushed into the crowd of the Shenchuan sect like a tiger descending from the mountain. The power of the 5 realms of refining internal organs burst out perfectly, and every punch he threw out took a life. The boxing method he used was the Gu family fist. However, the seemingly ordinary Gu family fist, now supported by Gu Peng's powerful cultivation, has reached the point of turning decay into magic. For a while, the disciples of the Shenchuan sect were all terrified of being killed. When many outer hall disciples saw their own hall master killing people everywhere, they couldn't help but show awe in their eyes. Looking at the scene of the Shenchuan sect's defeat in front of him, Gu Qingfeng's face was calm. With Gu Peng's strength, it would be easy to suppress the entire Shenchuan sect. So, he had no intention of taking action at all. Moreover, these ordinary disciples of the Shenchuan sect were not qualified for him to take action. Even the dead Zhongyang is the same. Bone refining realm. Ants only. Gu Qingfeng then looked at the gate of the Divine Fist sect, his eyes became deep. Come, let me see the true foundation of the Divine Fist sect. See if the Grand Master of that year has really passed away. Thinking of the possible Grand Master of the Divine Fist sect, Gu Qingfeng's heart was boiling with fighting spirit, and fighting with the strong was also a kind of enjoyment for him. However, over the years, Gu Qingfeng has not had many opportunities to really take action. He has no interest in killing the weak, and the evil Buddha of the 9 bends is too powerful, so it is not so easy to find an equal opponent. Now, Gu Qingfeng hopes that there is a Grand Master in the Divine Fist sect. In this way, he can really see how powerful the so-called Grand Master is. As time goes by, the Divine Fist sect has completely collapsed. Many elders of the sect were killed by Gu Peng's fists, and many of them gave up the idea of resistance and wanted to surrender, but Gu Peng did not hold back. No matter they surrendered or resisted, they were all killed. The reason for doing this is that Gu Qingfeng did not speak. The other party did not speak. Then the meaning is very clear. The Divine Fist sect will not leave a single person alive. Having been with Gu Qingfeng for many years, Gu Peng naturally knows the other party's character, that is, if he does not take action, it will be fine. Once he takes action, he will cut the grass and root it out, and there will be no future troubles. Therefore, Gu Peng did not give up half-heartedly. From the moment Ji Zong attacked and killed Gu Yang, the fate of the Shen Fist sect was already doomed. Destroy the Divine Fist sect. Leave no one behind. Soon, the Great God Boxing sect is a river of blood. The stone tablets at the mountain gate are soaked in blood, and broken limbs can be seen everywhere. The scene can be described as extremely tragic. Right now, the evil killing knife behind Gu Qingfeng's back trembled slightly, his expression moved slightly, and there seemed to be fighting intent in his eyes. Coming! It seemed to be confirming Gu Qingfeng's words. Suddenly, a terrifying coercion swept through the air. Under the shock of this aura, the faces of many outer disciples turned pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even Gu Peng's face showed a look of shock involuntarily. Under this aura, he felt as if he was being targeted by some terrifying existence, and he had the illusion that he would die at any time. Come back! Gu Qingfeng spoke slowly. Gu Peng and others did not dare to hesitate and retreated directly to Gu Qingfeng's side. At this time, within the Divine Fist sect, a middle-aged warrior came slowly from the mountain. He had a bald head and bare feet, and a peaceful face, like an enlightened monk. However, in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, there seemed to be a demon lurking behind the seemingly peaceful face of the visitor. With the appearance of the other party, even in the clear sky and daylight, there is an unspeakable cold feeling. You are the Grand Master of the Divine Fist sect. Gu Qingfeng stepped out slowly and looked at the middle-aged monk with eyes filled with fighting intent. At this time, come and stop. When he looked at Gu Qingfeng, his eyes seemed to be red, and a gentle but strange smile appeared on his face. This God has no way. Chapter 115 God has no way. Shen Wu Dao. Gu Qingfeng knew after hearing the other party's name that this was the master of the Shenchuan sect hundreds of years ago. Shenchuan Wudao, the top powerhouse of Liuyun Mansion. From today's perspective, Gu Qingfeng knew that this person had already cultivated evil into his body and became a warlock. Gu Qingfeng didn't know how powerful a warlock who became a master warrior was, but the powerful aura on the other party made his fighting spirit more and more boiling. Master Warlock. The Shenchuan sect is really not that simple. Hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Shen Wudao smiled slightly. He didn't even look at the corpse on the ground, his eyes were on Gu Qingfeng from beginning to end. You give me a very good feeling, and you are also very strong. If I swallow you, I may be able to break the limit of the Yuling realm and enter the Rongshen realm. But I am very curious, what realm you are in, not a master of qi and blood, nor a master of xiantian. Interesting, really interesting. Shen Wudao seemed to be asking Gu Qingfeng, and seemed to be talking to himself. Then, Shen Wudao looked at the corpse on the ground and shook his head slightly. It's a pity that these wastes of the Shenchuan sect have not been able to enter the Lianzang realm for so many years, otherwise why would I have not been able to break through for so long? These wastes will die, and it's a waste of food to keep them alive. Speaking of this, Shen Wudao looked at Gu Qingfeng again, licked his lips, and his expression became more and more cold and weird. Swallow you. That's enough. The voice fell. Shen Wudao's body suddenly disappeared from the spot like a ghost, and the next moment, a fierce and terrifying fist hit Gu Qingfeng's eyes. The latter's expression did not change, as if he had expected it, and he also hit out with a punch suddenly. This punch, Gu Qingfeng did not hold back at all. Facing a warlock who had achieved the master's achievement hundreds of years ago, he could not be careless at all. So, as soon as he made a move, Gu Qingfeng went all out. Under the terrifying recovery of qi and blood, the two fists collided, and there was a sudden explosion sound in the air, and rolling waves of air swept in all directions. Shen Wudao's ghostly body actually flew backwards directly. At this moment, the ancient master of the Shenchuan sect finally showed a look of shock on his face. How can your qi and blood be so powerful? After landing, Shen Wudao spoke in disbelief. He thought it would be easy to suppress Gu Qingfeng, but he didn't expect that his opponent's qi and blood were so strong. For a moment, Shen Wudao almost thought that he was facing a qi and blood grandmaster. No. Even if it was an ordinary qi and blood grandmaster, it was not necessarily that the qi and blood power could be as strong as the other party. Before Shen Wudao could be shocked, he saw Gu Qingfeng stride forward, and his extremely terrifying qi and blood power burst out, like a sun furnace reflecting the sky, and the evil killing sword behind him suddenly came out of the sheath, and the domineering sword light seemed to be able to cut through the world, which made Shen Wudao's face change again. The true meaning of the Grand Master. You actually comprehended the true meaning of the Grand Master. Shen Wudao was shocked. Seeing the long sword slashing, the terrifying qi and blood and the power of the true meaning finally made him smell the breath of death. Suddenly, a powerful and terrifying cold breath rose from Shen Wudao, and a huge black fog appeared behind him, turning into a furious Vajra Buddha. This Buddha seemed similar to the evil Buddha of Jukudeo, but the breath was completely different. Vajra eyes. Subdue demons and monsters. However, at this moment, Shen Wudao seemed to be the biggest demon in the world. There was not only Vajra Buddha in the huge black fog, but also countless wronged souls wailing and screaming. Boom! The collision of two extremely terrifying forces erupted with an extremely shocking fluctuation. Gu Qingfeng's blood was like an abyss, and the cold light of the evil killing knife was fully revealed. The domineering and unparalleled swordsmanship broke through the layers of black fog, and the momentum was extremely shocking. On the other side, Shen Wudao also turned into a demon Buddha, just like Vajra eyes, and his fists were shocking. Both of them were now going all out, and the power of each blow could be said to be able to destroy mountains and break peaks. Occasionally, a strong wind would escape, which would shake the mountain and turn the boulders into powder. Shock! Everyone looked at this scene with horror. Whether it was the remaining disciples of the Shenchuan sect or Gu Peng and others, when they looked at the field now, their faces were full of shock. This is the strength of the old owner, it is indeed unfathomable. Gu Peng felt this extremely terrifying aura, his face twitched slightly, and there was awe and excitement in his eyes. This kind of power. It is what a warrior wants all his life. Even though he has entered the 5th stage of refining the internal organs at this moment, Gu Peng still understands that if it were him, no matter who he faced, he would probably not be able to hold on after a single encounter. Let's not talk about Shen Wuodao for now. This is a master from hundreds of years ago, with terrifying strength, and now he has refined evil into his body, which is considered to be a step up. Boom! 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 The sword energy was crisscrossed, and Gu Qingfeng exerted the power of the tyrant sword slash to the limit. Even with Shen Wuodao's strength, it is difficult to gain the upper hand now. As time passed, Shen Wuodao's injuries became more serious. A large amount of blood flowed down the wound, making the latter's face look particularly ferocious. I have been in the martial arts for hundreds of years and have already reached the level of a master. Now I have refined evil into my body, which can be regarded as transcendence. How can I be inferior to you, a mere mortal warrior? Shen Wuodao roared in a low voice, and the cold aura on his body became stronger again. The Vajra Buddha in the black fog also became particularly weird at this moment, twisting wildly there, as if he was about to break free from the black fog at any time. Kill! 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 Shen Wuodao's eyes were red, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. There was only one thought in his mind, that is, to swallow the person in front of him. Things like you that are neither human nor ghost are also worthy of being called transcendence. Gu Qingfeng's expression was cold, his 5 internal organs were shaking, and the rolling blood and qi were surging like rivers, lakes, and seas, making the blood light of the evil sword more and more prosperous. Many insights into the tyrant sword slash came to his mind at this moment. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng seemed to have opened a door in his mind, and his understanding of tyrant blade slash had undergone a great transformation. After entering the minor stage, this master's unique skill had finally entered the major stage after 4 years of precipitation and the life and death struggle at this moment. Tyrant blade slash has reached the major stage. Tyrant Blade True Meaning Level 8. Martial Arts Breakthrough. Gu Qingfeng poured all his strength into the evil-slaying blade and slashed out the most peak-level sword in his history. The blood-red sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth came into view, and the fear of death made Shen Wuodao's red eyes regain clarity for a short time, and the emotion called fear appeared on his face. No. Chapter 116 Qianyang Sword Sect. The flash of the knife was gone in a flash. Shen Wuodao stood there in a daze. The next moment, a blood mark appeared between his eyebrows and then spread downwards. Puff! His body was split in 2. At the moment when Shen Wuodao died, the Vajra Buddha in the black fog was completely revived, and the layers of shackles broke, and a terrifying and cold breath burst out. Roar! The terrifying and ferocious roar shook the 4 directions. Gu Peng and others felt an unspeakable depression, making it difficult for them to breathe. The evil spirit revived. It was like a demon was born. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. At the moment when the Vajra Buddha just revived, the evil sword had already cut through the air. The latter instinctively raised his hand to resist, but he could not stop the power of the blade. Puff! The arm was separated from the body. A large amount of black blood gushed out. The earth was corroded. It was as if it was corroded by some terrible poison. The severe pain of the broken arm made the Vajra Buddha look even more angry, and his red eyes wished he could completely devour Gu Qingfeng. He saw the other party's intact left arm punch out, and the black fog surged, and the air seemed to be completely frozen by this cold breath. Gu Qingfeng looked fearless. I killed Shen Wuodao, how much trouble can a mere evil spirit sealed in it cause? As soon as he finished speaking, the knife came out. The cold light of the evil-killing knife burst out, and in a blink of an eye, dozens or even hundreds of knives were slashed, leaving hideous scars on the body of the Vajra Buddha. The next breath, the scars expanded. Then the Vajra Buddha's body suddenly broke apart. The head was split in half, and the huge body was divided into dozens of pieces, but the evil spirit's vitality, which was so powerful that it could be called against the sky, did not really fall even at this level. Seeing the evil corpse wriggling strangely and trying to heal itself, Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. Bring the things here. Yes. Gu Peng did not dare to delay and hurried to the inside of the carriage. Soon, a golden coffin was carried out by him. Gu Qingfeng opened the coffin lid and saw that the other party's body was about to be completely healed. He threw it directly into the golden coffin, then closed the coffin lid and sealed it completely. Then, Gu Qingfeng's palm passed over the blade, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound, and then his blood fell on the golden coffin. The terrifying blood suppression, comparable to the sun furnace, made the coffin lid, which was shaking violently, quiet down in an instant. This is another method Gu Qingfeng found to suppress evil spirits. Blood suppression. But it needs to be supplemented with gold. The blood and qi of a powerful warrior is a great tonic for evil spirits, but it also has a great restraint. Especially now that Gu Qingfeng has perfected his bone refining and entered the 5th stage of refining organs, his blood and qi have already been condensed to a terrifying degree. In this case, when the golden coffin has already sealed the evil spirits, it is easy to suppress them with blood. At this time, Gu Qingfeng looked outside the Shenchuan sect. There, a strong breath is coming. Not long after, a middle-aged man in white clothes came slowly. Each step of the other party seems simple, but they can directly cross several feet. In less than a few breaths, the person has arrived here. When he saw the miserable situation of the Shenchuan sect and the cold breath left in the air, his eyebrows were raised immediately. When he saw the golden coffin, his face finally had some subtle changes. I didn't expect that Shen Wuodao was killed by you. Duanping looked at Gu Qingfeng deeply. Killed Shen Wuodao? He was shocked by the strength of the man in front of him. Originally, after receiving the news that Gu Jiazhuang wanted to attack the Shenchuan sect, Duanping rushed directly to the Shenchuan sect, but he didn't expect that he would be a step late. The Shenchuan sect was destroyed. Shen Wuodao died. It seemed that the evil spirits that revived in the other party's body were suppressed by the man in front of him. Peijing's people. Gu Qingfeng looked indifferent. He could see that the aura of Duanping in front of him was particularly strong, and he should also be a master-level strongman. Duanping said with his hands behind his back, I am Duanping, an elder of Tianyang sword sect. Shenwu King Peijing is the person supported by my Tianyang sword sect. Now that the Shenchuan sect has submitted to Peijing, it is equivalent to being affiliated with my Tianyang sword sect. Now that you have destroyed the Shenchuan sect and killed Shen Wuodao, you are against my Tianyang sword sect. Have you thought clearly about the consequences of this? Tianyang sword sect. When the others heard these words, their faces changed again and again. Gu Qingfeng licked his lips, his expression slightly strange. I heard that the Tianyang sword sect is an immortal sect, with a heritage of 10,000 years, and there are many powerful people in the sect. But Gu is very curious, how many powerful people are there in the Tianyang sword sect? Humph, you don't have to test it. Our Tianyang sword sect has been established for 10,000 years and has a deep foundation. There are many masters, and even more powerful magicians than masters. This kind of power is not what you can imagine. Duanping looked proud. He is indeed qualified to be proud. The Tianyang sword sect has a strong foundation, and it is a truly top existence in the whole world. Duanping is an elder of the Tianyang sword sect, and he is also in a high position. If it weren't for Gu Qingfeng's killing of Shen Wuodao, Duanping would not bother to talk so much nonsense with the other party. The Shen Chuan sect has been destroyed, Shen Wuodao is dead, and the matter is irreversible. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Hearing Gu Qingfeng's words, Duanping thought that the other party had surrendered, so he said coldly. Hand over the evil spirit carried by Shen Wuodao, Gu Jiazhuang surrenders to my Tianyang sword sect, and then cooperates with Beijing to take down Guangyang Mansion, then this crime can be offset. If not, when the strong men of my Tianyang sword sect arrive, I will make sure that your Gu Jiazhuang will be wiped out. Haha, it is said that the immortal sect will never be destroyed and is the real overlord of the world, but unfortunately I don't believe it. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly, and his words made Duanping's face gloomy. What do you mean? Gu's meaning is very simple. If I kill you, I wonder if the Tianyang sword sect can really destroy my Gu family village. Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with coldness. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed with a knife. The terrifying true meaning of the overlord knife came with a murderous aura, which made Duanping's face suddenly change. You dare to attack me? He didn't expect it. After knowing his identity, Gu Qingfeng actually attacked as soon as he said. Seeing the overlord knife slashing, Duanping also urged the innate qi to protect his body. The extremely strong qi power turned into the protective qi, turning the area within 3 meters into an absolute defensive barrier. At the moment when the innate qi appeared, the Zuxi knife had already slashed. The terrifying and domineering power bombarded the protective qi, and the strong qi appeared cracked in Duanping's horrified eyes, and then it was shattered. Chapter 117, Recognition of Strength. The body protecting aura is shattered. Duanping was about to escape from the Shen Fist sect without looking back. But it's a pity. Just when his body had just leaped up, he saw the light of the knife disappearing in a flash, directly splitting it in half. Blood spilled everywhere. An innate master died on the spot. Weak. It's really too weak. Gu Qingfeng looked disappointed. He originally thought that Duanping, as the innate master, could bring him some surprises, but he didn't expect that this person's strength was several levels worse than Shen Wuodao. At least. Even though Kami Wuodao died, he still had a great battle with himself. Look at Duanping again. Just one encounter and kill him directly. Gu Qingfeng's original fear of the innate Grandmaster completely collapsed at this moment. It is true that the Grandmaster is more powerful than the average Zhang refining Junior Grandmaster, but it is not as scary as Gu Qingfeng expected. But this is also related to the fact that Duanping did not refine evil into his body. If the opponent refines evil into his body and imitates Shen Wuodao, then the power of the warlock and martial arts will be superimposed, which will be somewhat different. The old owner is so powerful. Gu Pendang's face was filled with admiration even though he was complimenting him. Kill the Grand Master with one strike. Just ask how many strong men in the world can do this. Such a strong person is the existence that he has always followed. When the other outer disciples saw this scene, they were also shocked. They looked at Gu Qingfeng with eyes full of awe and admiration. In troubled times, the strong are respected. The stronger Gu Qingfeng's strength is, the more secure it is for them. Being with such a strong person is a great blessing in life. He stepped on the bones of many warriors from the Divine Fist sect. There was no blood on Gu Qingfeng's clothes. The long sword is sheathed. The other party said slowly, search the entire Shen Fist sect and eliminate all those who are alive. All the secret books of the sect will be moved back to the village. Those who died or were injured in this battle will be compensated by the village. Yes. Everyone took orders. Immediately. It was Gu Peng who led the other disciples and officially entered the Shenchuan sect and began to carry out the orders of killing people and confiscating their homes. Divine Fist sect. In the sect's main hall. Gu Qingfeng sat on the throne of the former sect leader, and below was the golden coffin containing the Vajra Buddha. The coffin was filled with blood, and every drop of blood contained an extremely powerful and fiery aura. This was the pure yang qi and blood that Gu Qingfeng had cultivated. This is the energy and blood power condensed by breaking the upper limit of Qingyang Ju. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After all, Qingyang Ju is only a high-grade martial arts, and the pure yang breath that is cultivated can suppress such evil spirits. However, Gu Qingfeng has many martial arts skills, and his qi and blood have been tempered countless times. The pure yang qi and blood he has cultivated is naturally not comparable to the pure yang qi and blood he has trained in Qingyang Ju. Compare the two. It's like the difference between a bright moon and a firefly. In other words, my current qi and blood strength is already more terrifying than the average qi and blood master. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. Thinking back on his battle with Shen Wuodao, he finally had a clearer understanding of his own strength. In the past, Gu Qingfeng only quietly improved his strength and rarely took action. Just take action. It basically ends with a flash kill. It seems that he has never really encountered a strong person who can really fight with him. Until this time. A battle with the master of the Divine Fist sect from hundreds of years ago made Gu Qingfeng truly understand what stage of his current strength he was at. Strong qi and blood. Comparable to a qi and blood master. It is even said that it is stronger than the average qi and blood master. Combined with the true meaning of the 8th level sword. In a sense, Gu Qingfeng is now at least equivalent to a true meaning Grand Master, and may be much more powerful than the average true meaning Grand Master. The words of an ordinary Grand Master are nothing in front of him. At this point, this can be seen from the fact that Duanping was instantly killed. I just don't know who is stronger or weaker compared to the so-called Grand Master now. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Grand Master. This realm that only existed in rumors, he had no possibility of learning for the time being. But after this battle, Gu Qingfeng gained great confidence. Although warlocks are respected in this world, when warriors are truly powerful to a certain extent, they are not necessarily weaker than warlocks. The top spiritual masters are no more than ordinary masters. Talking about strength, Gu Qingfeng suspected that he was almost at the same level as Duanping. Compared with veteran masters like Kanadao, it is a level lower. Guangyang Fuzhong. Many thousand-year-old sects and aristocratic families only have warlocks in the spirit-controlling realm. In other words, Gu Qingfeng found that his current strength seemed to be unmatched in the entire Guangyang mansion. Of course. Except for the evil spirit at the end of Juk Road. The power of the evil Buddha cannot be compared to that of Shen Wuodao. Even if Gu Qingfeng now has the strength to kill Shen Wuodao, he still does not have the confidence to face the evil Buddha of Jukwudao. As for killing Duanping later, Gu Qingfeng was not afraid of offending the Tianyang sword sect. To be honest, ever since Ji Zong's death, Gu Jiazhuang had already broken up with Peijing. Now the destruction of Shen Fist sect has completely offended the other party. Just as Duanping said. Under such circumstances, if Gu Jiazhuang wants to make up for the relationship between the two parties, it can only surrender to Peijing, or to surrender to the Tianyang sword sect behind the other party. It's a pity. Gu has never been in the habit of treating others like dogs. If the Tianyang sword sect is offended, I will be offended. I want to see how much background the so-called immortal sect has. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were slightly cold. Since you have been offended, there is nothing to hesitate about. When the break is continued, it will be disturbed. So, from the moment Duanping opened his mouth, it was already destined that the other party would die. After all, even if Duanping is let go, there is no possibility of easing the relationship between the two parties. In this case, it would be good to kill Duanping first and weaken the strength of Tianyang sword sect. Half a day later, Gu Peng comes. Behind him were several outer disciples. Everyone moved a dozen boxes and placed them in a row in front of Gu Qingfeng. All the martial arts secret books of the Shen Fist sect are here, and some of the gold is also here. Please take a look at it, the old owner. Gu Peng said with cupped fists. Gold. When he heard these two words, Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. What is missing most now? Apart from martial arts secrets, the rest is gold. Gold is the most important thing to seal evil spirits. Without gold, evil spirits are difficult to suppress. After all, evil spirits are difficult to kill. Gu Qingfeng currently has no way to kill evil spirits. The only remaining gold in Gujiazhuang was used as the coffin for the final suppression of Vajra Buddha. Now that a batch of gold has been found in the Shen Fist sect, it will undoubtedly solve an urgent need. Chapter 118 Hell Buddha Sutra. 10 chests of gold. Each box of gold contains about 2,000 taels. 10 chests of gold. That's 20,000 taels. And then, just 3 boxes of martial arts secrets. The Shenchuan sect has been passed down for thousands of years, and it can be considered a top sect with 2 strong masters. So, in terms of martial arts, the Shenchuan sect is naturally not lacking in anything. Adding all 3 boxes of martial arts together, there are hundreds of books. But Gu Qingfeng took a cursory glance and found that most of these martial arts involved the level of skin refining and blood refining. From blood refining to bone refining, the number of martial arts dropped sharply. Visible. Even with the foundation of the Divine Fist sect, there are not many high-grade martial arts. Of course, there are not many high-grade martial arts schools, but there are still 26. If Gu Qingfeng had broken through the perfect bone refining before, then the 26 high-grade martial arts would be extremely important. Only now, high-grade martial arts has little effect on him. Perfect bone refining. The reason why there is the word perfect. This means that there cannot be any improvement at this level. Even if Gu Qingfeng practices hundreds of thousands of high-grade martial arts in the future, it will not bring any increase to himself. This is the difference between perfect bone refining and ordinary bone refining. But, in addition to top-grade martial arts, there are also some top-grade martial arts and extraordinary martial arts involving internal organs refining. In 6 top martial arts schools, 3 extraordinary martial arts, as well as a Master of Martial Arts. Prajna Sutra. This is the martial arts directly directed at the innate master. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. This is the first master martial arts he has acquired in a real sense. Although the red flame divine art can also allow people to break through the master level, when it comes to grades, it is naturally not as good as the Prajna Sutra in front of them. Just because the Prajna Sutra not only allows people to break through the innate, but also points directly to the peak of the innate. This method is divided into 13 levels. The first 9 levels are the cultivation methods below the master level. The next 4 levels involve the complete innate realm. From the initial entry into the innate world to the peak of the innate world, there are complete records in the Prajna Sutra. It can be said, just rely on this. The Prajna Sutra is much more precious than the red flame divine art. Of course, everything has 2 sides. Although the upper limit of the Prajna Sutra is higher, if we look at the difficulty of breaking through the Grand Master alone, it is undoubtedly much easier to achieve the red flame magic. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel. Prajna Sutra, not yet started. This martial arts has been completely included in the attribute panel. This time, Gu Peng's eyes signaled the others to step back, and then he took out a black iron box from his pocket. The top seemed airtight, with only a small hole at the top that seemed to be used to insert the key. This is what my subordinates found on the highest floor of Shenchuan sect's scripture pavilion. There is no extra martial arts on that floor, only this box. The subordinate felt that this box was absolutely extraordinary, but unfortunately he could not find the key, so he came to show it to the old owner. Qingfeng's expression did not change when he heard this. He took the box and looked at it carefully for a moment, then squeezed it hard with 2 fingers, only to find that the box did not move at all. This level of sturdiness is enough to show how extraordinary the black box is. After all, Qingfeng's cultivation has now reached an extraordinary level. Even the strength of 2 fingers is more than 10,000, and it is just a matter of time to crush rocks into powder. Interesting. Qingfeng's expression became much more serious, and then he mobilized his energy and blood, and suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the black box suddenly sunk in. Immediately afterwards, he shook it hard with both hands. The box suddenly broke into 2 pieces. As the box shattered, the contents inside appeared in their sight. It looks like a piece of gold cloth embroidered with gold threads, with densely written words written on it. After a long time, Qingfeng withdrew his gaze. Hell Buddha Sutra. This is the name of the secret method recorded in the golden cloth. Strictly speaking, this is a secret method of refining evil into the body. The difference is, this secret method directly points to the realm of merging gods. In other words, if there is a successor who can bear the evil spirits after the death of Shen Wudao in the body, and then practice this Hell Buddha Sutra, he can hope to break the limit of the spirit-controlling realm in the future and step into the realm of merging gods. Fusion of God realm. It is a higher level than the spirit control realm. Warlocks at the peak of the spirit control realm are already comparable to ordinary masters. If they step into the God fusion realm, their strength will be at least at the level of a true intention master, and may even be comparable to a grand master. Shen Wudao has not stepped into this level, otherwise the outcome of this battle would be unpredictable. Like the Tianyang sword sect, I guess there are warlocks at the fusion of God realm, but as for whether there are existences above the fusion of God realm, it's unknown. Qingfeng thought to himself. Then he put away the Hell Buddha Sutra. The secret technique of refining evil into the body. Qingfeng will naturally not spread the news. However, it can also be seen from here that Duanping's purpose of coming here is probably to come for the Hell Buddha Sutra and the evil spirits on Shen Wudao. Needless to say, it goes without saying that an evil spirit that can give people a chance to advance to the fusion of God realm, as well as the corresponding secret technique, are precious. Even if there are sorcerers in the Tianyang sword sect who have reached the fusion realm, Qingfeng believes that there will not be too many sorcerers at this level. As for Duanping, he did not refine the evil into his body. It may be that the time has not come yet, or it may be that he is waiting for a special opportunity. But no matter what the reason is, it is not important. Duanping died. Everything is gone. Continue searching. There was a master of the true meaning in the Divine Fist sect thousands of years ago. So there is a high probability that there is a master of the true meaning left behind in the Divine Fist sect, or it may involve martial arts at the master level. Just one Prajna Sutra is not all of the Divine Fist sect. Qingfeng looked at Gu Peng and said in a deep voice. The Divine Fist sect is famous for its boxing, and there was a master of the true meaning thousands of years ago. This means that there must be a boxing martial arts in the Divine Fist sect. Moreover, it may involve the existence of the master's true meaning. This is just like the master's true intention that Gu Jiazhuang originally obtained. This kind of thing. In terms of preciousness, it is actually no less than the Prajna Sutra. I will do it right away. Gu Peng immediately took the order and left. Then, Qingfeng continued to comprehend the mystery of the Prajna Sutra. The 13th level of the Prajna Sutra. If he could comprehend it, it would allow him to further improve his strength. Moreover, as the ultimate skill of the peak of the innate, the foundation of each step of the Prajna Sutra, even if it is not perfect, it is very close to it. In this way, Qingfeng's subsequent perfect marrow washing and perfect internal organ refining will also become much easier. Observe the ultimate skill. Gu Qingfeng's qi and blood are automatically mobilized, and the difficulty of practicing martial arts at the corresponding level with a perfect body is suddenly reduced a lot. In just less than a moment, Gu Qingfeng successfully entered the first level of the Prajna Sutra. Chapter 119 Grandmaster and Number 039, S Notes. Half a day's work. The huge Shenchuan sect was turned upside down. Many antique paintings and magic weapons were taken away by Gu Qingfeng. Combined with some cash, this time, Gu Qingfeng estimated that he had looted at least 5 million taels of silver from the Shenchuan sect. It's hard to imagine. There are things worth 5 million taels of silver in a sect. Moreover, this does not include the existence of martial arts. If it is considered martial arts, then the value of the Shenchuan sect is at least more than 10 million taels. After all, the Prajna Sutra, a master's unique skill, is priceless. However, these things are not what Gu Qingfeng cares about most. What he cares about most is a volume of master's handwritten notes. Sun and Moon Fist Scripture. This is a handwritten note left by a strong man of the Shenchuan sect, recording a master's boxing method. More importantly, in this boxing handwritten note, the words contain the power of the master's true meaning. This kind of master's true meaning, Gu Qingfeng is not unfamiliar with it. It's a pity. The Sun and Moon Fist Scripture has been left for too long, and it has been comprehended by the masters of the Divine Fist sect for generations. The power of the true meaning in it has been weakened to a certain extent, as if it will dissipate at any time. Gu Qingfeng suspects that it is precisely because of this that the later talents of the Divine Fist sect did not continue to comprehend the Sun and Moon Fist Scripture, but kept this note, waiting for a disciple who is truly gifted and capable of understanding, and then let him comprehend this master's note. Otherwise, once the master's true meaning in it is exhausted, the value of this master's note will be greatly reduced. As notes that record the martial arts of the sect, the former contains the master's true meaning, while the latter does not. In comparison, the value of the former is far greater than the latter. There were not many teams when they came, but when they went back, there were more than a dozen carriages alone, and the things pressed inside were all treasures of the Divine Fist sect. Such a large team, from Liuyun Mansion to Guangyang Mansion, will certainly attract attention along the way. In this world, once you attract attention, it means endless trouble. However, no one in the Gujiazhuang team looked worried. It's very simple. Because there is not only Gu Peng, the head of the outer hall who can kill the deputy leader of the God Fist sect with one punch, but also Gu Qingfeng, the tyrant sword who can kill the master with one sword. Such a force is extremely terrifying no matter where it is placed, so why should we be afraid of a few refugees and bandits? So, anyone who blocked the road was basically solved. Not only that, Gu Qingfeng even asked Gu Peng to follow the clues and find the nests of these bandits who took action, and then wipe them out in one go. In this way, the bandit troubles on the road from Liuyun Mansion to Guangyang Mansion suddenly decreased sharply, and most of the bandits were directly wiped out by Gu Peng and his men. A strong man who has perfected the 5 realms of refining internal organs is a truly top existence in a prefecture, and a mere bandit can never be his opponent. To be honest, anyone with some strength would not become a bandit. So, Gu Peng killed people everywhere. At the same time, the supplies escorted by Gujiazhuang this time are also increasing. From the original dozen carriages to the current nearly 30 carriages, the extra things are naturally the things looted from various bandit dens. As the team gets bigger and bigger, the number of people who really dare to take action is getting smaller and smaller. In the Green Forest, there is news that this time it is the old owner of Gujiazhuang, Gu Qingfeng, who is personally leading the team. This is a half-step master recognized by the outside world. Anyone who dares to take action will die. Then, there is also news from Liuyun Mansion that the 1,000-year-old sect Shenchuan sect was destroyed, and the force that took action is suspected to be Gujiazhuang, and even an elder of Tianyang sword sect fell among them. As soon as this news came out, it shocked the four sides. A bandit leader in a mountain stronghold sighed when he heard the news. What a great Gujiazhuang, it's really a fierce dragon crossing the river, and that tyrant sword is really domineering. He actually led people across several prefectures to destroy the Shenchuan sect. The Shenchuan sect has stood for 1,000 years, and its foundation is also unfathomable. It is rumored that the master hundreds of years ago did not really die. Now that the Shenchuan sect has been destroyed, it is said that the Tianyang sword sect also has an innate elder who died at the hands of Gu Qingfeng. This person should not be provoked. Immediately, he ordered everyone in the mountain stronghold not to attack Gujiazhuang. Regardless of the rumors in the martial arts world that the tyrant sword killed an elder of the Tianyang sword sect, whether it would offend the Tianyang sword sect, but at least, that person is definitely not something that he and others can deal with. Even if the Tianyang sword sect later destroyed Gujiazhuang, it was the Tianyang sword sect that was powerful, but it could not be said that Gujiazhuang was weak. After all, from the moment the Divine Fist sect was destroyed, it already showed the strength of Gujiazhuang. If the rumors in the martial arts world are true, even if the tyrant sword has not broken through to the Grandmaster level, his strength is better than that of a Grandmaster. Grandmaster. Not to mention in a prefecture. Even in a county or a state, they are all truly top-notch masters. For a while, all the bandits were quiet. Even if Gu Qingfeng had people destroy the mountains and slaughter the villages, which seemed to be a slap in the face of the bandits, they turned a blind eye and did not dare to say a word. Just kidding. He is suspected to be a powerful person at the level of a Grandmaster, but who dares to be so presumptuous? Don't say Grandmaster. Even Gu Peng, a strong man who has perfected the 5 realms of Zhang refining, is not something they can deal with. And when many green forests disappeared, the reputation of Gujiazhuang also spread among the refugees. Precisely because Gu Qingfeng had people break down the mountains and destroy the villages and eliminate the bandits, many people were saved from the bandits, and even worse, they were indirectly saved by Gujiazhuang. This way, among the people, Gujiazhuang has earned a lot of positive reputation. To this, Gu Qingfeng didn't pay much attention. Now, all his attention is focused on the Grandmaster's notes. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. Although Gu Qingfeng now focuses on swordsmanship, it cannot be said that he is not passionate about boxing. Quite the opposite. Gu Qingfeng is extremely enthusiastic about martial arts all over the world, especially some advanced martial arts, which can arouse his inner interest. Today, the mystery of Sun Moon Boxing Sutra makes Gu Qingfeng a little obsessed. Especially the true meaning of the master contained in it gave him some different insights. They are both masters and masters. Ba Dao Zhan and Sun Moon Fist Sutra can also confirm each other. Although one is a sword technique and the other is a boxing technique, stones from other mountains can attack jade, so it is of great benefit for the two to corroborate each other. Faintly, Gu Qingfeng's understanding of tyrannical sword slash is getting deeper and deeper, and at the same time, he has begun to get a glimpse of the mystery of Sun Moon Fist Sutra. But if you want to really get started, it still takes some time. Chapter 120 Tianyang Sword Sect's Response. Tianyang Sword Sect. When the news of Duanping's death came back, the huge Tianyang Sword Sect was shocked. After all, any elder of Tianyang Sword Sect is a powerful person of the innate level. Such a powerful person has not died for a long time. Now, the impact of the death of an elder can be imagined. For a while, in Tianyang Sword Sect, many powerful people came out of retreat and gathered in the sect hall. At this time, on the empty throne of the sect master, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a strange and cold atmosphere spread in the hall. All the powerful people of the sect hurriedly stood up and bowed to the figure. "Greetings, sect master." "No need to be polite." The voice of the Tianyang sect master was hoarse, and his weird face was pale without any blood, but his eyes were slightly red, as if filled with infinite magic, making people dare not look at him. Duanping's death, what do you think? The red eyes of the Tianyang sect master fell on everyone, and everyone felt a great pressure. After a while, then a strong man from the sect said in a deep voice, "Report to the sect master, Gu Qingfeng openly killed Elder Duan and treated our Tianyang sword sect as nothing. I think that we should destroy Gu Jiazhuang with thundering means to restore the reputation of our Tianyang sword sect. Yes, Gu Jiazhuang should be destroyed. Gu Qingfeng has already died for killing the elder of our Tianyang sword sect. What tyrant blade, a mere warrior, dares to be so rampant? He really doesn't know how to live or die." When someone spoke, others also scolded, and their words did not take Gu Jiazhuang into consideration. Indeed, Tianyang sword sect also has this qualification. As the real hegemonic force in the entire Qingyun state, Tianyang sword sect can be said to be immortal. Gu Jiazhuang and its predecessor Gu family, together, have only been established for a mere 10 to 20 years. In this way, the Tianyang sword sect naturally has the confidence to not take Gu Jiazhuang seriously. The Tianyang sect master said lightly, "The one from the Divine Fist sect was a master hundreds of years ago. Later, he refined evil into his body and became a sorcerer in the Yuling realm. Even if he did not break through the fusion god, I think he is not much different. In terms of strength, Shen Wuodao is enough to be on par with the master of true meaning. Since Gu Qingfeng was able to kill Shen Wuodao, it means that this person's strength is at least at the level of the master of true meaning, and he may be on par with the half-step Grand Master. Such a strong man, even if a sorcerer in the fusion god realm takes action personally, he may not be able to take him down. Everyone present, how many of you have stepped into the peak of the fusion god realm, and how many of you can be sure to kill Gu Qingfeng?" As soon as these words came out, the hall was silent. The words of the Tianyang sect master completely broke the little pride in their hearts. The peak of the fusion god realm is only equivalent to a half-step Grand Master. If that tyrant sword really has the strength to match that of a half-step Grand Master, it is hard to predict who will win or lose if they really fight to the death. In addition, Gu Jiazhuang is in Guangyang Prefecture. If our Tianyang sword sect mobilizes in a large scale, the court may not just sit back and watch. In the past, if Gu Qingfeng did not show enough value, the court might have left it alone. But now there is a strong man who is suspected to be a true master, or even a half-step Grand Master. I am afraid that the court is also looking for an opportunity to pull Gu Jiazhuang into their camp. So let's put Duanping's matter aside for now. Within 100 years, I will personally take action and go to kill Gu Qingfeng." The words of the Tianyang sect master made everyone's eyes light up. Is the sect master going to break through? After wasting so many years, it's time to break through. Within 100 years, I will definitely break through and completely suppress that evil spirit. The Tianyang sect master's eyes were bloody, and his whole expression was a little more weird and ferocious. This feeling is like a person with two faces. After a moment, the expression of Tianyang sect master returned to normal again, but the redness in his eyes seemed to deepen. The next breath, the figure of Tianyang sect master disappeared in the hall. At the same time, in a secret room, the cold and strange aura of Tianyang sect master suddenly burst out, and a shadow twisted and struggled wildly behind him, as if something was about to crawl out of it, with blood-red eyes, like a ghost in hell. "Go back!" Tianyang sect master roared in a low voice, and a powerful force burst out, forcibly suppressing the strange power. After a long time, Tianyang sect master looked gloomy. The speed of the evil spirit's revival is getting faster and faster. We must hurry up to break through. When we enter the realm of spiritual enlightenment, we can truly suppress this evil spirit. At that time, there will be no one in the world who can be my opponent. The Taixuan dynasty has ruled the world for 3,000 years. Now it's time for my Tianyang sword sect to come. The leader of Tianyang sect muttered to himself. If a sorcerer fights with excessive load, the evil spirit in his body may be revived. Once the evil spirit revives, it will be difficult to truly suppress it. Now, this is what the leader of Tianyang sect does. So, he wants to break through. Break the limit of transformation and advance to a higher level. Only in this way can the awakened evil spirit in the body be suppressed again. Gu Qingfeng is a talented boy. He can reach the level of a half-step grandmaster in less than 100 years. Within 100 years, this boy may have the hope of becoming a grandmaster. Grow up. The flesh and blood of a grandmaster is much more delicious than that of an ordinary warrior. If he breaks through to the level of a god and swallows a grandmaster, he can save a lot of effort to consolidate his realm. This is another reason why the Tianyang sect master did not act immediately. Because he saw the potential of Gu Qingfeng to break through to the level of a grandmaster. Under the heavens, grandmasters are rare. If a new grandmaster can be swallowed, the benefits are simply unimaginable. So, the Tianyang sect master is waiting for a real opportunity to act. Afterwards, the Tianyang sect master closed his eyes again, and a strange and evil cold aura filled his body. When the Tianyang sword sect did not make any moves for the time being, on the other side, Pei Jing was furious when he learned that the Divine Fist sect was destroyed and Duanping died. At this moment, he completely gave up the idea of recruiting Gu Qingfeng. Since he could not use him, he could only destroy him. However, because Gu Jiazhuang is in Guangyang Prefecture, even if Pei Jing is furious, he is out of reach. When Gu Qingfeng was able to kill Shen Wudao and Duanping, the opponent's strength was at least at the level of the true meaning Grandmaster. It is conceivable how difficult it would be to kill a true meaning Grandmaster across several prefectures. So, Pei Jing could only suppress his anger temporarily and order a fierce attack, trying to take down the entire Liaoyun Prefecture in the shortest time, and then use Liaoyun Prefecture as a base to erode the entire Taishan County. When the entire Taishan County falls under his control, it will be easy to deal with Gu Jiazhuang again. Chapter 121 Waiting for the Right Time. Guangyang Mansion. When the news came back from Liaoyun Mansion, the imperial court was overjoyed. The Shen Fist sect was destroyed. Shen Wudao and Duanping died. 2 master-level warriors fell into Gu Qingfeng's hands, weakening the rebels' strength in disguise, which was a good thing in the eyes of the court. Of course, Duanping was born in the Tianyang sword sect. Now that Duanping has died, he may anger the Tianyang sword sect and make the situation even worse. But one thing needs to be understood. Ever since Tianyang sword sect supported Pei Jing, the other party was officially on the opposite side of the imperial court. Regardless of whether Duanping's death will anger Tianyang sword sect, both sides are destined to have no room for relaxation. At present, Tianyang sword sect has not made a large-scale move, so it must be due to its concerns. Same reason. With such concerns, one more Duanping and one less Duanping actually have little impact. The timing is right. Even if Duanping is not dead, Tianyang sword sect will take action. On the contrary, if the time is not right, even if Duanping falls, Tianyang sword sect may not take any action. So, no matter which aspect you look at it, the collapse of the Shen Fist sect and the loss of a Grandmaster of the Tianyang sword sect are more good than bad for the imperial court. In the Taishan County Sheriff's Mansion, Tai Shi listened to the report of his subordinates. His eyes flashed. Gu Qingfeng, the tyrant swordsman, is rumored to be only a half-step master, but now it seems that he can kill Shen Wudao and Duanping, and his strength is at least the level of a Genii Grandmaster. The true master. In the entire Taishan County, they are all top-notch experts, comparable to the fusion of God Realm warlocks. There are many magicians in the world. But how many can truly enter the realm of merging gods? From here we can see how advanced Master Genii really is. Subsequently, Tai Shi looked at the people under his command and asked in a deep voice, "How is the situation in Liuyun Mansion now?" "Sir, the rebel king Peijing is now leading an army to capture Liuyun Mansion. Our resistance is limited. I am afraid that it won't be long before Liuyun Mansion will be completely destroyed." One person clasped his fists and said, "Hear the words." Tai Shi nodded slightly, "If Liuyun Mansion can't stop it, then just stop blocking it. Next, tighten all your strength. We only need to defend the 6 mansions of Taishan County's 12 mansions. Now the Zhongzhou man's time is running out. Once that man dies, the Taishuan dynasty will inevitably fall apart. When the situation in Zhongzhou comes to an end, it will be the time when the true dragon is born. By then, we will be able to command the attention of the new master with the strength of the 6 prefectures." These words were not treasonous, but everyone in the county guard did not show any surprise on their faces after hearing this. Just because everyone can clearly see the current situation in the court. The Taishuan dynasty has dominated the world for 3,000 years, and now it is at the end of its power. Just waiting for the death of His Majesty, this 3,000-year-old dynasty will completely fall apart. Unless the Taishuan dynasty can produce another strong man who can dominate the world just like Taishuan Taizhou who lived 3,000 years ago. However, the probability is extremely slim. So, the collapse of the Taishuan dynasty is doomed. Nowadays, all the rebel kings who are qualified to compete for the big position are almost all competing for the world in Zhongzhou. An anti-king like Peijing who is still in Qingyun state with a 3-acre land has little prospect. Tai Shi did not take Peijing seriously. Even if the opponent is standing behind the Tianyang sword sect, it is the same. Immortal sect. There is more than just Tianyang sword sect in the world. Now Tai Shi just wants to wait for the situation to become clear before making a decision. If he rashly takes sides in the current situation, if he makes a mistake, it will be a disaster. On the contrary, watch from the sidelines is the best choice. At the same time, Tai Shi is the governor of Taishan County and has a large number of troops. He is also qualified to watch from the sidelines. The premise is that you must ensure that you have enough strength in your hands, otherwise even if a real dragon is born behind you, the other party may not be able to take a liking to you. Tai Shi thought so. Others in the sheriff's mansion also had the same idea. Or rather, people with different ideas have long been eradicated. Subsequently, someone asked, "So, what measures should we take at Gujia's Wang? You can reveal our goodwill a little bit. As for the rest, there is no need to go to war for the time being." Tai Shi pondered for a moment and then said immediately. With a true intent Grandmaster level of combat power, the sheriff's mansion will naturally show goodwill to him, but for the rest, there is no need to worry about it for the time being. In Tai Shi's view, Gu Qingfeng was an arrogant person. Even if the governor's office offered him an olive branch, he would not necessarily accept it readily. It is better to show goodwill first, wait until the Tianyang sword sect really takes action later, and the other party feels the pressure of the immortal sect, and then the sheriff's mansion comes forward to recruit, then the success rate will be much higher. Tai Shi had his own concerns about these things. Gu Qingfeng completely ignored the shock caused by the destruction of the Divine Fist sect and the death of Duan Ping. Him now. All things have been transported back to the village. Father. Gu Yang looked at the dozens of carriages in front of him and the deep dents on the ground, and could vaguely guess what the carriages were carrying. In fact, before Gu Qingfeng came back, the news from the world was spread first. When he learned that Gu Qingfeng had killed a grandmaster, Gu Yang was also shocked. But the shock was not as big as expected. Because Gu Yang discovered that as Gu Qingfeng's various trump cards were revealed, his father became increasingly mysterious and unpredictable, often doing some shocking things, which in his opinion were considered normal. But normal is normal. If he really saw so many supplies appearing, Gu Yang would never be able to calm down. These are all belongings of the Shenchuan sect and the bandits' villages along the way. Please take some inventory. Some of the boxes contain martial arts. You can handle them as you watch. However, the rest of the gold must not be touched. This will be used to seal evil spirits in the future. Thing. Gu Qingfeng said. My child understands. Gu Yang nodded. After seeing Gu Qingfeng leave, he started asking people to count the supplies. 30 or 40 carriages were all piled with supplies. As each box was lifted down and opened, what came into view was a large amount of silver, antique calligraphy, and paintings, etc. See this scene. Gu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, with this batch of supplies here, it will be much easier to do things later. If you want to secretly train and build an army, you must have enough money as support. Just relying on a Gu family village is actually a drop in the bucket. But now that such a large number of resources are available, it can alleviate the urgent needs to a great extent. So, that's why Gu Yang was so excited. In fact, no matter who sees so many resources, it is difficult to remain calm. Chapter 122 Information Panel refreshes. So, in the first battle in the Shen Fist sect, my father directly killed a powerful master in an instant. Gu Yang's eyes moved slightly as he listened to the report from his subordinates. Kill the Grand Master. With the instant kill master. Those are two completely different concepts. Immediately, Gu Yang had an idea in his mind. This time, Gu Yi also raised his hand and said, Master, according to the news from other secret guards, Beijing is now aggressively attacking Liaoyun Mansion, and the court seems to have no intention of resisting at all. A large number of active forces have withdrawn from Liaoyun Mansion, and the Taishan County Sheriff may have some ideas. Hear the words. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. You mean that the governor of Taishan County is not loyal to the imperial court? From the current point of view, Tai Shi'ai is not willing to die for the Taishuan dynasty. Gu Yi said. Gu Yang immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked at Gu Yi and asked, I originally asked you to investigate Mu Qing's situation, is there any news now? Please take a look at it, owner. Gu Yi took out a secret letter from his pocket and handed it to Gu Yang with both hands. The latter opened the secret letter and glanced at it, with a smile on his face. Good. It seems that the Taishuan dynasty should indeed die. I don't know about the other 9 states, but at least the officials in Taishan County have their own ideas. Now this secret letter records some secrets about Mu Qing. After a while, Gu Yang said, in 3 days, I want to meet with Magistrate Mu. Yes. Gu Yi accepted the order and retreated. Half an hour later, Gu Er came. Meet the owner. How's the inventory of all supplies going? When he saw the other party arriving, Gu Yang's expression also became positive. Gu Er cupped his hands and said, for the information of the village owner, all the supplies have been counted. Among them, there are almost 60,000 taels of silver, 6.84 million taels of silver notes, and many antique calligraphy and paintings, which are worth almost 2 million taels. Hearing this, Gu Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled. According to the other party, the sum of all the silver notes and silver taels is a full 6.9 million taels. If antique calligraphy and paintings are included, it is infinitely close to 9 million taels. This is an extremely scary number. At least, it turns out that Gu Jiazhuang's entire family fortune was emptied, and it was not as much as 9 million taels. Not to mention 9 million taels. Even half of it is still inferior. After all, regardless of the fact that Gu Jiazhuang's current family has a great business and is the overlord of the Beishi Dao arena, all the major forces bow to his orders. But the many disciples in Gu Jiazhuang spend a lot of money every day, so if they can spend 2 to 3 million taels, it is almost the limit. And once so much money is used, it may even affect the operation of the entire Gu Jiazhuang. But things are different now. 9 million taels of silver is absolutely enough room for maneuver. Immediately disguise all the antique calligraphy and paintings, and then use 4 million taels of silver to purchase food from various places. You must be careful about this matter and do not attract the attention of other forces. At the end of his speech, Gu Yang gave another warning. If it were in the prosperous times, millions of taels of silver would be spent in one place to buy food, which would cause a lot of shock. What's more, in the current troubled times, food is particularly scarce. Not to mention 4 million taels of silver dropped in one place, hundreds of thousands of taels are enough to attract the attention of many forces. But purchasing grain is essential. In this way, it is necessary to break it into parts, but this approach also adds a lot of risks out of thin air. There is no risk in doing anything. In Gu Yang's opinion, such risk is completely acceptable. Gu Yang acted. Gu Qingfeng did not intervene. It's just that the information panel refreshes from time to time, which allows him to understand the other party's movements. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng found that the updates to the information panel seemed to be becoming more and more complete. In the past, the corresponding prompts would only be triggered when it related to the training and combat of the heirs, but now there are more triggering methods. Your heir Gu Yang successfully instigated rebellion against Mu Qing, the prefect of Beishi City. Your heir Gu Yang teamed up with Mu Qing to secretly recruit troops. The power of your heir Gu Yang is gradually expanding. Your heir Gu Yang is buying grain from all over the place. Your heir Gu Yang was furious when he learned that some food had been robbed by bandits, and ordered the secret guards to lead people to destroy the mountain and destroy the stronghold. Your heir Gu Xiu has broken through to the lower level of leather refining. Reward improvement points *5. Your heir Gu Xian has gained some understanding of the Gu family boxing and has improved somewhat. Your heir Gu Shennan has improved his qualifications by cutting the marrow of the I Ching. Your heir. The messages on the information panel are refreshed very frequently now, and lines of text appear densely, making Gu Qingfeng fully aware of Gu Yang and others even without leaving home. But when he saw the news that Gu Yang had successfully instigated Mu Qing, Gu Qingfeng looked slightly startled. It seems Yang Er is ready to take action. Mu Qing is the prefect of Beishi City. Once he instigate opposition, it will be equivalent to the entire Beishi City falling under the control of Gu Jiazhuang. And look at the information panel. After Gu Yang instigated rebellion against Mu Qing, he took advantage of this opportunity to recruit troops secretly to expand his power. It can be seen that Gu Yang is also acting in the direction that Gu Qingfeng expected. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng did not plan to intervene too much. Since he learned the true use of the golden finger, Gu Qingfeng did not intend to interfere in the affairs of the descendants of the future generations. As long as it does not affect the foundation of the entire Gu family village, then all problems are not problems. And if you want to really stabilize the foundation, the most normal way is to improve your strength as much as possible. The main source of Gu Qingfeng's strength improvement comes from the descendants of the future generations. So, Gu Qingfeng is now completely in a free-range state. He wants to see if he can trigger some useful achievements by letting Gu Yang do whatever he wants. In terms of the current accumulation of foundation, as long as he can trigger new achievements, Gu Qingfeng is 100% sure that he can break through the Grandmaster realm. Once he breaks through the Grandmaster, even if Gu Qingfeng faces a Grandmaster, he will have some confidence in challenging him. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at other information again. Gu Xiu broke through. This was within his expectations. After all, both Gu Xian and Gu Xiu have cleansed their roots since childhood, and their talents are quite good. But now that Gu Xian has broken through first, it means that he is the more talented of the two. But even if Gu Xiu is not as good as Gu Xian, he will not be too far behind. It is normal for Gu Xiu to break through after the former has broken through the late stage of skin refining for some time. With Xianer and Xiuer's talents, it won't take too long to break through the perfect skin refining. Even if it is the later blood refining realm, as long as there are enough natural materials and treasures to assist in cultivation, they can break through quickly. The 5 points of improvement in the late stage of skin refining, the perfect skin refining and the initial stage of blood refining must give more points. Chapter 123, the fourth level of the Prajna Sutra. Next time, Gu Qingfeng practiced with all his strength. What he mainly cultivates now is 2 special skills. Red Flame Magic. Prajna Sutra. The former is still stuck at the 4th level of perfection, and it still takes some time to polish it if it wants to break through to the 5th level. As for the latter, Gu Qingfeng found that after tempering his body to perfect bone refining, the difficulty of the 3 levels of skin refining, blood refining, and bone refining was much lower than before. In his opinion, this should be because his physical body is perfect and there is nothing that needs to be tempered, so the breakthrough in these 3 realms is as simple as eating and drinking. Less than a month, Gu Qingfeng practiced the Prajna Sutra to the 3rd level of perfection. But, although the breakthrough of Prajna Sutra was very fast this time, there was almost no change in terms of his own strength. To this, Gu Qingfeng also understood the reason. Still the same sentence. Physical perfection. It has reached the point of no further progress. No matter how mysterious the Prajna Sutra is, it cannot bring any changes to the perfect physical body. But, once the Prajna Sutra breaks through to the 4th level and enters the realm of marrow cleansing, things will become different. Because Gu Qingfeng has not yet reached the stage of perfect marrow cleansing. As long as the marrow cleansing has not reached a perfect level, each time you practice a marrow cleansing technique, you can slightly improve your own strength. As for the extent of improvement, it depends on how far the cultivation method can be refined at the level of marrow cleansing. Inside the knife sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, the blood and energy in his body vibrating, like a surging river, hitting his body one wave after another, like the I Ching cutting through the marrow. But Gu Qingfeng is indeed cutting the marrow in the Book of Changes now. To be precise, it should be said that it is marrow cleansing. It has been more than half a year since he obtained the Prajna Sutra, and Gu Qingfeng has finally reached the 4th level of impact. Nowadays, the blood energy in his body is powerful, constantly washing the bone marrow, removing impurities in the bone marrow, and gradually bringing it to a perfect level. I don't know how much time passed, but Gu Qingfeng's body was shaken, and the thin layer of dirt attached to the surface of his body was directly shaken away. Close your eyes and open them. Gu Qingfeng exhaled a foul breath. Call. Subsequently, he was looking at his attribute panel. Prajna Sutra, the 4th level of entry, the 3rd level of Prajna true body. Finally a breakthrough. A rare smile appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. I practiced hard for half a year. He finally took a crucial step, allowing the Prajna Sutra to break through the 3rd level barrier and enter the 4th level. Once entering the 4th level, Gu Qingfeng truly realized the power of this technique. The powerful person who created the Prajna Sutra is extraordinary. Let's not talk about other things for now. This unique skill has reached a perfect state in terms of cleansing the marrow. In this way, if I want to break through the perfect marrow cleansing, I don't need too many top-notch martial arts skills. The marrow cleansing chapter of the Prajna Sutra is worthy of the accumulation of several top-level martial arts. At the moment when the Prajna Sutra broke through to the 4th level, Gu Qingfeng directly used the improvement points to break through. 10 points for improvement. The 4th level of the Prajna Sutra is completed. 10 points for improvement. The 4th great achievement of the Prajna Sutra. In almost a moment, Gu Qingfeng directly upgraded the Prajna Sutra to the 4th level of perfection, nearly the 4th level of perfection. Such an improvement. It made Gu Qingfeng feel that his strength had increased by at least 10%. Then, Gu Qingfeng looked at the remaining 3 improvement points, shook his head slightly, gave up the idea of continuing to improve, and looked at the information panel. After half a year, the information panel is also constantly refreshed with information. Your heir Gu Yang continues to recruit troops, and his power is getting stronger and stronger. Your heir Gu Yang killed the first level skin refining warrior *186. Your heir Gu Yang killed the mid-level skin refining warrior *78. Your descendant Gu Yang killed a lower level warrior in the blood refining realm *1. Your heir Gu Yang conquered Liaoyun village and gained a lot. Your heir Gu Yang realized himself during the battle and his strength improved slightly. Your heir Gu Xian has gained some understanding of the Gu family boxing, and his strength has slightly improved. Your heir Gu Xiu has gained some understanding of the Gu family boxing, and his strength has slightly improved. Your heir Gu Yang is facing an attack by a strong person at the lower level of the bone refining realm. Your heir Gu Yang is facing an attack from a mid-level marrow cleansing realm expert. Your heir. A large amount of information has been refreshed in the past 6 months, and most of the information is related to Gu Yang, with occasional mentions of Gu Xian and Gu Xiu. But the latter two are basically background panels. This is also normal. Gu Xian and Gu Xian were too young and basically practiced in Gujia's Wang, so naturally they didn't have much experience to speak of. But in the past 6 months, Gu Yang has been in dire straits. He is either on the road to recruiting troops, or attacking various bandit nests in the village, and plundering resources from these green forest forces. Commonly known as black eats black. Once or twice is enough. If you do this more often, it will inevitably attract people's attention. However, Gu Qingfeng was not too worried. After all, he had left the hundreds of secret guards in charge of Gu Yang. The 3 secret guard commanders were all masters of the 5 realms of Zhang refining. As long as the master did not come out, there would be no big problem. Therefore, although the information panel is refreshed frequently, and occasionally even strong men with marrow cleansing realm take action, so far, Gu Yang has been like a duck in water. Moreover, Gu Yang is not a reckless person. Gu Qingfeng still knew enough about his son. Liaoyun village. Now there are corpses everywhere. All the bandits were killed, Gu Yang's clothes were stained with blood, and in front of him were a group of secret guards led by Gu Yi. At the same time, there was also a person lying there on the ground, but the other person's limbs were weirdly twisted, as if they had been broken by brute force. Gu Yang looked at the other party with indifferent eyes and said calmly, "Tell me the purpose of your coming here, and I can make your death easier." Haha, if you offend my blood spirit sect, you won't end up well. If you want to get something out of my mouth, don't even think about it. The man spat angrily, making Gu Yang look slightly cold. Subsequently, he looked at Gu Yi who was standing aside. "Have someone ask you carefully. I want to find out what the relationship is between Blood Spirit Sect and Liaoyun village, and who leaked our whereabouts this time." Subordinates take orders. Gu Yi said with cupped fists, and then gave a signal with his eyes, and a secret guard immediately dragged the person down. Soon, there were shrill screams coming from outside. The screams lasted for half a quarter of an hour before they stopped, and then another half-quarter of an hour later, the secret guard walked in from outside. Chapter 124 Blood Spirit Sect. Master, this person is an elder of the Blood Spirit Sect. The purpose of Liaoyun village is to provide population for the Blood Spirit Sect and for the cultivation of the Blood Spirit Sect's sorcerers. In fact, it's not just Liaoyun village. There are also some other green forest forces behind which the Blood Spirit Sect has its shadow. The Dark Guard said in a deep voice. Gu Yang heard this and his expression was slightly cold. "It seems that we have destroyed too many mountain strongholds during this period, which attracted the attention of the Blood Spirit Sect, so they sent people to check it out." Gu Yang also heard about the Blood Spirit Sect. 12 prefectures in Taishan County. Among them, Qingzhong Prefecture is the leader. The Blood Spirit Sect is a 1,000-year-old sect in Qingzhong Prefecture. What surprised Gu Yang was that the blood spirit sect had already reached out to Guangyang Prefecture since some time. Normally, the rivers and lakes of a prefecture do not allow outside forces to intervene. Now the blood spirit sect secretly intervenes. If the news leaks out, it will also cause hostility from other local forces in Guangyang Prefecture. Of course, this is also the time in the past. Now that an evil Buddha has appeared in Juk Road, the strength of the sects and families in Guangyang Prefecture has been greatly reduced. It is estimated that because of this, there is an opportunity for the blood spirit sect to take advantage of the situation. Gu Yang's understanding of the blood spirit sect is also limited. Immediately, he looked at Gu Yi and said, "Let someone check the details of the blood spirit sect, and let all the secret guards come back. Don't make any moves for the time being." Since this time the annihilation of the mountain stronghold has attracted the attention of the blood spirit sect, Gu Yang must be more cautious. The 1000-year sect is not weak. Moreover, Gu Yang deliberately concealed his identity during this operation and did not leave a single survivor. If he is exposed because of the blood spirit sect, it will also be a big trouble. In the final analysis, the foundation of the head of the Gu family is too weak now. In the past 6 months, although Gu Yang secretly recruited soldiers and horses to expand his strength, and took Beishi city as the foundation, he gradually expanded outward, allowing several cities on Beishi road to fall under his control. But even so, such a force is not enough. Immediately, Gu Yang led his men away. Taken away with him were many resources of Liuyun village. At the same time, in the dungeon of Liuyun village, Gu Yang found many people who had been imprisoned for a long time. These people were mostly young and strong, but they were starving to death. In this regard, Gu Yang did not show up in person, but only asked the secret guards to secretly open the dungeon, and then led people to evacuate. 2 days later, a middle-aged man came. He looked at Liuyun village, where there was no one alive, with a calm expression, but when he saw a body that was tortured beyond recognition, his expression suddenly became gloomy. "I dare to kill the elders of my blood spirit sect. I want to see who did it." Yan Shaoyang's eyes were cold. The corpse in front of him was an elder sent by the blood spirit sect to Liuyun village. A few years ago, an evil Buddha appeared on the Juk Road in Guangyang Prefecture, causing heavy losses to all the aristocratic sects, and giving the blood spirit sect an opportunity to get involved in Guangyang Prefecture. After that, the blood spirit sect sent strong men into Guangyang Prefecture to secretly control many forces, thinking that they would collect enough resources and population for the sect's cultivation needs. Result: half a month ago, many green forest forces controlled by the blood spirit sect were wiped out one after another. After the news was passed back, the blood spirit sect was furious and immediately sent Yan Shaoyang and another elder to investigate the situation. Yan Shaoyang was responsible for going to other forces, and the other was responsible for going to another part of the forces. Result: not long after, there was news that Liuyun village was destroyed. When Yan Shaoyang arrived, he found that he was one step late after all. Yan Shaoyang didn't really care about the death of an elder of the blood spirit sect. There are many elders in the blood spirit sect. A mere elder in the marrow cleansing realm is just an ordinary elder. One more or one less will not have any impact. However, the death of the other party this time means that someone is provoking the blood spirit sect. Yan Shaoyang also had to wonder whether the forces in Guangyang Prefecture had noticed something. The destruction of Liuyun village and other green forest forces was related to those forces. Then, Yan Shaoyang carefully examined the wounds on the corpse. 7 killing sword techniques. This is a military martial art. No, there is still some breath of red flame palm power in it. Could it be someone from the red flame sect? Yan Shaoyang's face changed. 7 killing sword techniques. Red flame palm power. Although the former is a military martial art, it has also been lost in the world. It is normal for other forces to obtain it, but the red flame divine art is different. So, Yan Shaoyang has reason to suspect that these things are related to the red flame sect. Thinking of this, Yan Shaoyang's heart sank. If it was other forces that took action, then the blood spirit sect would not be too worried, but if it was the red flame sect, the problem could be big or small. Even though the red flame sect's strength has been greatly reduced, it is still a 1,000-year-old sect. In addition, this is Guangyang Prefecture. If a conflict really breaks out, the blood spirit sect may not be able to get any benefits. With this in mind, Yan Shaoyang turned around and left. This matter is very serious, and he has to go back and report it to the sect. Gu family manor. Gu Yang brought people back and then reported the matter of the blood spirit sect to Gu Qingfeng. In this regard, Gu Qingfeng looked calm. Don't worry too much about the problems of the blood spirit sect, and the so-called 1,000-year-old family sects are not worth worrying about. The only thing to pay attention to now is those immortal sects. With what my father said, I feel relieved. Gu Yang was certain in his heart. He knew Gu Qingfeng's character very well, and he never did anything he was not sure of. Since the other party dared to say so, it means that the so-called 1,000-year-old family sects are really not worth worrying about. Thinking of this, Gu Yang couldn't help but ask, what level of cultivation is father now? My cultivation. Gu Qingfeng suddenly smiled. The path I take is different from that of ordinary warriors. In terms of realm, I should be considered to have perfected the 5 realms of refining internal organs, but in terms of strength, the master of true meaning can also kill me. If it comes to lifespan, even the master of qi and blood is inferior. In Gu Qingfeng's view, the martial arts he is taking now may be the real martial arts. As for the martial arts of others, it can only be said that they are incomplete, not fake. Gu Yang was shocked. It is said that the Qi and Blood Grand Master can live for 500 years. Father has not yet entered the Grand Master realm, so his lifespan can exceed that of the Qi and Blood Grand Master. There are flaws in the martial arts of the world. My father is on the perfect martial arts. People in the world think that sorcerers are respected and martial arts are inferior, but I don't think so. It's just that my father still needs some time to perfect the real perfect martial arts at present. If he can perfect it thoroughly in the future, he will pass it on to you. Gu Qingfeng looked solemn. Now sorcerers are respected and evil spirits are rampant. To put it bluntly, the world lacks the power to fight against the evil spirits of sorcerers. If the martial arts are really perfect, then the current situation can be expected to be broken. Chapter 125 The 9th level of the Red Flame Divine Art. Gu Yang left. He was digesting what Gu Qingfeng said earlier. There is a shortage of martial arts in the world. Perfect martial arts. Gu Yang was vaguely touched in his heart, but he was only at the lower level of blood refining now, so naturally he didn't have much experience. But now he is also trying to improve his strength as much as possible, and all the cultivation resources are poured into himself as much as possible. After all, in the past 6 months, many copycats have been wiped out, and Gu Yang has also received a lot of supplies from these copycats. Apart from secretly training troops, the rest of these supplies are more than enough for himself. Gu Yang had a premonition. He could achieve blood refining perfection in half a year at the fastest and a year at the slowest. Of course, judging from today's world, even if the blood refining is complete, it is still a bit unsatisfactory. How tall to stand? See how far? In the eyes of the weak, 1/3 of an acre of Beishi Road is the entire world, but in the eyes of the strong, a prefecture and a county are just a piece of cake. Gu Yang wants to take the route of competing in the world, so his vision will naturally not be short-sighted. But the meal must be eaten in one mouthful. The road must be walked step by step. At the moment, the main focus should be on breakthrough in blood refining and perfection. Other side. Inside the knife sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng didn't take the blood spirit sect's affairs to heart either. Since the battle in Liuyun Mansion, he has a clearer understanding of his own strength. Blood spirit sect. At best, it is comparable to the Red Flame sect. To be honest, with Gu Qingfeng's current strength, he has absolute confidence that he can destroy the Scarlet Flame sect. Just saying. It is easy to destroy a Red Flame sect, but the subsequent troubles caused are extraordinary. Still the same sentence. This world is the world of warlocks. If a warrior wields his sword against a magician, he is making an enemy of the magicians in the world. This is different from the original annihilation of the Shen Fist sect. Gu Qingfeng took action against the Shen Fist sect because the two sides had long had a grudge, and then the strength he showed was enough to make all parties fear him. If there hadn't been a grudge between the two parties and Gu Qingfeng was strong enough, the Shen Fist sect would have been destroyed, and Gu Jiazhuang would have been in big trouble. In the final analysis, it's still because of strength. With my current strength, I am not qualified to openly wield a sword against a warlock, but if I can make breakthroughs in martial arts in the future, these problems will disappear. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were indifferent. The warlock sect in the world controls almost all the top secret books. No matter what the reason is, Gu Qingfeng wants to take action against these forces. Only now is not the time. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and began to mobilize the power of qi and blood to wash away the muscles and bones of the physical body, temper himself, and practice the Prajna Sutra. Carry blood. Move around. The jade bones all over the body trembled, and the bone marrow inside vibrated. Impurities that were so weak that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye were gradually eliminated from the bone marrow. This goes on and on. Gu Qingfeng's cultivation level is slowly improving. Time flies. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. This past 6 months, Gu Qingfeng spent most of his time practicing in the sharpening hall, but through the information panel, he could also know what Gu Yang was doing now. As well as from the secret guard's mouth, I learned about some changes in the current situation in the world. Half a year. Shen Yuqing Peijing launched a massive army and brought the entire Liuyun Mansion under his control. After taking Liuyun Mansion, the Shenyu army stopped, as if the war had completely ended. But anyone with a discerning eye knows it. The so-called calm now is just a sign before the storm. Take Liuyun Mansion. The Shenyu army also needs repairs. When the repairs are over, it will definitely be a thunder offensive. Very simple. The situation in Zhongzhou is unpredictable and has become increasingly fierce. Peijing must seize the time to capture the entire Guangyang Mansion, then encroach on Taishan County, and then bring the entire Qingzhou under his control. While things were calm in Liuyun Mansion, Gu Yang was also secretly accumulating strength. Half a year. Gu Yang still sent secret guards to wipe out the bandits in various cottages and harvest resources from all parties for troop training. Originally, Gu Yang was also afraid of the existence of the blood spirit sect. But since Gu Qingfeng's words, he was completely relieved. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Since the blood spirit sect is nothing to worry about, there is no need to worry so much. I thought that doing this would make the blood spirit sect angry, but in the past 6 months, the blood spirit sect seemed to have completely disappeared. This made Gu Yang a little inexplicably disappointed, but at the same time he was secretly relieved. Call. Gu Qingfeng exhaled, his physical body's energy and blood flowed, and his muscles and bones crackled like thunder. It seems that it will take some time for the Prajna Sutra to be completed. Gu Qingfeng shook his head slightly. Although the Prajna Sutra has not reached perfection, there has been good progress in the Red Flame magical skills in the past 6 months. Ever since he broke through the 5th level of the Red Flame magic skill 4 months ago, he has been singing all the way. In a short period of time, Gu Qingfeng has directly passed through several levels, making the Red Flame magic skill break through the 9th level. But when the red flame divine art broke through to the 9th level, Qingfeng truly understood that after the 9th level of the red flame divine art, he could directly generate his true energy and break through to the ranks of innate masters. The rumored 10th level needs to be polished step by step. Since the 9th level of the red flame divine art, Qingfeng's energy and blood have been as blazing as fire, as astonishing as the blazing sun. At the same time, his meridians are always filled with a burning aura, and subtle power is born from it. Such power, in Qingfeng's opinion, it is the so-called true energy. The infuriating energy finally converges towards the danshan in the lower abdomen. What a pity! Now the danshan is not opened. These infuriating energy are constantly impacting, but they are still unable to break through the danshan barrier. According to Qingfeng's estimation, only when his true energy has accumulated to a certain level and his danshan is completely opened can he truly step into the 10th level of the red flame magic and break through to become an innate master. As for how long this will take, Qingfeng is hard to estimate. After all, judging from the speed at which this true energy is born, it will take at least several years, or even 10 years, to break through to the realm of the innate master. To this, Qingfeng couldn't help but shake his head. After 10 years of hard work, if I could get a chance to break through to become a master, I believe most people would be willing to do so. After all, there are not many masters in the world, so it is difficult to break through this realm. However, if I improve my points enough, I don't have to wait for 10 years. Having said that, but Qingfeng also understands that if there are enough improvement points, instead of using it to break through the realm of the innate master, it is better to beat the physical body to a perfect state first. The innate master's true energy is self-generated, which may not necessarily make him stronger than a perfect body. Before the Grand Master, the 5 sects of refining the internal organs, washing the marrow and refining the bones, etc. are all a process of refining the body. So, if you can refine your body perfectly, Qingfeng believes that his strength is definitely much stronger than directly breaking through the Qidian Grand Master now. Chapter 126 Heart Mutation. Your Air Qidian has achieved breakthrough in skin refining. Reward improvement points *10. If your Air Qidian has some enlightenment in cultivation, his strength will steadily increase. Your Air Qidian has secretly expanded his troops and his power has increased. Your Air Qidian has destroyed too many copycat villages, which has aroused the anger of the Green Forest forces. Your Air Qidian was attacked by a low-level marrow cleansing warrior. Your Air Qidian killed the mid-level bone refining warrior. Your Air Qidian killed 5 lower-level blood refining realm warriors. Your Air Qidian has achieved skin refining perfection. Reward improvement points *10. Your Air Qidian has been cleansed and his qualifications have been slightly improved. Your Air Qidian made a breakthrough during the battle and entered the lower level of blood refining realm. Reward improvement points *50. Reward bone refining pill *100. Reward marrow cleansing pill *100. Reward for the perfect martial arts wind and thunder sword technique. Come a month. The information on the information panel was constantly refreshing, and Qingfeng took a second look at it when he had free time. But the moment he saw Gu Yang's breakthrough, a smile finally appeared on his face. Blood refining is complete. Now it's finally time for me to break through. Gu Xian and Gu Xiu's breakthroughs provided not many improvement points, but they were adequate, and then came Gu Yang's breakthrough. It can be said 3 people broke through. A total of 70 improvement points, which is considered to have a lot of room for operation. Then, Qingfeng had a thought and took out the wind and thunder sword technique. The moment he opened the secret book, a stream of light entered his head. It seemed that he had been practicing the wind and thunder sword technique for many years, and all the memories were deeply ingrained in his mind. After a long time, Qingfeng let out a long breath. And then, just look at the properties panel. Wind and thunder sword technique, Perfection, Wind and Thunder Sword Intention Level 3. Level 3 Wind and Thunder Blade Intent. A cold light flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, and there seemed to be a terrifying truth that burst out like thunder in his eyes. The divine soldiers in the huge sharpening hall trembled slightly, as if they sensed something. The evil killing sword in the center let out a soft groan, and a powerful aura also emanated from it. Excellent martial arts. True meaning Level 3. The perfection of the 7 killing sword techniques of top-grade martial arts is to comprehend the true meaning of the first-level killing, and then break through the limitations to comprehend the true meaning of the second-level killing. But now that the Wind and Thunder Sword technique has been perfected, I have the third level of Wind and Thunder Sword intent. In this case, it is not that easy to cultivate the true meaning. Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. The Wind and Thunder Sword technique belongs to the top level among the best martial arts. Only when such a level of martial arts is perfect can the true meaning break through the third level. Visible. It is very difficult to break through the true meaning. Level 6 True meaning. Only then can one be considered to have entered the master level. So far, Gu Qingfeng masters the 3 true meanings. The true intent of killing Level 2. Level 3 of Fenglai True Intent. The true meaning of Ba Dao is Level 8. It is worth mentioning that the 3 true meanings are all the true meaning of sword techniques, which is of great benefit. When the true meaning of the sword technique is accumulated enough, Gu Qingfeng can use this opportunity to directly deduce and improve the true meaning of the domineering sword, allowing him to make breakthroughs. Arrive now. Gu Qingfeng has always understood the true meaning of the tyrant's sword, but has never been able to perfect the tyrant sword / and reach the 9th level of the true meaning. Shake his head. Gu Qingfeng looked at other parts of the attribute panel again. Nowadays, there are not many martial arts that he really needs to improve. The main ones are the Prajna Sutra and the Red Flame magical skill, and then the sword slash. I saw Gu Qingfeng's thoughts moving slightly, trying to break through the Red Flame magic skill. Breakthrough of the Red Flame divine art. It takes 50 improvement points. After noticing the information in his mind, Gu Qingfeng's expression became clear. Really? The Red Flame divine Kung Fu is not an extraordinary martial art, but a true master martial art. Otherwise, this improvement will not be a regular breakthrough, but a direct breakthrough and improvement. But Gu Qingfeng was slightly shocked when he saw that the master's martial arts improvement required 50 improvement points. 50 promotion points. Not a small amount. At least so far, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for Gu Qingfeng to save 50 improvement points. Certainly. These are only temporary. When the population of the Gu family increases in the future, the speed at which promotion points can be obtained will be greatly increased. Before that, Gu Qingfeng did not break through the Red Flame divine art, but instead focused on the Prajna Sutra. The Prajna Sutra has been upgraded to the 4th level of perfection. Spend 10 improvement points. As soon as Gu Qingfeng thought about it, he immediately raised the Prajna Sutra to perfection. However, at the moment when the Prajna Sutra reached its completion, Gu Qingfeng felt that an extremely powerful force seemed to revive in his body. Perfect marrow cleansing. No surprises. Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel. I saw that the moment he perfectly cleansed the marrow, his lifespan was increased by another 400 years. Got this far? Gu Qingfeng's lifespan is 1200 years. 1200 years, who said martial arts can't lead to immortality? Gu Qingfeng's eyes shone brightly. Perfect marrow cleansing means a lifespan of 1200 years, which is much stronger than that of a warlock of the same level. Gu Qingfeng understood. From the moment he entered the perfect martial arts, the legend that martial arts cannot achieve immortality was completely broken. Martial arts can also achieve immortality. As long as the body is spotless and perfect, lifespan can be greatly increased. Even marrow cleansing is like this. When he perfects the internal organs and even becomes a grand master, Gu Qingfeng believes that his lifespan will definitely break through to an even more terrifying level. At that time, longevity is not necessarily false. Take a deep breath. Gu Qingfeng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now he has not reached that step yet. The most important thing for Gu Qingfeng at the moment is to step into the perfect internal organs first. Looking at the remaining improvement points, Gu Qingfeng's mind moved slightly, and he directly upgraded the Prajna Sutra to the 5th level. Prajna Sutra, 5th level, Prajna True Body level 4. When this martial art entered the 5th level, Gu Qingfeng felt that his heart seemed to have undergone some kind of horrible transformation. Horrible blood and qi were fed back from it, and instantly flowed through his limbs and bones. This is the first level of perfect internal organ refining. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes and looked inside himself. He saw that his heart was now a little different from before. The blood fed back from it was no longer as red as before, but had a touch of barely noticeable gold. Yes. Gold. Now Gu Qingfeng suddenly found that his blood had become a little different. In this golden blood, Gu Qingfeng felt a completely different breath from before, as if the blood was now endowed with some mysterious power. Such a change! Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 127, The Improvement of Life Level. Interesting. Gu Qingfeng tried to cut his skin and squeeze out a little blood. He saw that the blood had a light golden color, and it also contained a powerful aura. The power of this kind of breath is not only reflected in strength, but also in the level of life, giving people a more noble feeling. Transformation of life levels. Could it be that when entering the stage of perfect internal refining, the warrior's life level can begin to transform? Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and then he left the knife-sharpening hall and entered the demon-suppressing prison. Today's demon suppression prison. There are 3 evil spirits imprisoned. Gu Qingfeng skillfully opened the golden coffin that sealed Yinghui, and then directly cut off part of Yinghui, trying to use his own energy and blood to obliterate Yinghui's existence. I saw that when my own energy and blood collided with Yinghui's remnant body, it was like water falling into hot oil, immediately arousing a strong reaction. Vaguely, Gu Qingfeng could even hear a shrill wail coming from Yinghui's broken body. But he ignored it, and instead used all his strength to mobilize his energy and blood, constantly consuming the remaining body of Yinghui. After a long time, Gu Qingfeng's energy and blood were almost exhausted, but there was no disappointment on his face. Instead, he had a smile that couldn't be concealed. Just because that small segment of the finger that represented Yinghui's remnant body has now completely disappeared. Sure enough, Gu Qingfeng looked overjoyed. Perfectly refining the internal organs will cause the heart to change, and then enhance the life level of the warrior. The so-called rumors of evil spirits and immortality will be completely broken. My current life level is probably a bit higher than that of the so-called warlocks. Although it is still a little worse than the evil spirits, my realm will continue to improve in the future, and truly killing the evil spirits will no longer be a problem. Even though it took a whole body of energy and blood to barely wipe away a severed finger of Yinghui, it seems that there is still a long way to go compared to truly eradicating an evil spirit. But there is one thing to understand. For many things, the real difficulty is just at the beginning. In the past, evil spirits were hard to eradicate, and even a broken finger was still hard to shake. But it's different now. Gu Qingfeng has already been able to erase a severed finger of a shadow ghost. When his level improves, it will not be a problem to truly eradicate an evil ghost in the future. This shows that the so-called rumors of evil spirits being immortal can be broken. In comparison, although the warlock is powerful, he does not have the ability to truly destroy evil spirits. If evil spirits in this world have the highest life level, then the life level of the warlock who carries the evil spirits is 1 level lower than that of the evil spirits, while the warrior is half a level lower than the warlock. This level of life has little to do with strength. That's why warlocks can be stronger than warriors, but warriors can also kill warlocks, but warlocks cannot kill evil spirits when they face them. Now, with the mutation of his heart, Gu Qingfeng's life level has been further improved. He is already half a level higher than a warlock and only half a level lower than an evil spirit. As long as he can truly raise all the 5 realms of Zhang refining to perfection, then Gu Qingfeng believes that his life level will definitely transform again, so that he can be at the same level as evil spirits. After walking out of the demon-suppressing prison, Gu Qingfeng felt that the sunshine had become much brighter. Evil spirits will never die. It was like a big mountain pressing on his heart. After all, no matter how much suppression is applied to such an immortal being, it is useless. The so-called suppression. There is a possibility that the seal will be broken one day. Only by truly killing evil spirits can we be able to get rid of them once and for all. Today, Gu Qingfeng saw the hope of killing evil spirits. As long as he can cultivate all the 5 realms of Zhang refining to a perfect level, he can hope to achieve a breakthrough in the level of life, and then kill evil spirits in a true sense. Return to the sharpening hall. Gu Qingfeng continued to practice the Prajna Sutra. According to his idea, the 5 levels of viscera refining only need to be completed once, and the subsequent simultaneous practice of the viscera refining level will be much less difficult. Given the difficulty of the Prajna Sutra, Gu Qingfeng was confident that it would take him half a year to successfully complete the 5 levels of Zhang refining. However, when he actually started practicing, Gu Qingfeng discovered that things were not as simple as he imagined. In the past, whether it was the Hunyuan Baijian or the Red Flame Divine Art, when it came to the 5 realms of viscera refining, it could be said that there was divine help during practice. But this time, the practice of Prajna Sutra is completely different. Obscure. Every step is difficult. Half a month later, Gu Qingfeng's expression was slightly gloomy. The difficulty level of practicing the Prajna Sutra has greatly increased. Unsurprisingly, it must be related to the perfect refining of the internal organs. My current tempering of the 5 internal organs is only one step away from perfect transformation. So if you want to really take this step, you need time to polish it bit by bit, so that you can have the possibility of a breakthrough. Just think of this. Gu Qingfeng's original plan to practice the Prajna Sutra to the level of perfecting the 5 realms of Zhang refining, and then use the improvement points to break through the Grand Master failed. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng used another 40 improvement points to directly upgrade the Prajna Sutra from the 5th level to the 7th level. 2 breakthroughs. Instead, 2 more of Gu Qingfeng's internal organs were successfully tempered, making his strength even more terrifying. At the same time, his life level was gradually and slowly improving. With my current blood and chi power, not to mention a broken finger of the shadow ghost, even a palm of the shadow ghost can be directly wiped out, but to really kill the shadow ghost in one breath, I can't do it for the time being. Gu Qingfeng felt the changes in himself. Compared with the previous heart mutation, he is now much stronger. However, this is not enough. In Gu Qingfeng's opinion, such strength is not enough for him to really kill the evil spirit. After all, if it really comes to a life and death battle, who has the time to wipe out the evil spirit bit by bit? After all, the evil spirit is not a dead thing and will not willingly allow itself to be wiped out. The evil spirit will run. It will also resist. So, what Gu Qingfeng has to do is to truly raise his life level to the same level as the evil spirit. In this way, it will become much easier to kill the evil spirit. However, after taking a look at the remaining 3 points of improvement, Gu Qingfeng gave up the idea of continuing to improve. Next, he will wait. Waiting for the descendants of the Gu family to make another breakthrough, he can directly use the improvement points to completely refine the 5 internal organs. At that time, Gu Qingfeng can start to break through the Grand Master realm. With my current strength, although I have not been able to truly wipe out the evil spirit, if I were to face Shen Wuodao again, I believe that one sword would be enough to kill him. Gu Qingfeng looked confident. Although he has not broken through the Grand Master realm, his strength is not comparable to the past. The only uncertainty is that Gu Qingfeng does not know who is stronger, himself or the rumored Grand Master. Chapter 128, Creating a Perfect Martial Art. Since the Prajna Sutra entered the 7th level, causing 3 abnormalities in the internal organs, Gu Qingfeng did not continue to practice the Prajna Sutra in the following time, but instead studied what he had learned, trying to create a truly perfect martial art. The reason for doing this? It is because the 2 levels of internal organ abnormalities require the Prajna Sutra to make a breakthrough, but the latter breakthrough is as difficult as ascending to heaven. So, instead of wasting energy on cultivation, it is better to go back and integrate what you have learned to see if you can combine yourself to create a perfect martial art. Even if you can't create a truly complete and perfect martial art, it would be good if you can have a prototype. At the same time, in terms of the red flame divine art, Gu Qingfeng also has no need to practice. The 9th level is perfect. True Qi is self-generated. Now he only needs to wait for enough time, and the red flame divine art will naturally break through to the 10th level, allowing him to prove himself as an innate master. The martial arts created by the ancients were either based on observing the nature of heaven and earth, or borrowing from the martial arts of their predecessors, and finally integrating their own unique insights, so that they could create their own martial arts. I am now practicing many martial arts, and I have the foundation for my own martial arts. Gu Qingfeng gradually calmed down, and began to gradually organize what he had learned, and then to verify the perfect body he had cultivated, and began to deduce the so-called perfect martial arts. The idea is very beautiful. But the reality is very cruel. When Gu Qingfeng really started to deduce, he realized how difficult it was to create a brand new martial arts. However, Gu Qingfeng also had enough time. After all, a lifespan of 1,200 years was already considered immortality in the eyes of many people. Since there was enough time, he could slowly study and research until he succeeded. When Gu Qingfeng was in seclusion to create his own martial arts, the situation in the world was also changing. First, it was the Shenyu King Peijing who led the army to openly attack Guangyang Prefecture. Although Guangyang Prefecture responded immediately, with a strong man from the imperial court leading the army to resist, Peijing's power was too strong, and with the help of the strong men from the Tianyang sword sect, Guangyang Prefecture was defeated step by step. With the defeat of the imperial army, the Shenyu army advanced straight into the city, and the huge Guangyang Prefecture was completely in chaos. Such a change! Gu Yang was the first to know about it. In Beishi City, in the government office, Gu Yang sat on the main seat, and below him were the prefect Mu Qing and officials from Beishi Road. Master Gu, the imperial army was defeated 3 days ago, and now the Shenyu army is coming fiercely. It is said that Peijing is leading a 100,000 strong army directly towards Beishi Road. Their purpose is obvious. If we don't respond to this matter, I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Mu Qing said very tactfully. The rest of the people can actually understand that this time, after the Shenyu army defeated the imperial army, they would send troops to Beishidao as soon as possible because of Gujia's Wang. Otherwise, Beishidao is inconspicuous in Guangyang Prefecture. Even if Peijing takes action, he can't take Beishidao first. But these words can be thought of in the heart, but they can't be said out loud. It's very simple. Today's Beishidao is surnamed Gu, and they all obey Gujia's Wang. Although the Shenyu army seems to be unstoppable at the moment, Gujia's Wang is not completely without foundation. If there is a real battle, the outcome is unpredictable. This is why these people did not directly turn to the Shenyu army, or abandon Beishidao and leave. If there is really no hope, these people will run faster than anyone else. This point, these people know it themselves, and Gu Yang knows it as well. He had never thought about how loyal these court officials would be to him. It can be said that all the court officials here now are people who cherish their lives and are greedy for benefits. Otherwise, the other party would not be willing to obey orders. Don't worry about the problem of the Xinyu army. My Gujiazhuang is not completely without foundation. It is wishful thinking to want to take down Bai Shidao with only 100,000 troops. In addition, I will report this matter to my father. Even if our army is really defeated, as long as my father is willing to come forward, I believe it will not be difficult to solve the problem. Gu Yang said here, and then he changed the subject. His words let everyone look stunned, and their faces showed awe involuntarily. Gu Yang's father. It is Gu Qingfeng, the tyrant's sword. It is rumored in the martial arts world. This person's strength is comparable to the top master of the true meaning. Another reason why they are willing to obey Gu Yang is because there is a top strong man standing behind him. In this era when there are no great masters, a top master of the true meaning is an invincible strongman. Even if the world respects sorcerers, there are only a handful of sorcerers who can really deal with the top masters of the true meaning. If you are someone who has just come into contact with the truth of this world, perhaps any sorcerer is completely invincible, and warriors are just ants in the eyes of sorcerers. But in fact, as court officials, they have a more thorough understanding of sorcerers. It is true that sorcerers are powerful. But it is also relative. For ordinary warriors, sorcerers are invincible. Even the weakest sorcerer can be on par with the warriors in the blood refining realm. But the so-called ordinary warriors naturally do not include the top masters of the true meaning. Immediately, someone said, if Senior Ba Dao is willing to help, there won't be a big problem. Okay, you guys keep paying attention to the movements of the Xinyu army, and report any news to me immediately. After Gu Yang finished speaking, he stood up and left with several secret guards. After he left, in the government office, everyone's expressions changed slightly. One of them looked at Mu Qing and said in a deep voice, Lord Mu, now that the Xinyu army is coming aggressively, are we really going to stand on the same boat with Gujiazhuang? Hearing this, the expressions of others changed even more. Mu Qing said indifferently, if we don't stand with Gujiazhuang, do we have any other choice? Let's not talk about the current chaotic situation. Just the tyrant sword behind Gujiazhuang is not someone we can offend. The fear of the top master of the true meaning is beyond your imagination. As long as that person is not dead, Gujiazhuang will not really perish. Let's not talk about whether Peijing can really take down Bai Shidao. Even if he can take down Bai Shidao, he will never dare to do anything to Gujiazhuang before he is absolutely sure of killing Gu Qingfeng. If the great king of Xinyu can't afford to offend him, why do you think we can afford to offend him? At the end, Mu Qing showed a sarcastic look on his face. It's hard to say whether they will die or not when the Xinyu army arrives, but if they offend a master of the true meaning, they will really die. As long as the tyrant sword is willing, it will be easy to kill them, and there will be no chance of survival in heaven and on earth. Mu Qing's words made those who had other ideas turn pale and immediately dismissed the few thoughts in their minds. Chapter 129 I will take action at the critical moment. Stepping into the grinding hall again, Gu Yang suddenly felt a terrifying knife intent filling the air, which made him feel chilled. Seeing this, Gu Yang looked solemn. He understood. This was a symbol of his father's strength improving again. Gu Qingfeng's strength seemed to be improving every moment, and the speed of such improvement could only be described as amazing. You are here. Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a cold and bloody light bursting out, which instantly made Gu Yang's hair stand on end, as if he had seen something terrible. Although this feeling came and went quickly, Gu Yang's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Father! Gu Yang took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, and then bowed. Gu Qingfeng asked calmly, tell me, but what happened? There was no need. Gu Yang almost never came to the grinding hall to disturb him. This was also Gu Qingfeng's order. The grinding hall was where he practiced in seclusion. Only a few people, such as Gu Yang, could enter and leave the grinding hall on their own. However, they would not come here unless it was necessary. Father, Beijing led the attack on Guangyang Prefecture a few days ago, and the imperial court was defeated. Now, 100,000 Shenyu troops are heading directly towards Baishidao. The purpose of the Shenyu army is obvious. What do you think we should do in this battle? Gu Yang said in a deep voice. Gu Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he glanced at him indifferently. What are your plans? I think that my Gu family manor has been operating for so many years with great difficulty. If we abandon the existing foundation, it is equivalent to giving up many years of hard work. Gu Yang did not hesitate at all and directly expressed his opinion. Over the years, I have used Baishidao as my foundation and secretly recruited strong soldiers. Now I have almost 100,000 soldiers. If we really fight head-on, I may not be defeated. The only problem is that there is the Tianyang sword sect behind Beijing. I heard that the court was defeated this time because of the strong men of the Tianyang sword sect. At the end, Gu Yang looked at Gu Qingfeng, waiting for his decision. Withdraw. He was unwilling. But if he didn't withdraw, he had to see if he had a chance of winning. If it was just the 100,000 Shenyu army, then Gu Yang would have the confidence to fight with it. After all, the 100,000 troops have been secretly cultivated for a period of time, with a large amount of resources to support them, and the teaching of martial arts is extraordinary. Now, these soldiers only need a baptism of war to transform into real elites. But the most important problem at the moment is the Tianyang sword sect. If we can stop the Tianyang sword sect, then 100,000 troops will not be a problem, but if we can't stop the Tianyang sword sect, then even if we defeat 100,000 troops, it will be useless. In this world, the strong are still respected. If ordinary warriors are surrounded by a large army, it will be difficult to survive, but for the top warriors, it is very difficult to be surrounded by a large army. In addition, as long as the other party is willing, they can use decapitation. So, if there is no top warrior, no matter how many troops there are, it will be useless. Of course, nothing is absolute. If the top warriors really want to fight to the death, then the final result will probably be death from exhaustion. Tianyang sword sect. When Gu Qingfeng heard this name, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said immediately, "The problem with Tianyang sword sect is not big, I will take action at the critical moment." At this point, Gu Qingfeng's palm turned into a palm, and the evil killing knife fell directly into his palm as if it was pulled by something. Then, Gu Qingfeng handed the evil slaying knife to Gu Yang. "Carry this knife with you. If a master comes to your rescue, he can save your life." "Thank you, father." Gu Yang took the evil slaying knife with both hands. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the scabbard, as if the long knife would be a shocking scene if it was unsheathed. Holding the evil slaying knife, Gu Yang suddenly felt confident. In addition, Gu Qingfeng's words also confirmed what he thought in his heart. Immediately, Gu Yang said goodbye and left. Since he wanted to fight, he must win this battle, otherwise after losing the first battle, the future battle for the world would be a joke. Not long after Gu Yang left, someone entered the knife grinding hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty. How is the news of the Tianyang sword sect?" Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Er in front of him and asked slowly. Although the secret guards have been handed over to Gu Yang, Gu Qingfeng is still qualified to command the secret guards. As early as a year ago, he asked the secret guards to secretly find out information about the Tianyang sword sect. After all, he has already torn his face with the Tianyang sword sect, so he must know himself and the enemy, otherwise if he really confronts the Tianyang sword sect, he will be caught off guard by the other party. Gu Er said, "Your Excellency, the Tianyang sword sect has a strong foundation. There are 36 elders in the sect, and each elder is a sorcerer in the Xiantian realm or the Rongshen realm. At the same time, it is rumored that the Tianyang sect master had broken the barrier of the Rongshen realm thousands of years ago and entered the rumored Huazheng realm. But since hundreds of years ago, the Tianyang sect master has been in seclusion and rarely shows up. There are some news that the reason why the Tianyang sect master has not shown up is because the previous life and death battles have caused the evil spirits in his body to revive, so he has been suppressing the revival of the evil spirits. There are also rumors that the Tianyang sect master is in seclusion to break through and attempt to step into the realm above Huazheng. But the details, I don't know for the time being. Gu Er's words made Gu Qingfeng nod slightly. It is not easy for the secret guards to find out such news. It is not so easy to find out the secrets of the Tianyang sect master. The Rongshen realm and Huazheng realm mentioned by Gu Er are the two realms of the sorcerer. The Yuling realm sorcerer is just equivalent to the refining of the internal organs and ordinary innate. The Rongshen realm sorcerer is enough to be on par with the true meaning Grand Master, and the peak can be on par with the half-step Grand Master. The so-called Huazheng realm. Even if you just enter the Huazheng realm, you are not inferior to the martial arts Grand Master. According to this statement, the Tianyang sword sect conservatively estimates that there is a sorcerer at the top of the transformation realm. As for whether the Tianyang sect master has broken the shackles of the transformation realm and entered a higher level, in Gu Qingfeng's opinion, this is unlikely. Because according to Gu Qingfeng's understanding, the top sorcerers of all the immortal families and sects in the world are at the transformation realm stage. Although it seems that the transformation realm is only equivalent to the Grand Master, in fact, the two are completely incomparable. It's a very simple truth. The lifespan of the Grand Master is 800 years. The lifespan of the transformation realm sorcerer is 3000 years. That's the difference. 3000 years of life. Even if it outlasts a few Grand Masters, it's no problem. To put it bluntly, in the face of a long lifespan, the Grand Master is naturally not as good as a sorcerer of the same level. Chapter 130, 100,000 troops. 3000 years in the transformation realm. Grand Master for 800 years. And the magicians in the fusion realm only have 1500 years. I haven't perfected the 5 internal organs yet, but my lifespan is already 1400 years, which is not much worse than that of a magician in the fusion of God realm. When I complete the 5 stages of refining the internal organs, my lifespan will be as long as that of a magician in the fusion of God realm. As for my strength, I should not be weaker than an ordinary transformation realm warlock now. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. When he was able to kill Shen Wuodao, his strength should be considered to be at the top of the fusion of God realm, and he was also equivalent to a top true meaning master. But that time, Gu Qingfeng has not yet completely cleansed the marrow, let alone tempered the internal organs. Every perfect tempering makes oneself transcendent, the life level is promoted to a higher level, and the strength is also transformed. So, Gu Qingfeng is confident that his current strength is comparable to that of a metamorphosis realm warlock. Say it again. There is only one transformation realm warlock in the Tianyang sword sect's public face. Even if there are other powerful people hiding, the number of transformation realm warlocks will never be much greater. As long as the warlock in the transformation realm doesn't come out, Gu Qingfeng is confident to deal with everything. Even if a metamorphosis realm warlock takes action, there is no chance of winning. In addition, nothing is 100% sure, that's about it. Although Gu Qingfeng seeks to be prudent in his actions, he is not so prudent as to be cowardly. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng re-understood the martial arts. He now spends most of his time practicing martial arts in the sharpening hall, trying to create a truly perfect martial arts. Until now, Gu Qingfeng finally had some clues. Although he didn't really take the first step, he at least found a way forward. There are military camps set up in the dense forest valley. This is a place that Gu Yang secretly found to train soldiers. Now, there are hundreds of thousands of troops in the military camp here. Gu Yang stood on the commander's platform and looked at the 100,000 troops below. The silent and solemn atmosphere filled the air, which inspired a heroic spirit in his chest. This is his Gu Yang's team. It is also the capital to compete in the world in the future. All the soldiers who can enter the military camp have been carefully selected by Gu Yang. They are more or less talented in martial arts. The weakest of each person's cultivation is at the beginning of skin refining. Some of these powerful ones can even enter the blood refining realm. Don't say anything else. Just 100,000 skin refining beginner warriors is an extremely terrifying force. After all, many of the soldiers only have some skills and have not entered the realm of martial arts at all, let alone 100,000 soldiers who have all entered the martial arts. Such a force can be regarded as an elite no matter where it is placed. Everyone, 100,000 Shenyu troops are coming towards Beishi Road. As the saying goes, 1,000 days is spent in a moment. Now is the time to test our achievements. Anyone who can behead one person in this battle will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver, beheading 10 people will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver, and he will be awarded the title of Centurion, and will be given top-grade martial arts. Beheading 100 people will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver, and will be awarded the title of Captain of Thousands, and will be given top-grade martial arts. If you can behead 200 people, you will be rewarded with 30,000 taels of silver, become a captain of 10,000 men, and be given extraordinary martial arts. Gu Yang shouted loudly. The moment his words fell, the eyes of all the 100,000 soldiers were burning, and an emotion called desire was revealed on their faces. Behead a person and reward him with 10 taels of silver. Behead 10 people and reward them with 100 taels of silver. Behead 100 people and be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Many people seem to see the white money in front of them, not to mention that in addition to gold and silver rewards, they can also be promoted to noble positions and obtain top martial arts. In troubled times, the emphasis is on making contributions. Now that Gu Yang has made such a promise, it will mobilize the morale of the military to a great extent. War! War! Fight! Fight! Someone shouted angrily, followed by shouts from all over the army camp. Their voices were like thunder and their morale was like a rainbow. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Yang felt satisfied in his heart. The foundation of strength is there. The fighting spirit and morale are also there. Even if it has not been baptized in blood, this is still a truly combatable soldier. As long as this battle is over, those who survive will be the real elite. Just then, a secret guard came forward and said respectfully, to inform the owner of the village, the Shenyu army is now less than 100 miles away from the north gate. I believe it will arrive in less than half a day. Good. Gu Yang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 100,000 troops came out and headed towards Baimen Pass. As the army moves out, the huge white stone road was shaking. Over the years, although Gu Yang has made many moves, he has always done so in secret, and his training of the army has been kept secret. Others have no idea that the other party has cultivated such a powerful force. Until now. When 100,000 troops walked out of the military camp and headed for Baimen Pass, all forces suddenly discovered that Gu Jiazhuang had been secretly accumulating such terrifying power from unknown time. In today's troubled times, the purpose of training great soldiers is needless to say. With 100,000 troops, Gu Jiazhuang has long had the idea of rebellion. Haha, there is no such thing as rebellion. Now that the Taixuan dynasty is about to fall, how can there be any talk of rebellion? That's true, but I originally thought that Gu Jiazhuang was a detached family as a sect and would not interfere in the troubled times. But now it seems that this person also has the idea of competing in the world. It is easy to say that it is easy to compete in the world, but if you are not careful, you will be shattered into pieces. An army of 100,000 may seem powerful, but it is just that. I heard that the Shenwu army is coming this time. Not only is Peijing personally leading the army, but there are also strong men from the Tianyang sword sect traveling with the army. Whether Gujiazhuang can survive this time is a question. All the forces and warriors in Baishidao were talking about it, and most of them were not very optimistic about Guyang. Very simple. Peijing, the Shenwu king, controls several counties, and his army is invincible. Even the 100,000 strong army arriving this time can be regarded as elite. With the same number of troops, the 100,000 troops controlled by Guyang would hardly be a match for the Shenwu army. So, as the news of the Shenwu army came, many Jianghe forces were secretly preparing. When Gujiazhuang was defeated, they immediately took refuge in the Shenwu army to avoid being liquidated. Guyang didn't care at all about the rumors from the outside world. As long as this battle can be won, any rumors will be self-defeating. But the same thing. If this battle is lost, then the rumors will not matter. It can be said. This battle is already related to the future and survival of the entire Gujiazhuang. We can only win. Can't lose. When it comes to this step, even though Guyang has enough confidence in his heart, he can't help but feel a little nervous. But when he felt the evil killing knife behind his back, the tension in his heart dissipated a lot. There is a father. This sky cannot fall. Chapter 131 The War Begins. Your Majesty, we will reach the North Gate in another 10 miles. As the army advanced, forward scouts came to report. Before Peijing could say anything, a second forward scout came quickly and said with his hands raised. Your Majesty, the latest news has arrived. Guyang, the owner of Gujiazhuang, has led an army of 100,000 people to Baimen Pass. Guyang. Peijing narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not unfamiliar with Guyang's existence. As early as a few years ago, he had already found out the information about Gujiazhuang. It's just that at that time, Guyang hadn't really caught his eye. Until the back. Guyang became the new owner of the village, and Peijing really noticed his presence. 100,000 soldiers and horses are stationed at Baimen Pass. It seems that Gujiazhuang also wants to dominate the world, so it secretly cultivates an army. However, it is wishful thinking to try to stop us with only 100,000 troops. This time we will kill Guyang first, then encircle Gujiazhuang, suppress Gu Qingfeng, and avenge Elder Duanping. The person who spoke was named Zhang Ning, and he was an elder of the Tianyang sword sect. According to what the Tianyang sect master originally said, there was no need for the Tianyang sword sect to deliberately attack Gujiazhuang for Duanping's matter. But today is different from the past. Now that the Shenwu army has completely penetrated Guangyang Mansion, the problems in Gujiazhuang still need to be solved. But the leader of Tianyang sect also made an explanation during this trip, that is, the main purpose is to suppress Gu Qingfeng, not to kill the opponent for the time being, but to bring the opponent back to Tianyang sword sect. Regarding this order, Zhang Ning and other elders understood what Tianyang sect master was thinking. Raise Gu. This is not an uncommon occurrence. Many ancient sects would imprison some of the more talented warriors in the world, and then train them like livestock. When they truly grew to a certain level, they would become their own nourishment. Obviously, that Ba Dao was valued by the Tianyang sect leader. Peijing said, the tyrant Gu Qingfeng is suspected to be the top master of true meaning. It will not be easy to suppress him with such strength. King Shenwu can rest assured. This time our Tianyang sword sect's 3 elders from the fusion realm take action. Even if the Grand Master comes in person, we are sure of a fight, let alone a top true intention Grand Master. Zhang Ning smiled disdainfully, and the other 2 Tianyang sword sect elders also looked proud. A mere warrior. What does it matter? This was what Zhang Ning wanted to say, but he thought that Peijing was also a warrior, so he suppressed the idea. Since the elders are confident, then this battle should wipe out Gujia's Wang. Pei Jing nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. He thought he had given Gu Qingfeng a chance, but the other party rejected him again and again, and the two sides were destined to be on opposite sides. In addition, Gu Qingfeng was able to grow from a young blood-refining realm warrior to the current top true meaning master in such a short period of time, either because the other party has been hiding his strength, or because he has a destiny that defies heaven. If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter... Pei Jing also felt a little hot inside. A heaven-defying opportunity that allows a blood-refining realm warrior to become a true master in such a short period of time. If he can get it, he might also be able to step into the realm of a great master. All over the world, there are only a handful of great masters. Pei Jing considers himself to be extremely talented, but he is not sure about becoming a great master. Throughout the ages, how many heaven-defying monsters have stopped at being a grand master? Without a shocking opportunity, there is basically no possibility of becoming a grand master. So, these monsters all choose to be in the master realm, that is, they directly refine evil into their bodies. It can be said, refining evil into the body. It is the ultimate path for warriors in the world. However, the martial arts cultivation level before refining evil into the body also determines one's strength after refining evil into the body. If you can refine evil into your body at the level of a great master, then you will be the top being in the world. Bai Mingguan. The army is stationed. Flags are flying. I saw a red word Gu on it, which represented the army stationed here, named Gu Jiajin. Reporting to the owner of the village, the Shenwu army is only 5 miles away from Baimen Pass. Reporting to the owner of the village, the Shenwu army is only 3 miles away from Baimen Pass. Report to the owner of the village. Messages came one after another. Gu Yang stood on the city wall and looked forward. There were dense black spots there. As the black spots got closer and closer, 100,000 troops came into view. Shenwu army. Gu Yang stood with his hands behind his hands, his expression serious as never before. Even if the Shenwu army hadn't actually arrived in front of the north gate, he would have already felt the iron-blooded killing atmosphere. This is an elite army that can only be trained through the baptism of blood. In comparison, the Gu Jiajin lacked this iron-blooded killing. Master of the village, the secret guards are here to report that there are 3 Tianyang sword sect elders in the Shenwu army, and their strength is at least at the Grand Master level. Beside Gu Yang, Gu Yi said in a deep voice. 3 masters. When Gu Yang heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Logically speaking, he should be afraid of the 3 masters, but thinking of Gu Qingfeng made him feel at ease. As early as when Gu Yang led the army to Baimen Pass, he had already asked the secret guards to go and tell Gu Qingfeng that if nothing unexpected happened, his father would be arriving soon. So, even if 3 Grand Masters from Tianyang sword sect come in person, he may not lose this battle. Now, the Shenwu army has arrived. The 100,000 man army was silent. Pei Jing looked at the figure on the city wall and shouted loudly, Gu Yang, if you surrender now, I can still spare your life. If you resist stubbornly, when the city is broken, it will be your time to die. Hearing this, Gu Yang sneered, and then said sternly, Gu also advises you to withdraw with the troops now, and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, once the Shenwu army attacks the city, I am afraid that you, the Shenwu king, will stay here forever today. Arrogant people. Pei Jing heard this, his face looked cold, and then he waved his hand and gave a direct order. Attack the city. The voice fell. The 100,000 Shenwu army went out together. The infantry in front raised their shields and approached the north gate, while the archers behind them threw and covered to create opportunities for the infantry. On the other side, Gu Yang also waved his hand. Shoot! An order was given. Arrows were released like a waterfall, falling towards the Shenwu army. For a moment, arrows flew all over the battlefield. As soon as the two sides met, there were many casualties on both sides. Gu Yang drew out the long sword from his waist, and the sharp sword light danced. All the oncoming arrows were broken by the sword energy one after another, and could not hurt him at all. Then, a cloud ladder was set up again, and one by one the Shenwu army began to climb the cloud ladder, trying to climb up the city wall. Seeing this scene, a group of warriors above the blood-refining realm appeared, directly destroyed the cloud ladder, and prevented these soldiers from climbing to the top. Kill. Chapter 132 The Strong One Takes Action. The armies of both sides are on the verge of breaking out. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The cry of killing mixed with the screams became the main melody on the battlefield. Compared with the Shenwu army, the Gu's army's advantage lies in the convenience of occupying the city wall and being able to suppress the former from a high position. From the moment the two armies fought, the Gu Qidian had a certain advantage, but in terms of casualties, the Shenwu army was much more serious. However, regarding this scene, Gu Yang didn't have much joy on his face. Because he knows, all this is temporary. The two armies fought. It is not only a competition of military strength, but also a competition of the strength of the top experts. Now, on the Shenwu army side, the real strong ones have not taken action yet. If those beings really want to take action, Baimen Pass will not be able to stop them. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the two sides to fight. Pei Jing gave the order directly, and saw several people suddenly rush out, bursting out with powerful energy and blood, and rushed towards the city gate, intending to break the city gate directly with brute force and let the army march in. Refining Zhang warrior. Gu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately ordered a sniper attack. Suddenly, then many arrows were seen shooting towards the warriors at the Zhang refining realm. The latter either used their palms to block, or blocked them with their weapons, destroying all the oncoming arrows. In less than a moment, when several Zhang refining realm warriors rushed to the city gate, they saw a terrifying aura locking them, as if arrows piercing the space were shooting out like a rainbow. Kill. A Zhang refining realm warrior suddenly swung his palms forward. The strong wind blew up the sound of wind and thunder, and then in the next breath, he saw a rainbow light coming through the sky. He completely ignored this power and just directly pierced his palm. Blood splattered. The power of severe pain caused the Zhang refining warrior's complexion to change, and his figure suddenly retreated. At the same time, the power of qi and blood turned into body-protecting qi to protect himself. However, at the moment when the protective aura rose, two more arrows came almost in no particular order. The first arrow broke through the protective aura. And when the second arrow arrived, pfft! Flesh was penetrated. An arrow passed through his chest. The man looked down at the arrow feathers on his chest, his eyes full of disbelief. This arrow! It completely broke his heart. Even if a Zhang refining realm warrior has strong vitality, he cannot be immortal and will die even if he is fatally injured. As a large amount of life force passed away, the light in the eyes of the Zhang refining realm warrior disappeared, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Everything seems long, but in fact it all happens in a flash of lightning. Immediately afterwards, several more arrows were fired, forcing the remaining Zhang refining realm warriors to retreat. On the city wall, I saw Gu Yi holding a long bow and looking down with an indifferent expression. He did not take action again. After all, shooting a Zhang refining realm warrior in front of him caught him off guard. If he wanted to take action now, he would just shoot one or two more Zhang refining realm warriors. Instead of taking action, it's better not to take action. This kind of shock is enough to make these warriors use rat weapons. The qi and blood are majestic, and the 5 internal organs are perfect. I didn't expect there to be such a master in the Gu family army. Zhang Ning looked directly at Gu Yi. The other person's majestic energy and blood force made him feel a faint impulse in his heart. He didn't expect it either. Gu Qidian can still have such a background. I thought that the only person worth noting in the vast Baishi Dao was Gu Qingfeng, the domineering swordsman who was suspected to be the top true meaning master. Unexpectedly. In addition to Ba Dao, there are other strong men here. The little master who has perfected the 5 realms of visceral refining. There is only one step left to enter the realm of true master. Such a warrior can be said to be pretty good even within the Tianyang sword sect. 3 warriors who have perfected the Zhang refining realm are guarding it. No wonder Gu Yang is sure to compete with our Shenwu army. Now that the tyrant sword has not arrived, there is no need for us to continue to waste time. Next, I asked several elders to take action to defeat the enemy's defense and completely capture Baimen Pass. Pei Jing looked at the figures on the city wall. The powerful auras showed the level of strength of the other party. The 5 realms of refining the viscera are complete. And there are 3 of them. Such a force can be considered astonishing. At least since Pei Jing entered Taishan County, there are only a handful of cities that can actually have so many strong men guarding a city. It's no wonder that Gu Yang has the confidence to stop the Shenwu army. If there were not a few elders from the Tianyang sword sect in charge, and the opponent relied on the geographical advantage of Baimen Pass, and then these strong men cooperated to defend the city, the Shenwu army might not really have much chance of winning. But these are just assumptions. In fact, there are 3 warlocks from the God Fusion realm on our side. This way. A mere internal martial artist is nothing. Don't fight with me, you two. Leave these 3 Zhang refining realm warriors to me. When we break the Baimen Pass, I won't want any of the 100,000 Gu family troops. Zhang Ning was the first to speak, looking in the direction of Bai Mingguan, with a flash of bloodthirsty deep in his eyes. Hear the words. Xiu Oqiu and Kui Mingfeng looked at each other and nodded. That's fine. Then let's give it to Elder Zhang. In the words of several people, it was as if Baimen Pass allowed themselves to take whatever they wanted. Hear this. Zhang Ning smiled immediately, and then he took a step into the air and flew towards the city gate like a wild goose. The terrifying cold breath burst out, causing the temperature in the air to drop suddenly. Master, be careful. Gu Yi's face changed, and he gathered a great force in his palms and hit them, trying to knock Zhang Ning down. However, the latter faced this attack with a disdainful smile on his face, and he casually hit a palm while his body was still in the air. The 2 palms faced each other. Gu Yi's body was struck by lightning, and he flew out in an instant. Zhang Ning did not retreat a single step and landed directly on the city wall. He stood with his hands behind his back, and under the shock of the terrifying breath, the soldiers around him did not dare to take a single step forward. At this moment, Zhang Ning's eyes fell on Gu Yang, who was in the lead, and a hint of scarlet appeared in his eyes, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Hehe, are you Gu Yang? Gu Qingfeng killed my Tianyang sword sect elder, now I will kill you first as interest, and then I will slaughter the entire Gu family village to avenge my Tianyang sword sect elder. As Zhang Ning spoke, his right hand suddenly struck out, and the terrifying power rushed towards him, causing Gu Yang's expression to change. His perfect cultivation in the blood refining realm was like nothing under such power. When the cold and terrifying aura swept over him, his blood and qi seemed to stagnate, and his body was almost unable to move at all. Just when Gu Yang thought he was going to die here, he heard a knife sound from behind him, and then he saw the long knife unsheathed. Zhang! The blood-colored knife light reflected the sky, accompanied by the domineering and unparalleled knife intent. P.S. I have something to do and will update 1 chapter first, and the 2nd chapter will be updated later. Chapter 133 That's Gu Qingfeng's knife. The blood-red blade light slashed through the sky, and the domineering blade intent rushed over, making Zhang Ning's pupils dilate unconsciously. The fear on his face just emerged, and then solidified on his face. Then, Blood marks appeared from Zhang Ning's eyebrows, and the next breath, the other party's body suddenly split into two halves. Boom! The terrifying cold breath suddenly burst out, and an evil spirit revived from Zhang Ning's body, and then this evil spirit leaned down and devoured Zhang Ning's flesh and blood crazily. This scene made both parties stunned in place. However, in the next moment, the evil killing knife made a trembling sound, and then the long sword slashed towards the evil spirit, and instantly nailed the evil spirit that was devouring Zhang Ning's body to the ground. Hiss! The evil spirit roared unwillingly, and its body that was not like a human twisted wildly, but it could not break free from the suppression of the evil killing sword. Everything. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It happened in an instant. Until this moment, everyone finally woke up. Father! Gu Yang was shocked, with an uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the evil killing sword that Gu Qingfeng left for him was so powerful that it could not only kill a sorcerer in the fusion god realm in seconds, but also suppress an evil spirit on its own. Even though Gu Yang always believed in Gu Qingfeng's words, he was not as shocked as seeing it with his own eyes. Now, the evil spirit struggled wildly, and the long sword stood still. Impossible! What kind of magic weapon is that? It can actually kill Zhang Ning. On the side of the Shenyu army, the smiles on Zhou Qiu and Kui Mingfeng's faces had long disappeared, and they looked towards the direction of the North Gate Pass with horror in their eyes. Zhang Ning's strength. Strictly speaking, it is not much different from theirs. I thought that with Zhang Ning's means, it would be easy to kill Gu Yang. But I didn't expect that. Zhang Ning was killed instantly by a strange magic weapon before he could really show his strength. That's Gu Qingfeng's knife. Pei Jing said word by word. After learning that Gu Qingfeng destroyed the Divine Fist sect and killed the innate master of the Tianyang sword sect, Pei Jing tried his best to collect information about the other party. So, the moment he saw the Zuxi knife, he recognized it, that was Gu Qingfeng's knife. His words. The faces of others changed again. Gu Qingfeng's knife. The other party didn't come, and he could kill a magician in the Rongshen realm with just a knife? You know, Zhang Ning is not an ordinary Rongshen realm, but a magician at the peak of the Rongshen realm. In terms of strength, the other party is enough to be on par with the top master of the true meaning. But now, Zhang Ning is dead. Died under Gu Qingfeng's knife. To be precise, it was because Gu Qingfeng didn't come, and the other party's divine sword protected the master, and directly killed Zhang Ning in an instant. The impact of such a scene can be imagined. Zhou Qiu and Kui Mingfeng both felt inexplicably chilled. It was so terrible that Gu Qingfeng didn't show up. If the other party really showed up, how terrible would it be? At this moment, a sudden figure appeared at the north gate. The other party was wearing a green shirt and had a cold look in his eyes. When he stood with his hands behind his back, he was like a banished immortal. The 3 feet around him seemed to turn into a domain, and all the arrows shot at him were silently annihilated and shattered. Father! Gu Yang's face was happy. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him and said lightly, "Seal this evil spirit temporarily." Yes. Gu Yang immediately asked someone to bring up the golden coffin that had been prepared long ago. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng's thoughts moved slightly, and he saw that the evil sword that nailed the evil spirit to death was inducing something and flew directly towards the latter. Without the suppression of the evil killing sword, the evil spirit immediately rose up. But the next breath, the evil spirit was suppressed by Gu Yi and others and directly sealed in the golden coffin. At this moment, Pei Jing's face also became ugly. Gu Qingfeng. The other party is here. This is within his expectations. After all, his goal this time is to suppress Bai Shidao and wipe out Gu Jiazhuang, so the appearance of the old owner of Gu Jiazhuang is inevitable. But there are 3 elders of Tianyang sword sect on his side, and Pei Jing is absolutely sure that he can defeat the other party. However, Such confidence has been completely shattered with the death of Zhang Ning. When he really saw Gu Qingfeng, Pei Jing's heart actually rose up with a rare deep fear, and a trace of fear that even he himself did not notice. Yes. It was fear. Gu Qingfeng's strength made the Shenyu King feel afraid. Before the person arrived, a knife had already killed the top sorcerer of Rongshen realm. Then how terrifying is Gu Qingfeng's true strength? Grandmaster? Or even higher? At this time, Gu Qingfeng also looked at Pei Jing. The two sides were 100 feet apart, but they could look each other in the eye. Shenyu King Pei Jing, today we finally meet. He spoke slowly, but his voice was able to suppress all the sounds on the battlefield and accurately reach the latter's ears. Hearing this, Pei Jing suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "The reputation of tyrant sword Gu Qingfeng has been well known to me for a long time. In fact, I have always respected the old owner Gu. Now that the Taixuan dynasty is about to fall apart, and all the heroes in the world are rising together, if Mr. Gu is willing to cooperate with me, you and I may not be able to win the big position. When the King of Japan comes to the world, I will definitely not forget the contribution of Mr. Gu. By then, Guangyang Mansion and even Taishan County and other counties will be granted land to the Gu family. The secrets of martial arts in the world, as long as I can get them, can be reviewed by Mr. Gu." After seeing Gu Qingfeng's powerful strength, Pei Jing gave up the idea of capturing Bai Men Pass. Such a strong person! It is definitely not comparable to ordinary people. There are rumors in the outside world that Gu Qingfeng is just a top true meaning master, but now it seems that this person is obviously a real powerful Grand Master. It's just that this Grand Master has always kept a low profile, so he has allowed himself to misjudge the opponent's strength several times. Now, Pei Jing's biggest thought was to draw Gu Qingfeng into his camp at all costs. Such a strong person! If you can use it for yourself, the benefits can be imagined. After hearing Pei Jing's words, Zhu Oqiu and Kui Mingfeng looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. The north door is closed. When Gu Qingfeng heard this, his expression was indifferent. King Shenyu's offer is indeed hard to refuse, but it's a pity that Gu always only believes in strength. With King Shenyu's current strength, I'm afraid he's not qualified enough to make Gu bow his head. Today, 100,000 Shenyu troops attacked Bai Men Pass, and King Shenyu even led the army to march in person. Let Gu have a look at whether your strength is worthy of your ambition." The words fell. Gu Qingfeng's energy and blood exploded. He took one step and fell into the battlefield like a cannonball. Boom! The light of the sword is sharp. The killings started suddenly. Chapter 134, as if in an empty space. I saw Gu Qingfeng falling into the Shenyu army. The evil killing sword was cold, and the endless sword light burst out. Anyone who touched it would die on the spot. The 7 kills sword technique is originally a martial art in the military, and some strong men have learned it from the battlefield. Although Gu Qingfeng has practiced the 7 kills sword technique to the point of breaking the limit, which can be regarded as surpassing the upper limit of the strong people who created this sword technique in the past. But now that he actually saw the killing on the battlefield, he still had a different feeling. Blood splattered. Lives were harvested one by one. Gu Qingfeng had a new understanding of the 7 killing sword technique. The true meaning of killing seemed to be followed by the death of a large number of lives, and he gradually transformed towards a higher level. Kill. Work together to surround and kill this beast. When Pei Jing saw that Gu Qingfeng was in a deserted state among 100,000 troops, his face suddenly became extremely ugly, and he immediately ordered a siege. So what if he is a great master? Grand masters are also human beings, and they also experience times of exhaustion. As long as the opponent can be surrounded and exhausted, it is not impossible to kill a grand master with one's own high-level combat power. Of course, Pei Jing also understood that the probability was very low. After all, although the Grand Master is also a human being, if a strong man of this level really wants to leave, without a strong man of the same level to restrain him, an army of 100,000 people will really be unable to keep him. But now, Peijing could only surround and kill with all his strength. The threat of a strong man suspected to be a Grand Master is too great. If Gu Qingfeng is not dead, Peijing will have trouble sleeping and eating. Please also ask the two elders to take action and coordinate with the army to surround and kill this beast. Peijing looked at the two Tianyang sword sect elders beside him and said. When the latter two heard this, their expressions changed, and they didn't know what they were thinking. After a while, Kui Mingfeng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. A strong man who is suspected of being a Grand Master is indeed a great threat. Now this person is arrogant and complacent and has penetrated deeply into the army. As long as we don't let him escape, it may not be impossible to kill him. After seeing Gu Qingfeng's strength, Kui Mingfeng's first thought was to run. A powerful man who is suspected to be at the level of a Grand Master is really terrifying. But when he saw Gu Qingfeng trapped in the siege of the rebel army, Kui Mingfeng had other ideas. Still the same sentence. Grand Masters are also human beings. As long as you are human, you will die. Since ancient times, there have been only a handful of cases where great masters in the world have been besieged and killed. If a strong man of the same level does not take action, he must pay a huge price. But, although the cases are rare, there is always a chance of success. Coupled with the energy and blood of a great master, Kui Mingfeng also had some faint impulses in his heart. Now he has stayed at the peak of the fusion realm for many years. If he wants to break through the transformation realm, he must pay attention to opportunities. If the flesh and blood of ordinary creatures wants a warlock to break through the realm of transformation, even a blood sacrifice to millions of creatures may not be successful. But if you can swallow a great master, then the probability of breaking through the transformation realm is very high. Very simple. The level of life of the Grand Master is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Every drop of blood from these beings contains infinite mysteries. Kui Mingfeng thought this way, and Zhou Qiu thought the same way. The two looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. This time, the army surrounded and killed. Gu Qingfeng still felt like he was in a deserted place. The evil killing knife was stained with endless blood and had already turned into a bright red color. To this, Gu Qingfeng ignored it completely. He was currently immersed in some mysterious state, and the murderous aura on his body became particularly terrifying. Suddenly, Gu Qingfeng slashed forward with his sword, and the terrifying killing intention exploded like a tide. The blood-red sword light spread 10 feet, and all the soldiers it touched were cut in half under this sword. Breakthrough! A cold light flashed in Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Just now, his 7-killing sword technique made another breakthrough. The true meaning of killing has been directly upgraded from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. The breakthrough of the 3rd level true intention of killing allowed Gu Qingfeng to improve his strength. He glanced at the almost endless army around him, and then looked at Peijing who was looking in the direction of the Chinese army. He stopped fighting and opened the way with the evil killing sword, heading towards the direction of the Shenwu king. Stopped. Seeing Gu Qingfeng coming towards him, Peijing's face became even more ugly. At this time, without Peijing having to say anything, Kui Mingfeng and Zhu Oqiu both shot at the same time, killing Gu Qingfeng in the army. If they were fighting alone in the front, they wouldn't have the courage to attack Gu Qingfeng, but now that the opponent is trapped in the rebel army, it's different. Kill! Gu Qingfeng slashed out with his sword and split one person in half. Just when he was about to make his next move, 2 strange and cold forces struck him. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng activated the Gang Qi to protect the body. Bang! The 2 attacks landed on the body protecting Gang Qi, but they only caused the Gang Qi to crack slightly, without actually breaking it. This scene, Kui Mingfeng and Zhu Oqiu looked horrified. They knew that Gu Qingfeng's strength was terrifying, but they never expected that the two of them would attack with all their strength and not even be able to break through the opponent's protective aura. Seeing that the blow was not serious, the two of them wanted to retreat. However, just when they were about to evacuate, Qingfeng's aura had already locked onto one of them, and the true meaning of the tyrant sword burst out. The terrifying power of the true meaning was like a terrifying divine sword, which made Zhou Qiu feel as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Dante. Zhou Qiu looked terrified. He tried desperately to struggle, but found that he could hardly move his body under the cover of such true meaning. The next breath, the long sword suddenly fell down. Zhou Qiu's body suddenly split into two, and blood spilled on the battlefield. The warlock fell. The evil spirit revived. A hideous and terrifying evil spirit walked out of Zhou Qiu's body. It did not devour Zhou Qiu's body at the first time, but killed the soldiers around him. However, this evil spirit seemed to be able to feel the horror of Qingfeng, and did not attack him. On the other side, Qingfeng also ignored the evil spirits that came out of the world. After killing Zhou Qiu, his aura was always locked on Qingfeng, and all the obstacles along the way were killed by him. In less than a moment, Qingfeng had come behind Qingfeng. The latter felt the sharp and domineering aura, his face was pale, and he didn't even dare to look back. Run! This was Qingfeng's only thought. The horror of the Grand Master made him feel deeply desperate. The ridiculous idea of wanting to devour a Grand Master disappeared now. However, at this moment, Qingfeng suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and then the world spun around, and he saw a familiar headless corpse. Before his consciousness disappeared, he suddenly realized, "This is my corpse." P.S. Update the second chapter later, it won't be late tomorrow, and resume normal updates. Chapter 135, Shenwu King Peijing is dead, those who surrender will not be killed. Two warlocks in the fusion of God realm fell one after another, causing the evil spirits to revive in their bodies. In an instant, the Shenwu army was in chaos. For ordinary people, evil spirits are an unstoppable existence. Such beings are nearly immortal. So, the moment the evil spirits revived, they rushed directly into the Shenwu army, brutally beheaded a famous soldier, and devoured all their flesh and blood, making everyone else feel inexplicably terrified. This scene made Peijing look embarrassed and also slightly pale. Obviously, Qingfeng's strength exceeded his expectations. The three elders of the Tianyang sword sect died, and the two evil spirits revived, making Peijing understand that he was now doomed. This battle, he had no chance of winning. Seeing Qingfeng coming towards him, Peijing immediately ordered his troops to retreat, and at the same time, he also asked people to block Qingfeng's way to buy himself a chance to leave. Since King Shenwu is here, why bother leaving so fast? Qingfeng laughed loudly, and then he let out a long roar, and the energy and blood of his body exploded, sweeping across the battlefield like the oven of the sun. The terrifying power spread from him, making other members of the Shenwu army look horrified. Dare to take another half step forward. Boom! Qingfeng's body trembled, his body suddenly shot up, and then he fell down like a mountain. Moment! The earth shook. The earth is cracked. Within 10 feet, all the soldiers were unable to stand firmly. To this, Qingfeng turned a blind eye. He took one step, spanning a distance of tens of feet, and appeared in front of Peijing in less than a few breaths. Peijing only felt the ground shaking, and the horse under his legs was frightened and stood upright. The former clamped his feet hard, and the frightened horse immediately calmed down. Qingfeng. Peijing looked at the person in front of him, and his expression became unusually calm. If Brother Gu is willing to join forces with me, we can conquer the world one day, and you and I can take charge together. So far, Peijing knew that he had capsized in the gutter. This battle. Not only are all the hundreds of thousands of divine warriors here, but even I am afraid that I will not be able to escape. When things have reached this point, Beijing must try his best to fight for it. After all, come this far. Beijing spent more than 20 years. Now that his power is growing stronger, he is not willing to die here. At the same time, Beijing also secretly regretted it. If he had been more cautious this time and not led an army to fight in person, then the problem would not have been so serious. The loss of 100,000 Shenyu troops was just a loss, so it was nothing. He has millions of troops under his command, and a lack of 100,000 troops will not affect the foundation. And if he had an army of millions, Beijing would not need to fear a great master. But now it's too late to say anything. Qingfeng is right in front of him. Even though Beijing is an innate master himself, he still doesn't have the courage to take action now. The gap between the two sides is too big. It's so big that it makes people despair. After listening to Beijing's words, Qingfeng shook his head and laughed. You can't even win a Beishidao, so why are you competing in the world? There is nothing to say about the winner and the loser. If these are your last words, then Gu has written them down. The words fell. Qingfeng slashed out with his sword. The tyrant sword slashed through the sky, and the blood-colored sword energy in the evil killing sword reflected everything. The crisis of death came to his mind. Beijing shouted angrily, and his true energy and blood exploded, and his palms suddenly shot out towards Qingfeng. Boom! The two forces collided, and the latter was shattered like a torrent. The bloody sword energy broke through the protective aura and passed through Beijing's body, killing all the dozens of riders following him on the spot. Above the earth, the sword energy turned into a ravine. Beijing was riding on the horse, his body standing still. After a while, a line of blood spread downwards from the center of the opponent's eyebrows. In less than a moment, the Shenyu king was split into two and fell completely on the spot. Such scenes. The remaining generals of the Shenyu army were all filled with dead souls. Beijing is dead. This was something no one expected. Before coming to Beishi Road, everyone thought that this battle would be won. After all, not only did our side have 100,000 elite troops, but there were also 3 strong men from the Tianyang sword sect accompanying the army. Such a force, let alone by Shidao, even if we look at the entire Guangyang mansion, there are only a handful of people who can truly contend. At the beginning, the imperial army of Guangyang mansion was only 300,000, and the number of masters and powerful men in the fusion of God realm was not as good as that of the Shenyu army. Who would have thought? Bai Shidao's strength will be so powerful. No. To be precise, it is the strength of this tyrant that is so powerful. Great master! This is a true master. He killed the 3 elders of the Tianyang sword sect in the fusion realm with 3 swords, and killed the Shenyu king Beijing in the Xiantian Grand Master realm with 1 sword. Such strength is certainly terrifying. Now, the north door is closed. Seeing this scene, Gu Yang immediately ordered the city gates to be opened and personally led the charge. Within a moment, he rushed in front of Qingfeng, picked up Beijing's body, and shouted angrily. Shenyu King Beijing is dead, and those who surrender will not be killed. Shenyu King Beijing is dead, and those who surrender will not be killed. Shenyu King Beijing is dead, and those who surrender will not be killed. 3 loud shouts spread throughout the army. In an instant, when the remaining Shenyu army saw Beijing's body, they all showed despair on their faces, and involuntarily dropped their weapons and gave up resistance. However, when the Shenyu army gave up resistance, the 2 revived evil spirits were still killing, causing a lot of commotion. Qingfeng immediately took action and suppressed the 2 evil spirits. Gu Yang ordered people to bring golden coffins to completely seal the 2 suppressed evil spirits. So far, this battle was truly eliminated. Inside the North Gate, in the temporary government office, Gu Yang's clothes were stained with blood, and he had not had time to change them, but he had a smile on his face that could not be concealed. When he saw Gu Qingfeng, he bowed down. "Meet father. Why should I be so polite? Just say what you want to say." Gu Qingfeng glanced at the other party and said indifferently. Gu Yang then stood up with a smile on his face. "In this battle, Shenyu King Peijing died, and almost half of the 100,000 Shenyu troops surrendered. Our Gu family army can be said to have won a great victory. Father, what do you think we should do next? Don't you have an idea in your mind?" Gu Qingfeng asked back. Hearing this, Gu Yang did not hesitate, and nodded directly and said, "I think that now that the Guangyang Prefecture's imperial army has just been defeated, why don't we take advantage of this victory to take over the entire Guangyang Prefecture? With the strength of my father, the Grand Master, I believe that no one in Guangyang Prefecture can compete with you. As for those Jianghu sects, they are all fence-sitters. With my father here, I believe they dare not stir up much trouble." Carrying the momentum of victory. Annex Guangyang Prefecture. This is Gu Yang's next goal. Chapter 136 Perfect Internal Refining. With the momentum of great victory, suppress the entire Guangyang mansion. When Gu Qingfeng was about to speak, he saw the information panel refreshed again. Your descendant Gu Yang defeated 100,000 divine warriors and achieved the achievement Hidden Dragon Leaps Out of the Abyss, can only be triggered once. Reward Improvement Points *300. The reward is Zhijhunden, Marrow Cleansing, *100. The reward is Zinc Ascension Pill, Zhang Refining, *10. Reward Direct Ascension Pill, Grand Master, *3. Reward 3 Grand Master Realm Dead Soldiers. 300 Improvement Points. Gu Qingfeng's pupils shrank slightly. He thought about the possibility of Gu Yang achieving the achievement by defeating the Shenyu army, but when he actually saw the achievement information, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but be shocked. 300 Improvement Points. For Gu Qingfeng now, it is a pressing need. He himself is only half a step away from perfecting the internal organs. Now that he has obtained 300 improvement points, let alone perfecting the internal organs, even breaking through the master level will not be a problem. And then, it's the helicopter pill. This is the second time Gu Qingfeng has obtained the Zhizheng Dan. But the quality of the helicopter pill this time was more than one level higher than before. The starting point is the Marrow Cleansing Realm, and the highest level can be entered into the Grand Master Realm. That is to say, this batch of direct ascension pills can create 100 Marrow Cleansing Warriors, 10 Viscera Refining Warriors, and 3 Grand Master level Warriors for Gu Jiazhuang in one go. The more important point is, the direct elixir is the breakthrough to the perfect level of the current state. This way, Gu Jiazhuang not only has 3 masters, but also 3 strong men who have reached the perfection of masters, as well as 3 dead warriors at the master level. Gu Qingfeng is no stranger to the existence of dead soldiers. He used the secret guards quite smoothly back then. Today, the appearance of 3 dead warriors at the master level was just right. To know. The biggest problem in Gu Jiazhuang now is the lack of truly top-notch experts. Although there are warriors such as Gu Yi who have perfected the Zhang Refining Realm to follow, when it comes to the war of competing for the world, the little master in the Zhang Refining Realm is naturally not enough. Just like this time, 3 powerful men from the Tianyang sword sect at the top of the fusion realm appeared. Any one of them can easily kill a Zhang Refining Realm warrior. Gu Qingfeng cannot always be by Gu Yang's side to protect him, and as the other person is exposed to the eyes of all forces in the world, he is destined to be accompanied by layers of dangers. Now that there are several masters for his own use, it is different. Give up on one thought. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yang, nodded and said, "Since you have an idea, then do it as your father will always support you. As for the sects of Guangyang Mansion, just as you said, my father is here and will not allow them to cause trouble. If these sect forces are interested, then I will let them pass on the inheritance. But if you don't know what's interesting, then just destroy it." When Gu Qingfeng finished speaking, his face was filled with killing intent. If it were in the past, Gu Qingfeng might not have enough confidence to say this. After all, it is easy to destroy the sect in Guangyang Mansion, but it will definitely make Gu Jiazhuang a target of public criticism. But battle at Baimen Pass. Gu Qingfeng has a clear understanding of his own strength. Now, although he has not entered the realm of Grand Master, his strength is comparable to that of ordinary Grand Masters. A great master. It is enough to suppress many unrest. What's more, now that Gu Qingfeng has gained 300 improvement points again, if he succeeds in perfecting his body, his strength will definitely skyrocket again. That time. As long as the transformation realm warlock comes forward, he can directly suppress it. Look at the world. There are not many warlocks in the metamorphosis realm either. Unknowingly, Gu Qingfeng found that he now had the qualifications to truly stand at the top of the world. So, only Gu Qingfeng had the confidence to say such things. When Gu Yang heard this, he looked very excited. By the time Gu Yang left to deal with post-war matters, Gu Qingfeng had already taken out all the rewards. First, they are 3 dead warriors in the Grand Master realm. As Gu Qingfeng thought, 3 dead soldiers appeared in front of him. 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 dead soldiers all exuded powerful auras. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The 3 of them knelt down on one knee, clasped their fists and said. Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the 3 dead soldiers, and his expression became more and more satisfied. 3 dead soldiers. They are all powerful masters. If you count the strong men that can be created by 3 direct ascending pills, then this is equivalent to 6 masters who complete the strong men. From today on, you and others will be named Hong Yi, Tuapo, and Zuahun, and you will serve me as Gu Jiazhuang. Gu Qingfeng said. Upon hearing this, the 3 people immediately took the order. "I will obey your orders. Your strength is not allowed to be exposed without my permission. Please go guard outside and don't let anyone disturb you." Gu Qingfeng immediately gave the order, and the 3 of them left here and went outside to protect him. After the 3 people left, Gu Qingfeng focused on himself again. 300 improvement points. Enough to change too many things. There was no hesitation. Gu Qingfeng immediately used some of the improvement points to improve the Prajna Sutra first. Spend 20 improvement points. The Prajna Sutra breaks through to the 8th level. Spend 20 improvement points. The Prajna Sutra breaks through to the 9th level. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng raised the Prajna Sutra to the 9th level. With the improvement and breakthrough in martial arts, Gu Qingfeng's body underwent a terrifying transformation in an instant. The tempering of his internal organs reached a true level of perfection at this moment, and the energy and blood throughout his body seemed to undergo earth-shaking changes. Originally, the flowing blood was only stained with a slight hint of gold, but at this moment, the gold color has become much more obvious. Blood metamorphosis. Gu Qingfeng's whole person seemed to be sublimated. This is not over yet. Next. At the moment of perfect body training, Gu Qingfeng's energy and blood surged like a river. In an instant, he broke through the shackles of Zhou, and a majestic energy force comparable to that of the sun spread out from his body. Qi and blood are as strong as the sun. The light shines in the void. After a while, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes, his expression became extremely calm. Master of Qi and blood. I didn't expect that breaking through this realm would be much easier than I expected. Good. He is the Qi and blood master. At the moment when he perfected the internal organs, the majestic Qi and blood in Gu Qingfeng's body directly transformed. Breaking through to the realm of Qi and blood master was truly a matter of course. Everything was so logical, without any twists and surprises. To this, Gu Qingfeng also expected it. After all, his Qi and blood power was already much stronger than that of a Qi and blood master. Now that his physical body has transformed again and he has been directly promoted to a Qi and blood master, it does not seem to be a strange thing. Now, breakthrough Grand Master. Gu Qingfeng felt that his strength had become stronger. Chapter 137 The Great Master. When I reached the third stage of perfect Zhang refining, my strength was as strong as that of a great master. By the time I reach the 5 stages of perfect Zhang refining, my strength will have increased. Now that I have entered the realm of Qi and blood master, I don't know how strong my strength is. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Now, it is difficult for him to even grasp the extent of his strength. But there is one thing Gu Qingfeng is certain. That is, ordinary Grand Masters and Transformation Realm Warlocks will definitely not be their opponents today. Such a big world. The only one worth being afraid of. Maybe there are only those truly ancient and ancient beings in the immortal sects. The thought fell. Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 42/3000. Realm, Qi and Blood Master. Martial Arts, Gu Jichuan, Level 1 of Invincibility, Iron Body Ju, Body as strong as iron Level 1, Big Monument Slammer, Perfection, Iron Leg Kung Fu, Perfection, Iron Finger, Perfection, Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique, Perfection, Beginner, 100 Alchemy Golden Body, Indestructible Golden Body Level 9, 7 Killing Sword Techniques, True Killing Intent Level 3, Tian Gang Overlord Body, Body Protecting Gang Qi Level 4, Tian Gang Divine Body, Indestructible Divine Body Level 1. Qing Yang Ju, 9th level of Perfection, Level 8 of Pure Yang Qi and Blood, 5 Zhang Jing, 5th level, Level 5 of 5 Internal Organs like Gods, Hunyuan Beijian, 5th level, Level 5 of Refining Internal Organs like Iron, Tyrant Sword Slash, Level 5, Dachan, the 8th level of the true meaning of the Tyrant Sword, the Red Flame Magical Power, the 9th level of Perfection, the 8th level of the Red Flame Palm Power, the Suingzhen Holy Body, the 3rd level of Perfection, the body is like Jade Level 2. The Powerful Vajra Body, the 3rd level, Heavy Perfection, Level 2 of Physical Vajra, Prajna Sutra, 9th level, Level 8 of Prajna True Body, Sun and Moon Fist Sutra, not yet started, Wind and Thunder Sword Technique, complete, Level 3 of Wind and Thunder Sword Intention. Boost Points, 263. Master of Qi and Blood. 3000 years of life. Gu Qingfeng's pupils shrank slightly. Even though he had been mentally prepared for it, when he actually saw the changes in his lifespan, he couldn't help but be shaken in his heart. As early as the moment when he perfected the internal organs, Gu Qingfeng's lifespan had exceeded 2000 years. Now that he has been promoted to Qi and Blood Master, his lifespan has been increased by another 1000 years. Now, this is a lifespan of 3000 years. A transformational realm warlock has a lifespan of 3000 years. I am now a master of Qi and Blood and have a lifespan of 3000 years. Coupled with the perfect body refining, my life level has undergone another transformation, which is definitely beyond the reach of a warlock. Gu Qingfeng's thoughts moved slightly, and then he cut his palm open with the evil killing knife, and a drop of golden blood flowed out from the wound. It's like the blood made of gold contains an extremely terrifying aura. It comes from the transformation of the life level, not as simple as a breakthrough in strength. On this drop of blood, a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling emerged in Gu Qingfeng's heart. The so-called familiarity. It was Gu Qingfeng who felt the power of an evil spirit in this drop of blood. But the difference is, this kind of power is fundamentally different from evil spirits. The two are at the same level of life, but have different origins. This moment, Gu Qingfeng understood. Now he may have the ability to kill evil spirits. But all this needs to be verified first. Immediately afterwards, Gu Qingfeng looked at the remaining 200 improvement points and continued to improve his martial arts. Spend 50 improvement points. The Prajna Sutra breaks through to the 10th level. At the moment when the Prajna Sutra broke through, Gu Qingfeng only felt a mysterious breath emerging from his physical body's qi and blood. It was the true qi bred from the qi and blood. The difference is, the power of this true energy is more than 10 times stronger than the true energy that was independently bred by the red flame divine art. I saw that the strong Genkai was born, and it directly swallowed up the original Genkai of the red flame magic art. Then this Genkai force rushed towards the Danshan without Gu Qingfeng's active guidance. Moment. Danshan opens up. A new force emerged from it. Innate Grandmaster Realm. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath. The realm that ordinary people dream of and dream of breaking through, now with him, he has succeeded in breaking through in less than a breath. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at the properties panel. I saw that the property panel has changed again. Realm, Jideo Grandmaster. The Ultimate Master. Is this the difference between both true energy and blood entering the Master Realm? Gu Qingfeng murmured to himself. He was not sure whether this was the change brought about by both his true energy and his blood entering the Grand Master, or whether it was just a simple change in himself. But obviously, the enlightened master of the extreme path must be much more powerful than the ordinary master. No hesitation. Gu Qingfeng looked at the remaining improvement points and directly upgraded the Prajna Sutra to the 13th level of perfection in one breath. With the breakthrough of the Prajna Sutra, a stream of memory emerged, as if Gu Qingfeng himself had been practicing the Prajna Sutra for hundreds of years, and the original qi in his Danshan suddenly became much stronger. This level of true energy is several times more powerful than when he first entered the Jideo Grandmaster. So far, Gu Qingfeng is the perfect master of the Prajna Sutra. In terms of conventional martial arts, he should be regarded as the pinnacle of the innate master. But now, if we talk about the extreme master, it is naturally not at the peak of the master level. After all, although Gu Qingfeng's own true qi has broken through, his blood and qi power has just entered the master level, and has not really reached the limit of this level. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng tried to break the limit of the martial arts of the Prajna Sutra. But when he saw the improvement points required to break the limit, his face changed slightly. 1000 improvement points. If the Prajna Sutra can break the limit, it can allow oneself to directly step into the realm of the Grand Master. Gu Qingfeng knew that this level of limit breaking would require a lot of improvement points. However, he would never have thought that the breakthrough of the Prajna Sutra from the Master to the Grand Master would require 1000 improvement points to do so. You know, the improvement of the Master level only requires 50 improvement points. Even if it is a breakthrough to the Grand Master, normally 1 or 200 improvement points are enough. Now, breaking the limit of martial arts. But it requires a full 1000 improvement points. Instant. Gu Qingfeng gave up the idea of breaking the limit. The further you advance in martial arts, the more points you need to improve to break the limit. This is the case for the Grand Master. If he breaks the shackles of the Grand Master and enters a higher level, he will probably need more points to improve. Gu Qingfeng never thought that he would stop at the Grand Master, even though the Grand Master is the top of the martial arts world so far. But I have the attribute panel. Breaking the shackles of the Grand Master is not easy, nor is it difficult. However, Gu Qingfeng himself has not reached that stage, so he did not waste time on this matter. The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. Take it one step at a time. Chapter 138 9th Level True Meaning. Looking at the remaining 60 or so improvement points. As soon as Gu Qingfeng thought about it, he directly raised the tyrant sword to the perfect level. I saw the moment when the improvement point disappeared. A wave of memories emerged from the depths of Gu Qingfeng's mind. At the same time, a terrifying sword intent emerged in the lobby. Hong Yi and the others who were guarding outside the lobby instinctively felt their bodies tremble, as if they were being struck by something. The terrifying presence locked the same. That feeling. It was as if he moved, he might die on the spot. Fortunately, this breath disappeared just as quickly as it came. It takes less than a moment. This breath was completely silent. Call. Your Majesty's strength is truly unfathomable. Several people looked at each other, and they all saw a look of shock in each other's eyes. They are all powerful men at the pinnacle of innate masters, but under the lock of that aura, it seems that they may die at any time. In the lobby, Qingfeng opened his eyes, and an extremely cold sword intent burst out from his eyes, leaving 2 white marks in the air that did not dissipate for a long time. Eyes like knives. This moment, Qingfeng has truly achieved this step. Subsequently, he looked at his properties panel. Tyrant Sword / Perfection, Level 9 of Tyrant Sword True Meaning. 9 Level True Meaning. This is the limit that a true master can reach. If you go higher up, the true meaning level is to break the shackles of the 9th level and advance to a higher level. Qingfeng thought to himself. However, judging from the current situation, it is very likely that the true meaning masters in the world have only initially understood the true meaning of the master, which is the level of the 6th level true meaning. After all, there are a number of powerful masters who have fallen into the hands of Qingfeng, but there are very few who truly understand the true meaning. The true meaning of the original 8th level Grand Master. It is to let Qingfeng run rampant in the master realm. This is not only because of his own background, but also because of the terrifying power of the sword. Today, step into the 9th level of true meaning. Qingfeng could find that the 9th level true meaning was at least twice as powerful as the 8th level true meaning. With this kind of true power, it is enough to instantly kill any warrior below the Grand Master. Even the Grand Master can be killed directly. Coupled with his current strength, it is difficult for Qingfeng to imagine who among the so-called transformation realm warlocks in the world can be his opponent. Call. With my current strength, I don't know if I can fight with the evil Buddha on the 9-turned path. Qingfeng looked in the direction of Jiqudao. Now that he has entered the Jidao Grand Master and the 9th level of true meaning, his perception has become much sharper. In his perception, there was a strange and evil aura in the direction of the 9-winding road, which was as dazzling as a light in the dark night. Qingfeng had the urge to enter the 9 winds path and fight that evil Buddha. But soon, Qingfeng suppressed the impulse in his heart. Just because the evil Buddha of Jiqudao is extraordinary, in his current view, he is more powerful than the so-called transformation realm warlock. If Peijing had really sacrificed blood to the evil Buddha and allowed the other party to walk out of the 9 winds path, he would have definitely ended up playing with fire and burning himself. Let's put the matter of the evil Buddha aside for now. The other party is currently in Jiqu. I have enough time to make preparations. Before that, I have to arrange other things properly. Qingfeng already had an idea in his mind. Half a day later, Gu Yi appeared in the lobby. Greetings, Your Majesty. This is a direct ascension elixir to the master level. Take it. Qingfeng casually threw a helicopter pill to the other party. The latter's expression remained unchanged and he obeyed directly without worrying about any problems. This is the level of loyalty of the dead soldier. He will not hesitate at all to Qingfeng's orders. Take the elixir. The aura on Gu Yi's body exploded. Under Qingfeng's gaze, the aura surging on the other person's body increased steadily. In an instant, he broke the barrier between refining Zhang and Master, and stepped into the realm of innate Master. Grand Master beginner level. Intermediate Grand Master. Grand Master's lower level. The pinnacle of Grand Master. Several couldn't breathe. Gu Yi has made a direct breakthrough from Zhang refining to the peak of Xiantian Grand Master. Subsequently, Qingfeng handed the Prajna Sutra to the other party again. This is a master technique. If you can practice it, it can consolidate your own foundation. It will not say that you can break through to the realm of a grand master, but it can at least enhance your strength a bit. The warriors who take the Zhi Sheng Dan to achieve breakthrough are considered to be the weakest beings among the peak innate masters. But if you can practice the same level of skills to make up for your own basic flaws, your strength can be improved accordingly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Yi solemnly took the Prajna Sutra. He could tell at a glance that it was just a handwritten copy of the master's technique, not the original. But this is enough. A top master's martial arts is enough to further improve one's own strength. Gu Qingfeng said, next, you will follow Yang Er to prevent strong men from attacking you secretly. With your current strength, as long as the fusion of God Realm warlocks don't come out, I believe no one can be your opponent. In addition, you distribute these elixirs to all members of the Secret Guard. Gu Qingfeng handed over 87 Marrow level Direct Ascension pills, 10 Zhang Refining level Direct Ascension pills, and the last 2 Grand Master level Direct Ascension pills to Gu Yi. This way, the strength of the Secret Guard can be directly improved a lot. Before that, the lower limit of the Secret Guard's strength is at the Bone Refining perfection, and now he has reached the Marrow Cleansing perfection. To put it bluntly, any warrior who has perfected the Marrow Cleansing realm can be regarded as the top powerhouse in many places in Guangyang Mansion. Not to mention, there are also 10 strong men who have reached the Zhang Refining realm and 3 powerful people who have reached the innate Grand Master realm. This improvement is enough to make the overall strength of the Secret Guards comparable to or even surpass those of many thousand-year-old sects. After all, even among the major ancient aristocratic sects in Guangyang Mansion, there may not always be powerful people in the Fusion God realm or the Grand Master realm. The so-called peak warlocks of the Spirit Control realm can compete with the strong masters of the Grand Master realm, but they are only comparable to ordinary Grand Masters. The existence of such a peak innate master is enough to suppress any warlock below the Fusion of God realm. Subsequently, Gu Yi took the order and retreated. With a force like the Secret Guard, Yang Er will have absolute guarantee when he attacks the major forces in Guangyang Mansion. As long as it's not the Tianyang Sword Sect or the top experts in the Imperial Court who take action, the strength of the Secret Guards is enough to solve everything. After solving Gu Yang's safety problem, Gu Qingfeng felt relieved. Gu Yang, as his first heir, Gu Qingfeng naturally has some different feelings towards him, and this is not just because of the golden finger. Next, wait until the news about Shiraishi Road comes out. Gu Qingfeng was able to conclude that not only Guangyang Mansion, but also the entire Qingyun Prefecture would be shaken. Chapter 139, All parties are shocked. What? Peijing is dead. In Qingjiang Prefecture, when the county governor Tai Shi heard the news, his face suddenly changed, and his original calm demeanor had long disappeared. There was no way. This news was really too shocking. Tai Shi knew Peijing's strength very well. In recent years, Peijing has been attacking Taishan County. As the county governor, Tai Shi has fought with him many times. Even if Tai Shi did not think that Peijing had the possibility of competing for the world, at least, the opponent's strength was beyond doubt. Not to mention that Peijing himself was a powerful master of the innate master realm, the Tianyang sword sect behind him was also the overlord of Qingyun province. Such a force! To be honest, looking at Qingyun province, it was quite shocking. When Tai Shi learned that Peijing was going to attack Bai Shidao, he was also prepared, wanting to take action at a critical moment and pull Gu Jiazhuang into his camp. In this way, Taishan County will have one more top master of the true meaning, and will be more confident in resisting Peijing's Shenwu army, so as to persist in the battle between the heroes of Zhongzhou. Unexpectedly, Tai Shi had not had time to take action, and Bai Shidao received shocking news. Shenwu King Peijing died. It caught Tai Shi off guard. At this time, the people below clasped their fists and said, not only did Shen Wuking Peijing die, but 3 elders of the Tianyang sword sect also fell in the hands of Gu Qingfeng. According to the news, that tyrant sword is not just a master of the true meaning, but a great master of the world. As soon as these words came out, the whole county governor's mansion was shocked. Great master. 3 simple words. But they contain an indescribable weight. When everyone, including Tai Shiai, heard the word great master, their pupils widened unconsciously, as if they had heard something incredible. After a long time, Tai Shiai just muttered to himself. Grand Master. How many years have passed, I didn't expect that Taishan County could actually produce a Grand Master. No wonder Peijing was defeated and died, no wonder Gujiazhuang was not afraid of Tianyang sword sect. It turned out that Ba Dao was the Grand Master of the time. At this moment, all the doubts in Tai Shiai's heart were dissipated, and everything in front of him became clear. If Gu Qingfeng was a Grand Master, then everything would make sense. Why Gujiazhuang was not afraid of Tianyang sword sect? Why did Shen Wuking Peijing die in battle? Just because that Ba Dao was a rare martial arts Grand Master of the time. Although the world says that warriors are not as good as sorcerers, that refers to ordinary warriors. When a warrior enters the realm of the Grand Master, he naturally cannot be compared with the past. Martial arts Grand Master. The gold content can be imagined. At this time, someone looked solemn. Several elders of Rongshen realm have died, and even Peijing, who was supported by them, died in Guangyang Prefecture. I'm afraid that Tianyang sword sect will be furious. If only the elders of Rongshen realm died, it would be fine. Peijing was supported by Tianyang sword sect to dominate the world. Now, Peijing died. The latent dragon was annihilated. You can imagine how angry Tianyang sword sect will be. In today's chaotic world, one step slow means every step slow. Tianyang sword sect has cultivated the other party for more than 20 years, and now it is all gone in one day, which is unbearable. Tai Shiai's eyes were deep, and he said calmly, what happens next is not something we can intervene in. Today's world is the world of sorcerers after all. When a martial arts Grand Master appears, I'm afraid that not only the Tianyang sword sect, but also other immortal sects may not be able to sit still. From now on, the county governor's office must not intervene in all the affairs of Gujiazhuang, and we must all wait and see. Tai Shiai's expression was already cold and stern when he said the last sentence. This is not only related to the dispute in King Yunzhou, but also to the dispute between martial arts and sorcerers. Since ancient times, why are there so few Grand Masters in the world? It is because it is difficult for Grand Masters to break through, and it is also because all the Grand Masters who come out of the world disappear quickly. Others may not know the reason, but Tai Shiai, as the county governor, has vaguely learned some news. Most of the Grand Masters who come out of the world disappear, which is related to those immortal family sects. Nowadays, if a great master emerges from Guangyang Mansion, it will surely attract the attention of the whole world. Even Zhongzhou will probably focus on Guangyang Mansion. Guangyang Mansion will surely become a mess in the future, and Tai Shiyi naturally does not want to get involved. Now it depends on whether that person can sweep everything. If he can really break the shackles of the previous great masters, maybe a real dragon will emerge from Guangyang Mansion. Tai Shiyi's expression gradually calmed down. Although the probability is very small. But so what? As long as he does not get involved, no matter how hard other forces try, it will not affect him. Xiang sect. Now the atmosphere in the entire sect hall is also extremely silent. Sect Master Wu Yanglai listened to the report of his subordinates, his face rarely became gloomy, and he did not say anything. Some of the other sect elders looked terrified, and some looked incredible. Shen Wuking Peijing died. 3 elders of Tianyang sword sect who were in the realm of Rongshen fell. Any one of the 2 pieces of news would be enough to shock Guangyang Mansion. The two pieces of news added together would bring a shock that cannot be described in words. Panic. Disturbed. This is the emotional thought of many elders of the Red Flame sect. After all, strictly speaking, the Qian sect had quite a lot of conflicts with the Gujiazhuang. In the past, the Xianzong did not pay much attention to the Gujiazhuang. But ever since Gu Qingfeng wiped out the Shen Fist sect and beheaded an innate grandmaster of the Tianyang sword sect, the Red Flame sect has become extremely fearful. But if that's all, then that's it. A top true meaning master, with the background of the Red Flame sect, can withstand the pressure of the opponent even if he is not an opponent. But a great master would be different. A strong person in the fusion of God realm. Not even the Scarlet Flame sect has it. Thinking of the grievances between the Scarlet Flame sect and Gujiazhuang, if that tyrant came in person, I am afraid that the Scarlet Flame sect would be wiped out in an instant. For a long time. Wu Yanglai said slowly, the one from Gujiazhuang is the Grand Master. This matter is indeed beyond our expectations, but the Tianyang sword sect will not let it go. Now, I, the Qian sect, do not want to have any conflict with Gujiazhuang for the time being, and just wait for the opportunity in secret. If Gujiazhuang wants to take action against my Scarlet Flame sect, what should we do? Gu Xin asked. As soon as this statement came out, Wu Yanglai looked slightly stiff and immediately shook his head. If Gujiazhuang really wants to take action, then our Qiyan sect will have no choice but to abandon the foundation of Guangyang Mansion. It's embarrassing to say this, but it is the truth. If a great master really wants to take action against the Qiyan sect, then the Qiyan sect will have no choice but to leave Guangyang Mansion. Don't leave. That's a dead end. Chapter 140, Conquering Guangyang Prefecture. Chaos. As the news of Pei Jing's death spread. Not to mention Guangyang Prefecture, Nanyang, Qidian, Danyang and other counties are in chaos. Very simple. Pei Jing left no heirs. Now that Pei Jing is dead, the Shenyu army, which was originally controlled by Pei Jing, instantly breaks into civil strife. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation and eliminate Pei Jing's position, and a civil war broke out. At the same time, in the governor's mansion of Nanyang County, Sheriff Pei Sheng was so furious that he smashed countless cups into pieces in the lobby. All the servants and other senior members of the Pei family looked at each other with a bit of fear. Damn it! Gu Qingfeng, you really deserve to die. Killing Jing'er will destroy the hope of our Pei family. We, our Pei family, will never share this hatred with you. Pei Sheng roared angrily, with the murderous intent in his eyes almost turning into reality. He wished he could go to Guangyang Mansion immediately and execute Gu Qingfeng and the entire Gu family village in Lingqi. However, Pei Sheng is equally clear. If Gu Qingfeng is really a great master, then with the power he has in his hands, it is difficult to be his opponent. These three words are great master. It contains endless power. Even though Pei Sheng was the head of a county, he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. What's more, now Pei Jing is dead. Of the Shenyu army left behind by the other side, not many were truly willing to be loyal to the Pei family. Such a loss of strength makes the Pei family hopeless for revenge. This time, an elder from the Pei family said cautiously, Master, why don't we ask the Tianyang sword sect to come forward? After all, this time the young master died, the Tianyang sword sect also lost several strong men in the fusion of God realm. What's more, the young master is also a true disciple of the Tianyang sword sect. No matter what, it is impossible for the Tianyang sword sect to just sit idly by. So what if there is a great master of martial arts? My Pei family does not have the ability to deal with a great master, but that does not mean that the Tianyang sword sect does not have the ability to deal with it. Yes, this matter should be reported to Tianyang sword sect. In my opinion, the Tianyang sword sect wants to support my Pei family to strive for world hegemony. Now that the young master has died, I have asked the Tianyang sword sect to take action. It also allows the Tianyang sword sect to choose one of my Pei family to train. The other Pei family elders all spoke one after another, and everyone had their own thoughts in their hearts. In the past, when Pei Jing was alive, they had no chance to intervene, but now that Pei Jing is dead, it may not be a bad thing for them. Very simple. Pei Jing died. If Tianyang sword sect wanted to support another person, it would probably be from the Pei family. This way, their descendants only have a few chances. If they are really valued by the Tianyang sword sect, then their lineage will truly soar to the sky. At this point, Pei Sheng also knew it. But there was nothing he could do. Pei Jing is dead. He also hopes that one more person from the Pei family will be valued by the Tianyang sword sect. Even if the person selected is not of his own lineage, it can at least revitalize the Pei family. Think of this. The murderous intention in Pei Sheng's heart became stronger and stronger. In his opinion, if Gu Qingfeng hadn't killed Pei Jing, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation. I will report this matter to the Tianyang sword sect, and try to stabilize the morale of the army as much as possible. The Shenyu army left behind by Jing'er cannot all be made into wedding clothes for others. Pei Sheng said in a deep voice. At this point, he has accepted his fate. The most important thing now is to keep the Shenyu army left by Pei Jing in his hands. Nowadays, the Shenyu army is in civil strife, but there are still some people who are loyal to the Pei family. If you can control this part of the power, you can also save some losses. Your heir Gu Yang conquered the remaining Shenyu army, and his power has greatly increased. Your descendant Gu Yang captured Taishan Road in 3 days, and his reputation gradually spread. Your heir Gu Yang killed the skin refining realm warrior *356. Your heir Gu Yang killed the blood refining realm warrior *213. Your heir Gu Yang killed 9 beginner bone refining realm warriors. Your heir Gu Yang led the army with great momentum. In 10 days, he defeated several cities in a row. The Gu family's army is famous far and wide. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by a warrior at the lower level of the marrow cleansing realm. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by warriors from the 3rd level of Zhang refining. Your heir Gu Yang was attacked by warriors from the 3rd level of Zhang refining *3. Your heir Gu Qingfeng looked back at his family village and saw a large amount of text refreshed in the information panel, with information about Gu Yang occupying 99% of the interface. Visible. After Gu Yang conquered the remaining Shenyu army, he took this force and began to occupy the entire Guangyang mansion. Look at the information panel. The Gu family army led by Gu Yang was almost unmatched in Guangyang mansion. Even Taishan Road was completely captured in just 3 days. But to this situation, Gu Qingfeng also knew it in his heart. It wasn't that the Gu family army led by Gu Yang was really so powerful, but his reputation as a tyrant made the forces of Taishan Dao dare not resist. A powerful man who is suspected to be the great master of the world is enough to make people despair. From above, Gu Qingfeng has also seen the impact of top combat power. The title of Grand Master. It is even more terrifying than an army. But Gu Qingfeng also understood. Even without his reputation as the tyrant's sword, it would be easy for Gu Yang to take over Taishan Road. Very simple. Because there are 5 innate perfect masters around Gu Yang. Yes. 5. 3 innate realm direct promotion pills allowed Gu Yi, Gu Er, Gu San, and others to directly break the limit of refining the internal organs and enter the realm of innate perfection. Then, it is to seize the soul and chase the soul. Gu Qingfeng also asked the 2 to go out with the army and follow Gu Yang. One is to protect the other party, and the other is to solve some difficult problems. As for Hong Yi, Gu Qingfeng brought her back to Gu Jiazhuang and let her take charge of the situation. Many times, Gu Qingfeng was too lazy to take action himself. There is a strong man at the top of the innate master sitting in Gu Jiazhuang, as long as it is not a strong man at the Huazheng realm or the Great Master realm, it can basically be solved. Of course, if it is a master who can comprehend the true meaning, it is different. Whether it is the direct promotion pill or the rewarded dead soldiers, they all have the strength of ordinary top innate masters, not the true meaning masters who have comprehended the true meaning. To put it bluntly, the true meaning master is a particularly mysterious realm. Whether an ordinary master comprehends the true meaning or not, it does not affect his breakthrough to the Grand Master. It is because the breakthrough from the Master to the Grand Master is just about the accumulation of power, but the comprehension of the true meaning is a transformation at the combat power level. The top innate masters who master the Master's true meaning are naturally much stronger than the top innate masters who do not master the true meaning. However, ordinary top innate masters can also impact the Grand Master realm, so whether or not to comprehend the true meaning is not the key factor in breaking through the Grand Master. Chapter 141 Return to the Demon Prison. This is true for the Grand Master. Qingfeng suspected that this was also true for the Grand Master. Since the Grand Masters are divided into ordinary Grand Masters and true meaning Grand Masters, then the Grand Masters are likely to be divided into ordinary Grand Masters and true meaning Grand Masters. Now, Qingfeng has already comprehended the 9th level of true meaning, which is considered the pinnacle of the Grand Master's true meaning. If he continues to move up, he will probably be able to transform into the Grand Master's true meaning. Unfortunately, the comprehension of the true meaning, it requires opportunity. Qingfeng comprehended the Grand Master's true meaning at the beginning because he got the Grand Master's true meaning by chance. But in fact, even if you get the Grand Master's true meaning, it is not easy to truly master the Grand Master's true meaning. Just like Gu Yang, the other party also comprehended the existence of the Tyrant Blade Slash, and even comprehended some of the Tyrant Blade's true meaning from it, but that level of true meaning has not yet truly stepped into the level of the Grand Master's true meaning. After Qingfeng comprehended the true meaning of the Overlord Sword, he was able to directly upgrade the true meaning of the Overlord Sword to the true meaning of the Grand Master. He suspected that it was related to his own cultivation and the fact that he had mastered the true meaning of killing before. However, now Qingfeng also has other ideas. With my current level of the 9th level true meaning of the Overlord Sword, I should not be half a point weaker than the strong man who left the true meaning of the Grand Master. In other words, I can also leave the true meaning of the Grand Master for future generations to comprehend. Qingfeng suddenly realized that a true meaning Grand Master is not just a top-notch combat power. For other people in the same faction, it is equivalent to a great opportunity. After all, it is too difficult to comprehend the true meaning by yourself. But if you comprehend the true meaning of the predecessors, the difficulty will naturally be reduced. However, there is also an obvious flaw in comprehending the true meaning of the predecessors. That is, the true meaning of the predecessors is the predecessors, not one's own true meaning. In this way, unless one is born with it, it is difficult to truly cultivate to the same level as the predecessors, let alone surpass the predecessors. Just like Qingfeng himself. If it were not for the existence of the attribute panel, he would not have been able to cultivate the true meaning of the Tyrant Sword to perfection. In the past, Qingfeng did not have such a feeling. But now, since the perfection of the true meaning of the Tyrant Sword, he understands that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for him to truly cultivate the true meaning of the predecessors to perfection. Now with the existence of the attribute panel, this problem can be ignored. Not to mention cultivating to the height of the predecessors, even if the true meaning of the Tyrant Sword breaks the limit again on the basis of the predecessors and enters the level of the 10th level of the true meaning, it is not a problem. Shaking his head, Qingfeng suppressed this thought and looked at the information panel again. Now the information about Gu Yang is still updated, and it can be seen that many forces are unwilling to perish, so they attack the former. There were only several top-level masters guarding them, and warriors in the marrow cleansing and organ refining realms could not threaten them at all. Gu Qingfeng did not have much fluctuation in his heart regarding the many warriors in the marrow cleansing and organ refining realms that appeared on the information panel. When he was weak in the past, it seemed that these strong men were legendary and rare in the world. But in fact, this was only because I was not at the height I am at now at that time, so it was naturally impossible for me to have any intersection with these strong men. As the saying goes, a tiger will never be with a sheep. The height of oneself determines the level that can be contacted. When Gu Qingfeng was in Bai Shidao, he was just a warrior in the blood refining realm, and what he could contact was naturally only the small and 3-acre land of Bai Shidao. Later, when he jumped out of Bai Shidao, he could gradually contact higher fields. Until now, Gu Qingfeng was said to be a great master by the outside world. At the same time, Gu Yang was also a figure in charge of hundreds of thousands of troops, and he was also the son of a great master, so he would naturally attract a lot of attention. This is why Gu Qingfeng gave the remaining 2 Grandmaster Ascension pills directly to the secret guards. If it were normal, Gu Qingfeng would leave 1 or 2 Grandmaster Ascension pills to train other people, or give them to Su Yulan to help her break through the Grandmaster realm and increase her lifespan. But now, the matter concerns Gu Yang's safety, so Gu Qingfeng must first cultivate the power around Gu Yang. As for Su Yulan, she has now reached the perfection of the 5 realms of refining internal organs, and her lifespan is also 200 years, so there is no need to rush for the time being. 200 years. She can completely wait for the next opportunity to get the Ascension pill. Or, when Gu Qingfeng sorts out and creates a perfect martial art, she can also solve the problem of lifespan. Of course, if the perfect martial arts is really created, then it will not only solve Su Yulan's problem, but also the lifespan of other descendants of the Gu family. As long as the descendants of the Gu family live longer, Gu Qingfeng himself can get more improvement points. After a while, Gu Qingfeng called a person. The person came in a red dress, with eyebrows like willow leaves and a cold face, like a piece of ice in a cold pond, which is not stained by dust but also difficult to approach. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The other party spoke in a cold voice, with a bit of strangers staying away, and a bit of imperceptible respect. Gu Qingfeng looked at the red leaves in front of him, but his heart did not fluctuate much. At his level, his heart is more about pursuing martial arts, and he doesn't care much about ordinary worldly things. "I will go to the demon suppression prison next. You will take my place in Gujia's Wang. If any evil spirits come out of the demon suppression prison, we will suppress them immediately." "Yes." Hong Yi nodded. Then, Gu Qingfeng left the knife grinding hall and went to the demon suppression prison alone. Entering the demon suppression prison, Gu Qingfeng came to the place where the evil spirits were sealed. There are now 6 golden coffins here, each sealing 6 evil spirits. 3 of the golden coffins are from the 3 Rongshen realm elders of the Tianyang sword sect. When Gu Qingfeng left the north gate, Gu Yang also asked people to take all 3 golden coffins back to the demon suppression prison to seal them. After all, he also knew that the evil spirits were of great importance. If any evil spirits were allowed to escape, it would cause a lot of trouble. If an evil spirit was really allowed to devour at will, then there might be another one comparable to the 9-bent Dao evil Buddha. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Therefore, bringing the evil spirit back to the demon suppression prison is what we must do. Looking at the 6 golden coffins in front of him, Gu Qingfeng finally locked his eyes on one of the golden coffins. Inside the seal was the shadow ghost. Perfect body refining. Grandmaster of the extreme way. My current life level is already above ordinary warriors, and even above the so-called sorcerers. Next, I will see if it is possible to really wipe out the evil spirit at my current life level. Gu Qingfeng muttered to himself, and then he directly opened the seal of the golden coffin. A terrifying and strange cold breath suddenly burst out, and the temperature of the huge demon suppression prison dropped a lot. Chapter 142, Eliminating the Evil Spirit. Roar. The evil spirit revived, and immediately burst into a violent roar, and then the shadow ghost's body was seen like a tide, heading towards the shadow under Gu Qingfeng's feet. This is the ability of the shadow ghost. It can hide in the shadow of others, and even use the shadow to control others and make them its puppets. However, how could Gu Qingfeng let the shadow ghost succeed? Given the strangeness of the evil spirit, even if he had the confidence to suppress the shadow ghost, he would not really be careless. Gu Qingfeng stomped his right foot on the ground, and the powerful force caused the huge demon prison to shake violently, and the terrifying blood and qi burst out. The shadow ghost that was about to invade Gu Qingfeng's shadow, when it touched the blood and qi that was like a big sun furnace, immediately let out a shrill scream. The shadow ghost retreated. Escaped to the direction outside the demon prison. Want to leave? Gu Qingfeng sneered, and the sword that killed evil suddenly came out of its sheath, nailing the body of the shadow ghost to the ground. When the blood and qi in the blade fell on the shadow ghost, it was like the spring sun melting snow. The latter's body melted little by little, and at the same time, it struggled and twisted wildly, making a series of shrill wails. After a while, the voice gradually faded. Only a little black powder was left on the ground, and the existence of the shadow ghost had completely disappeared. The evil ghost is dead. Gu Qingfeng's pupils suddenly shrank. Even though he had expected it in his heart, when he really saw the shadow ghost disappear under his nose, Gu Qingfeng still felt a little incredible. The whole process of eliminating the shadow ghost was so smooth, without any twists and turns. But soon, Gu Qingfeng was relieved again. His life level has now transformed, which is not comparable to the past. The reason why the evil ghost is difficult to eliminate is because the evil ghost's life level is too high. But now it is different. The life levels of both are at the same level. Then the problem of the evil spirit being difficult to eliminate does not exist. After killing the shadow ghost, Gu Qingfeng quickly released other evil spirits. Suppressing and sealing the evil spirits is a last resort. In fact, if the evil spirits can be eliminated, Gu Qingfeng naturally does not want to seal them in here. After all, the existence of evil spirits is like a time bomb, which may cause great trouble if you are not careful. Even though Gu Qingfeng has made a lot of hard work in building this demon prison, there are still some hidden dangers. Soon, the second evil spirit was released. This time, this evil spirit seemed to know the demise of the shadow ghost, so after it was born, it had no intention of fighting with Gu Qingfeng at all, and rushed directly to the outside of the demon prison. Unfortunately, Gu Qingfeng was already prepared on the side. Seeing the evil spirit escape, he directly killed it. Then, it was the third and fourth evil spirits. One evil spirit after another was released, and then they were killed directly by Gu Qingfeng. To put it bluntly, the evil spirits that could be sealed in the demon prison were not very powerful. With Gu Qingfeng's current cultivation level of the Supreme Master, it was easy for him to suppress these evil spirits. Soon, all the evil spirits in the demon prison were killed. When he walked out of the demon prison, he happened to see Hong Yi's solemn expression. When the latter saw Gu Qingfeng appear, the solemnity on his face was dissipated a lot. Your Majesty. Okay, the matter of the demon prison has been resolved, you don't have to stay here anymore. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and the latter was secretly relieved when he heard it. When the evil spirits came out, Hong Yi felt the breath that made him feel a great threat. But now, that breath has dissipated. Combined with Gu Qingfeng's words, Hong Yi didn't worry too much. After Hong Yi left, Gu Qingfeng returned to the knife sharpening hall. Now, in the knife sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng sat cross-legged. Kill the evil spirits. This means that there is no problem with the path I am taking. The reason why martial arts in this world are difficult to flourish is because martial arts are flawed, or in other words, the people who created martial arts did not really take the right path. As a result, although martial arts are established, they are incomplete. With the emergence of evil spirits, people in the world have derived a profession called sorcerers to fight against evil spirits. But it is obvious that the appearance of sorcerers is not as expected at the beginning, but exists to deal with evil spirits. The dragon slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. People who carry evil spirits will be contaminated by the power of evil spirits, and then degeneration is inevitable. All kinds of reasons are the root causes of the collapse of the order of this world. Now if martial arts rise, the so-called evil spirits and sorcerers will be eradicated together, then the problem can be alleviated a lot. Qingfeng does not think that he is a savior, but there is nothing wrong with doing something for the people of the world within his ability. Now, even if he has this ability, the fall of the evil spirit, it is enough to explain these things. Of course, if the news that he could kill evil spirits spreads, Qingfeng can conclude that the world's warlocks and the so-called immortal sects will definitely not be able to sit still. Very simple. The creation of perfect martial arts will definitely threaten the status of warlocks. It's just that Qingfeng doesn't care about it. So, next time, Qingfeng is trying his best to understand martial arts and wants to create a truly perfect martial arts by himself. To this end, Qingfeng called Peng again. Meet the old owner. Tell Yang to collect all the martial arts from all over the world and send them all to the sharpening hall. I will be of great use. Qingfeng said calmly. When the latter heard this, he just accepted the order and left without asking any more questions. See this? Qingfeng began to retreat. If he wants to collect martial arts from all over the world, he must of course use himself as the furnace to cultivate hundreds of classics, and eventually create a truly perfect martial arts. Although Qingfeng himself has now entered the ranks of perfect martial arts, it is not that simple to create a martial arts. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. There are some shortcomings in martial arts in the world, but in the end there are merits. And on the other side, Peng also worked hard and soon found Gu Yang's army. Now Gu Yang had just led his army to capture Banan Road and was resting when he saw Peng arriving. Hall Master Gu is here, but what is important for father? Gu Yang asked. He knew that Peng was his father's confidant and had always been with his father to do things for him. Now that he came to Banan Road in person, there couldn't be any reason to report to the owner of the village. The old owner of the village asked me to come. There is indeed something to explain. P.S. I will update one chapter first, and the second chapter later. Chapter 143 Target, Qidian Sect. Subsequently, Peng just told everything. Collecting martial arts from all over the world. Gu Yang nodded slightly and immediately passed on the order. Not long after, a group of people carried more than a dozen boxes up. These are the martial arts obtained by wiping out all forces in the army. I will let people arrange it. Hall Master Gu will take this batch of martial arts back to his father first. Gu Yang said. The Gu family army fought on all sides, and not all forces were willing to surrender. However, if there was any resistance, Gu Yang would show no mercy and directly eliminate them all. The martial arts mastered by these annihilated forces naturally fell into Gu Yang's hands. The reason for doing this? It is also to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After all, if Gu Jiajin wants to capture the entire Guangyang mansion as quickly as possible, he must use thunderous means. The reputation of a great master alone is not enough for all forces to bow to him. There are also some forces who want to stay on the sidelines and do not want to get involved in such a war. However, in today's troubled times, how can there be any neutral statement? Or surrender? Or destroy? There is no third possibility. So, Gu Yang destroyed these forces to tell other forces that if they did not surrender, there would be only death. To this, Peng naturally had no objections. After the other party left, Gu Yang was the one who summoned the secret guard. "Meet the owner. What's going on with the remnants of the imperial court?" Gu Yang asked calmly. Gu Yi said respectfully, "Half a day ago, the secret guards had found the whereabouts of the remaining members of the imperial court and killed them completely." "Good." Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Although Beijing's Shenwu army defeated the imperial army of Guangyang Mansion, it did not really bring the entire Guangyang Mansion under its control. Half of the territory was still under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. Banan Road is one of them. But these are things of the past. Gu Yang led the Gu family army into Banan Road and swept everything with thunderous force. In less than 5 days, the imperial court was completely defeated, leaving only a few remnants of the army lingering in an attempt to secretly sabotage the Gu family army's actions. To this end, naturally, Gu Yang would not tolerate it. He directly used the power of the secret guards to deal with these remnants of the imperial army. Obviously, the secret guard did not disappoint Gu Yang. In fact, Gu Yang has never doubted the ability of the secret guard. Especially since the battle at Baimen Pass, Gu Yang found that the secret guards under his control had undergone some changes. These changes, it is reflected in strength. Gu Yang suspected that Gu Qingfeng should have mastered some secret method that could improve the strength of a warrior, or something else. But these secret techniques and methods probably have some side effects. Otherwise, it was impossible for Gu Qingfeng to only improve the strength of the secret guards without letting him use them. Gu Yang didn't have the slightest doubt about the relationship between father and son. At the same time, Gu Yang had no intention of exploring the secret methods that Gu Qingfeng had mastered. Everyone had their own secrets. If his father was willing to tell him, he would naturally tell him. If you are unwilling, then no matter how many questions you ask, it will be useless. Of course, Gu Yang also tried to ask Gu Yi. But the latter was very taboo about this, so Gu Yang gave up the idea. Subsequently, Gu Yang walked slowly to the middle of the lobby, where there was a sand table with the layout of the entire Guangyang Mansion's 72 lanes. In the sandbox, there are 3 types of flags. Taixuan flag, Shenwu flag, Gu Jiakai. This represents the 3 forces including Taixuan dynasty, Shenwu army, and Gu family army. Originally, Beijing defeated the Guangyang Mansion army head-on and led the Shenwu army to enter this area. Most of the territory in the 72 roads should have fallen into the opponent's control. No matter what, Beijing broke his halberd and sank into the sand at Baimen Pass and died on the spot. This caused chaos within the Shenwu army. Instead, the imperial court found an opportunity to directly attack and suppress the rebels from all sides and regain most of the territory. This way, the Taixuan banner in the sand table represents the imperial court and occupies almost half of the territory of Guangyang Mansion. Of the remaining 36 roads, the Gu Qidian has now taken control of 13, while the remaining 23 are temporarily controlled by the Shenwu army. But these are only temporary. Now that Gu Yang personally leads the army and carries the title of Grand Master, the Imperial Army of Guangyang Mansion and the Shenwu army are definitely no match for him. At this point, Gu Yangne has absolute confidence. After annexing the remnants of the army led by Beijing and capturing the 13th road, the number of Gu's army has directly expanded to 500,000. The number of this army is more than 5 times greater than at the beginning. Even though most of the 500,000 strong army had just been recruited and their combat strength was worrying, they were still 500,000 people. Such a force should not be underestimated. At the moment, Gu Yang doesn't have much time to slowly integrate the army. He can only take down Guangyang Mansion with a snowballing momentum. Want to compete in the world? At least there must be a palace as a foundation to have some hope. If we can't take down a single prefecture, how many useful people can we cultivate with the small piece of land controlled by our family? After looking at the sand table for a while, Gu Yang picked up a Gu family flag and directly inserted it on Taiyun Road. Next. The target of my Gu family army is Taiyun Road. It just so happens that my father needs martial arts secrets. Taiyun Road has the Qian sect in charge. If this sect knows what's interesting, then it may be able to leave a legacy for it. If it doesn't know what's interesting, then there is no need for it to exist. Gu Yang's eyes were cold, and there was already a strong murderous intent on his body. During this period of time, the number of people who led the army to capture various places and died indirectly or directly at Gu Yang's hands was countless. Controlling the power of killing made him practice killing by himself. To be honest, Gu Yang didn't want to kill too many people. After all, if he really wanted to slaughter the entire Guangyang prefecture, then even if he occupied the entire Guangyang prefecture in the future, it would be difficult for him to have anyone useful. So far, all the generals of the Gu family army are people trained by Gu Yang. Although they are sufficient for the time being, they will be a bit stretched if they want to expand further. But the problem is, some things are not something that Gu Yang can kill if he wants to. So, killing to stop killing. It is also a way. Gu Yi, you go to Qian sect on my behalf and tell them that if they are willing to submit to my Gu family village, all the past grudges can be written off. Gu Yang paused here. You lead some secret guards to go there. If Qian sect is unwilling, you can just destroy Qian sect. Yes. Gu Yi took the order and retreated. Chapter 144 I, Gu Qingfeng, have never been one to follow rules. Your descendant Gu Yang dispatched troops to Taiyun Road. Your descendant Gu Yang killed 368 warriors in the leather refining realm. Your descendant Gu Yang killed 126 warriors in the blood refining realm. Your descendant Gu Yang killed 3 warriors in the bone refining realm. Your descendant Gu Yang was attacked by a mysterious strong man. Your descendant Gu Yang gained some insights from the killing, and his tyrant blade slash became more advanced. Your descendant Gu Yang sent people to the Qian sect. Your descendant Gu Shenan cleansed his bones, and his aptitude improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Xian gained some insights from practicing the Gu family fist, and his strength improved. Your descendant Gu Yang led the army to capture a city, and his reputation spread far and wide. Lines of text were refreshed on the information panel, and Gu Qingfeng looked at the content above, his expression was much calmer. Taiyun Road. Qian sect. If it was in the past, Gu Qingfeng would still be quite wary of the Qian sect. After all, as a 1,000-year-old sect, the Qian sect's foundation is also extraordinary. However, today is different from the past. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, the Qian sect is just that. Gu Yang has 5 top-level innate masters following him, so it is not a problem to deal with a Qian sect. Not to mention one Qian sect. Even if there are 10 Qian sects, I believe they are enough to suppress. So, Gu Qingfeng didn't care too much. Now he doesn't always look at the information panel. Because Gu Peng has returned. The other party brought back more than a dozen boxes of martial arts secrets. Now, these martial arts secrets are all placed in the sharpening hall for Gu Qingfeng to study and comprehend day and night. Create a perfect martial arts. Gu Qingfeng is not just for the descendants of the Gu family, but more importantly, to find a way forward for himself. After all, the martial arts of the world stop at the Grand Master. Since ancient times, no one has been able to break the limit of the Grand Master. At least, from the perspective of what Gu Qingfeng knows now, the Grand Master is the limit of martial arts. But in fact, Grand Masters are rare in the world. In the secret realm of martial arts in the world, many martial artists can only reach the Grand Master level. Gu Qingfeng has the Grand Master's secret book in his hand, but this is not enough. He needs to meld hundreds of martial arts and create his own path. Only in this way. Even if the martial arts break the limit in the later stage, it is much better than ordinary martial arts. It's a very simple truth. Take the initial inferior martial arts as an example. An ordinary inferior martial arts and an inferior martial arts that can perfectly refine the skin, the effects of improvement and breaking the limit are different. The former breaks the limit, which is an ordinary blood refining realm. If the latter breaks the limit, it is likely to be perfect blood refining. Of course, nothing is absolute. Qingfeng does not have the perfect martial arts in his hands now, so it is just a guess for the time being and cannot be 100% certain. But at least from the current point of view, this probability is not ordinary. This is why Qingfeng is so obsessed with the perfect martial arts. If he can create his own martial arts and walk out of the perfect martial arts, then even if the martial arts in the world stop at the Grand Master, he can break the limit with the perfect martial arts and master more powerful power. 10 days later, Qingfeng vaguely has some clues. At this time, a secret guard spy came to ask for an interview and handed a letter to Qingfeng. The latter opened the letter, looked at the content on it, frowned slightly, and his expression became cold. What a Qian sect, it seems that they have not made their identity and status clear. This letter was sent by Gu Yang's secret guard. The content of the letter is very simple. Qian sect is willing to submit to Gu Jiazhuang. But the Qian sect also has a request, which is that Gu Jiazhuang needs to give 1,000 people every year for the sect's internal cultivation needs. In fact, this is not a lion's mouth. All these 1,000-year-old family sects have sorcerers in charge. The existence of sorcerers is inseparable from the flesh and blood of living beings. From ancient times to the present, anyone who wants to win over these sects and families has to pay a certain price. Like the Tianyang sword sect behind Peijing, and some family sects that support Peijing, almost all of them will mention the corresponding requirements. If the former wants to get their support, they must agree. There is no way. This is the world. These things are also tacit rules. It's a pity that I, Qingfeng, have never been a rule-abiding person, and the tacit rules of the world may not be correct. Qingfeng sneered, and the true energy in his palm was swallowed and exhaled, and the letter paper was instantly turned into ashes. Then, Qingfeng took a piece of white paper at random, wrote a word on it directly, and handed it to the secret guard spy. Take the things to Yang. Yes. The secret guard spy received the order and turned away immediately. Afterwards, Qingfeng comprehended the martial arts again. But unlike before, he now had a fierce killing intent. The huge sharpening hall was shrouded by this killing intent. All the magic weapons inside were trembling slightly, as if they were afraid, or as if they were excited. A long time passed. This killing intent gradually subsided. 3 days later, the secret guard spy met Gu Yang again. What did father say? Gu Yang asked immediately. The secret guard spy presented a letter with both hands and said respectfully, "This is what the old owner asked his subordinates to give to the owner." When there was no one around, the secret guard called Qingfeng Your Excellency, but now in front of Gu Yang, he had to call him old owner. After all, the secret guards are now openly loyal to Gu Yang. Of course, Gu Yang didn't care about these titles. He opened the letter that Qingfeng asked the secret guard spy to bring. As soon as the white paper was spread out, a strong knife intent emanated. This knife intent was extremely terrifying. When Gu Yang looked at it, he felt a slight pain in his eyes and it was difficult to look directly. It was not until a moment later that the knife intent subsided and he could see clearly what was on the letter. Kill. A simple word. But when he saw the word kill, Gu Yang already understood Qingfeng's idea. It seems that my father's idea is the same as mine. Gu Yang nodded slightly. He originally disliked the Qian sect. But the Qian sect was willing to submit to Gu Jiazhuang. If the Qian sect was to be wiped out at this time, it would definitely tear off the last layer of disguise and stand on the opposite side of the world's sorcerers. You know. Since ancient times, any strong man who can stabilize the supreme position of the world has the shadow of an immortal sect or a family behind him. In other words, the masters of the world are all supported by these sorcerers. The competition among the heroes at the end of the dynasty was actually a game between sorcerers to see who can win in the end. This shows how high the status of sorcerers is. Chapter 145 Kill. But at the same time, Gu Yang also knew one thing. That is, his father had a great aversion to the existence of sorcerers. Under the influence of his father and his family, Gu Yang already disliked sorcerers in the world. However, considering the overall situation, temporarily giving in and accepting the Qian sect would be more beneficial than harmful to Gu Jiazhuang. But if it is considered from a personal emotional point of view, Gu Yang naturally does not want to go along with the crowd. But the problem is, those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. If you want to get something, you often have to give up something. So, Gu Yang was a little undecided. But now that Gu Qingfeng brought a message, Gu Yang didn't have to worry so much. Immediately, Gu Yang called Gu Yi and others. Greetings to the owner of the manor. Father has ordered to wipe out the Qian sect. Gu Yang handed the letter with the word kill written on it to Gu Yi's hand. Although the knife intent had dissipated a lot, there was still some residue. Even the remaining sword intent can make the master warriors feel daunted. Does the owner plan to directly use the army to flatten the Qian sect, or just let the secret guards do it? Gu Yi asked. Gu Yang said lightly, if only the secret guards are allowed to do it, can we be sure of destroying the Qian sect? Now the secret guards have 3 innate masters and 10 perfect internal organs. It should not be a problem to wipe out the Qian sect. Gu Yi said without hesitation. Okay, since you are sure, then lead the secret guards to destroy the Qian sect. However, although the Qian sect must be destroyed, the evil spirits in it cannot be left alone. The secret guards must also remember to carry the things that seal the evil spirits. Gu Yang reminded him, and then asked Gu Yi to lead the secret guards to the Qian sect. At the same time, Gu Yang also wanted to block the news of the Qian sect being wiped out. Even if he couldn't hide it, he had to delay it as much as possible, and then sweep all sides with thundering means. Only by doing this can we take down the entire Guangyang prefecture at the lowest cost before other sects and families react. Otherwise, once the news of the destruction of the Qian sect spreads, I am afraid that those sects and families will fight to the death. Alas, I still have too few strong men to use. If there are enough innate masters, there is no need to be so troublesome. I can just suppress all the sects and families in Guangyang prefecture in one go. In addition, if my father is willing to take action, it can save a lot of trouble. This thought only appeared in Gu Yang's mind for a moment. His father is a grand master, so he will naturally not act casually. What's more, Gu Qingfeng's existence is more of a deterrent. However, if Peijing dies, the Tianyang sword sect will not give up. I heard that the Tianyang sword sect has a top-notch Huazheng realm strongman who is comparable to the first-level Grand Master. If the Tianyang sect master takes action, it will also be a big trouble. Gu Yang thought to himself. It's just that things at this level are not something he can intervene in for the time being. Since Gu Qingfeng dared to kill Peijing and tear his face with Tianyang sword sect, he must be sure of winning. Having been with Gu Qingfeng for so many years, Gu Yang knew very well that his father never did anything he was not sure of. Even when facing a powerful opponent, Gu Yang had an inexplicable confidence in Gu Qingfeng. Such confidence. It was the capital that made him not afraid of Tianyang sword sect. Then, Gu Yang looked at the sand table in front of him and had directly locked on the next target. On the other side, in the Qian sect, now there are corpses everywhere. The once majestic Xiang sect master now has disheveled hair and blood-stained clothes, and looks quite embarrassed. My Qian sect has surrendered, why do you Gu Jiazhuang break your promise? Wu Yanglai was shocked and angry. He looked at Gu Yi in front of him, his heart full of disbelief and anger. Obviously, the Qian sect has already bowed its head, but Gu Jiazhuang still wants to kill them all. This is something Wu Yanglai did not expect. In fact, Wu Yanglai couldn't figure out why Gu Jiazhuang had any reason to attack Qian sect. If there were some grudges in the past, Gu Jiazhuang didn't suffer any losses. Only the strong men of Qian sect fell. Besides, those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. It's impossible for both sides to fight to the death over a few insignificant conflicts. That's why Wu Yanglai couldn't figure it out so far. Gu Yi remained silent. In his opinion, the dead didn't need to know so much. Besides, this time he followed Gu Yang's order and came to destroy Qian sect. So, what Gu Yi had to do was to kill all the people in Qian sect, leaving no one alive. In order to solve the problem of Qian sect, Gu Yi directly led 30 dark guards to come. Considering that the weakest dark guards were all at the perfect level of the marrow cleansing realm, 30 dark guards were a very terrifying force. Not to mention, among the 30 secret guards, not all of them were ordinary secret guards, there were also 5 powerful men who had perfected their internal organs. Such a force was enough to make the Qian sect despair. In Wu Yanglai's eyes, the powerful men of the Qian sect were killed one by one, and many elders of the sect were beaten by the secret guards. There were fewer familiar faces in the past. At this moment, Wu Yanglai was distracted, and Gu Yi cut through his protective qi with a knife, leaving a hideous wound on his body. A lot of blood gushed out. Wu Yanglai looked crazy. You want to destroy my Qian sect? Even if I die, I will let you be buried with me. At this moment, Wu Yanglai no longer had any reservations. He used all his strength to mobilize his own power, and the extremely terrifying and strange aura swept over like a tide. When he looked at Wu Yanglai again, he saw that the other party's eyes were dark green, as if an evil spirit had descended to the world. For a warlock, such an all-out battle is likely to cause the evil spirit in the body to awaken, and it will no longer be difficult to control. If it were under normal circumstances, Wu Yanglai would naturally not do this. But now, the crisis of life and death is in front of him. Wu Yanglai naturally didn't care about so much. He had only one thought in his mind, that is, even if he died, he would make the dark guards pay the price. Evil spirit. Gu Yi's expression did not change, but the true energy of his flesh rolled like a torrent, and the majestic blood gathered the true energy power and poured it into the long sword. The power of the 7 killing swordsmanship was actually raised to an unprecedented height by him. Boom! Boom boom! The sword energy was shocking, sweeping across the 4 directions. Even though Wu Yanglai fought with all his might, he was no match for Gu Yi. In less than a moment, with a flash of sword light, Wu Yanglai's head was separated from his body, and when he flew into the air, the ferocious expression on his opponent's face froze on his face. The next breath, the headless body fell heavily to the ground. Then, a cold breath even more terrifying than before broke out. With the death of Wu Yanglai, the evil spirit carried by the opponent's body finally fully awakened. Chapter 146 Mysterious Inheritance. Your heir Gu Yang wiped out the Scarlet Flame sect. Your heir Gu Yang led the army to attack and defeated the Imperial Army. Your heir Gu Yang defeated the remnants of the Shenwu army and incorporated them into his army. Your heir Gu Yang has become so powerful. Your heir Gu Yang accidentally discovered the inheritance of an ancient mysterious powerhouse. Your heir Gu Yang has obtained the Tianmei Sutra and his strength has improved. In the sharpening hall, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but be startled when he looked at the contents of the information panel. Tianmei Zhenjing. It turned out that Gu Qingfeng was not shocked at all by the previous content. After all, the collapse of the Scarlet Flame sect had long been expected by him. But what really surprised Gu Qingfeng was that Gu Yang could actually obtain the inheritance from a mysterious ancient powerhouse. Tianmei Zhenjing. Looking at its name, Qingfeng didn't know for the time being what level of inheritance it was. But it's not easy to be called ancient. The world is so big, there are certainly a lot of resources, but I don't know what the mystery of this Heavenly Meridian Sutra is. Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly. Afterwards, he suppressed his thoughts and continued to create his own perfect martial arts. Heavenly Meridian Scripture. Gu Yang looked at the original secret book in his hand. He didn't know what kind of material it was made of. Even with his current strength, it was difficult to damage the secret book in half. This Heavenly Meridian manual was something that the secret guard spies found when a place suddenly collapsed not long ago and handed it into their hands. The so-called Tianmei Sutra is not a martial arts in the traditional sense, but more like an alternative secret method. Gather the 9 heavenly veins. The combat power reaches the sky. Gu Yang couldn't help but think of the method of cultivating the Heavenly Meridian Sutra. This technique does not focus on improving the realm, nor does it temper the physical body. Instead, it focuses on condensing the so-called heavenly veins in the warrior's body, and then improving the warrior's strength. Condensing a heavenly vein can double the strength of a warrior. If 2 heavenly veins are condensed, the warrior's strength can be doubled. If the 9 heavenly veins are condensed, the strength of the warrior can be increased 9 times. To be honest, Gu Yang sneered at the description in the Tianmei Sutra. After all, there are many martial arts in the world, but there is no such heaven-defying existence as the Tianmei Sutra. 9 heavenly veins. A 9-fold increase. What a concept! You must know that the improvement of a warrior's strength is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A warrior who has perfected the skin refining realm, if his own strength is doubled, can rival the blood refining realm. If he really condenses 9 heavenly veins, he is afraid that even a bone refining realm warrior can be killed directly. It is the terror of the 9 heavenly veins. It is precisely because of the heaven-defying degree of the 9 heavenly veins that Gu Yang has some doubts about the existence of the heavenly veins' true scripture. After all, even masters and so-called great masters may not be able to create such heaven-defying martial arts. Take a step back. If a great master really created the Heavenly Meridian Sutra and condensed the 9 major heavenly meridians, then how terrifying would the opponent's strength be? Don't talk about the Grand Master. Even an ordinary Grand Master with 9 heavenly veins can directly kill a powerful Grand Master. So, Gu Yang had great doubts about the authenticity of the Tianmei Sutra. But Gu Yang was suspicious, and he also silently memorized all the cultivation methods of the Tianmei Sutra in his heart. Although this kind of heaven-defying martial arts is highly unlikely to be true, if it is true, it will be an unimaginable opportunity. So, of course, Gu Yang couldn't miss it. Immediately afterwards, he summoned another secret guard and asked him to bring back to Qingfeng the Heavenly Meridian Scripture and all the secret books collected after annihilating the Red Flame sect, as well as the evil spirits sealed by the annihilation of the Red Flame sect. Then, Gu Yang took stock of the other resources of the Qidian sect. Millions of taels of silver. Countless antique treasures. These sects are really all extremely rich. Gu Yang looked at the many silver coins piled up in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He occupied Tiandao, and the total amount of silver he actually collected was less than half of that of the Red Flame sect. Although the Tiandao forces surrendered quickly, Gu Yang did not really confiscate his family and exterminate his clan, but he occupied many cities and the inventory of one city was also under control. But that's the case. It is not as strong as a Scarlet Flame sect. Visible. How many resources do these 1,000-year-old sects control? In Gu Yang's eyes, these sects are like leeches that attract all the people in the world, constantly absorbing the blood of all people to strengthen themselves. So, there are constant natural and man-made disasters in the world, and the people at the bottom are miserable, but these sects and aristocratic families are all aloof, as if they are aloof and unaffected by anything. To be precise, Not all aristocratic families and sects are like this. Only those aristocratic sects with sorcerers can achieve this step. Meet the owner. Gu Yi walked in from outside. Gu Yang looked at the other party and asked, "Is there any movement from the Tianyang sword sect now?" Not long ago, someone from the Pei family in Nanyang County went to the Tianyang sword sect, seemingly wanting to ask the Tianyang sword sect to take action, but since then, the Tianyang sword sect has not made any moves. I wonder if there are any plans. Now there are secret guards and spies watching there all the time. If there are any changes, they can send a message back as soon as possible. Gu Yi answered truthfully. Gu Yang's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He has always asked people to pay attention to the situation of the Tianyang sword sect. After all, the other party is an immortal sect after all, so Gu Yang naturally cannot be careless. But up to now, the Tianyang sword sect has not made any moves, which is worth pondering. If the Tianyang sword sect has any big moves, Gu Yang is not too worried, but now the Tianyang sword sect is calm, which gives people a weird feeling. Sometimes, silence is the most terrifying. After all, with the foundation of the Tianyang sword sect, even if Gu Qingfeng has broken through to the Grand Master, the other party may not be afraid of a Grand Master. I can't figure it out. Let's not think about it for now. The secret guards should speed up their pace and try to disintegrate the resistance forces inside Guangyang Mansion. Gu Yang pondered for a while, and then said. The reason why the Gu family army was able to occupy more than a dozen roads so quickly was not only because of the powerful strength of the army led by Gu Yang, but also because the powerful secret guards were making moves behind the scenes. The war between the two sides was not only a competition of the number of troops, but also a competition of high-level combat power. In front of the powerful strength of the secret guards, few people in Guangyang Mansion could stop them. In this way, the secret guards can have in-depth exchanges with those high-level officials of the court. Whether they are willing to surrender or not, they can get a perfect solution. Chapter 147 Heavenly Vein Sutra. War. Sometimes it's so unpretentious. There is no such thing as cleverness. After all, in a world where the strong are respected, strength is the root of everything. When all the top leaders of an army are assassinated to instigate rebellion, then the army will have some remaining ability to resist. This makes sense. Gu Yang naturally understood. So, in order to prevent anyone from following his example, Gu Yang would not send out all the secret guards, but would at least keep one or two innate masters with him to prevent problems. With two innate masters and perfect strong guards, as long as the great master does not take action or the top true meaning master takes action, there is basically no big problem. After all, Gu Yang is not only protected by a grand master, but now has hundreds of thousands of troops under his command. This way, as long as the opponent cannot succeed in one blow, once he is surrounded by a large army, he is probably going to die. Don't look at it. It seems that Gu Yang's power has not been developed for many years, and he has not even occupied a single territory. But when it comes to his actual strength, he is destined to be stronger than many forces. At the same time, it didn't take long for the secret guard to take the things away. After Gu Qingfeng threw the golden coffin that sealed the evil spirit into the demon-suppressing prison, he directly released the evil spirit inside, and then suppressed and killed it with absolute strength. Keeping these things would be a disaster, so Gu Qingfeng naturally couldn't let them go. And then, it is the martial arts of the Scarlet Flame sect and a special technique. Heavenly Meridian Scripture. It seems that this is the mysterious inheritance that Yang received. Gu Qingfeng looked at the Tianmei manual in his hand. He also discovered that the material recording this martial arts was somewhat special. He tried to tear it slightly, but found that the secret book did not move at all. To this, Gu Qingfeng looked even more surprised. You must know that at his level, even one finger can burst out with tremendous power. Even the so-called peerless magic weapon may not be able to withstand it. However, with such power, it can't hold even a single scrap of paper, which shows how unusual this secret book is. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the content of the Tianmei Sutra. Half an hour. Gu Qingfeng woke up. There were 3 parts of surprise and 7 parts of doubt in his eyes. Condensing 9 heavenly veins can increase one's combat power by 9 times. Is there really such a heaven-defying skill in the world? Gu Qingfeng couldn't believe it. Like Gu Yang, he had some doubts about the authenticity of the Tianmei Sutra. However, when Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel, he just froze on the spot. I saw an extra line of text on the properties panel. Tianmei Zhenjing, not yet started. This skill is actually real. Gu Qingfeng's expression changed again. Since it can be included in the attribute panel, it means that the Tianmei Sutra is real. After all, the attribute panel is a way to verify the authenticity of martial arts skills. If the martial arts skills are falsely fabricated, they will definitely not be included in the attribute panel, and vice versa. A thought fell. Gu Qingfeng is trying to improve the Tianmei Sutra. However, the heavenly meridian, true meridian, does not move at all. At the same time, Gu Qingfeng also knows the real reason why it is difficult to improve the Tianmei scripture. The first level of improvement requires 100 improvement points. Even the Grand Master's martial arts only requires 50 improvement points. Could it be that the level of the Tianmei Sutra is enough to rival the Grand Master's martial arts? To this, Gu Qingfeng felt normal again. If the Tianmei Sutra is true, then the strong man who created this martial arts is certainly not simple, and it does not seem unacceptable to say that he is a great master. But 100 improvement points? Gu Qingfeng can't take it out now. After all, his current improvement points are only 13 points. In order to get improvement points now, either Gu Yang and others must make breakthroughs in their cultivation, or the other party must achieve something. It's just that it's difficult to trigger achievements. So far, Gu Yang has only really triggered achievements 2 or 3 times. The former is much easier. After all, Gu Yang and Gu Xian are both in a state of perfect realm. The former can enter the bone refining realm if he makes a breakthrough, and the latter can enter the blood refining realm if he makes a breakthrough. As for Gu Shennan, he is still too young. But Yang can leave a few more heirs now, otherwise it will not be so easy to have heirs as his cultivation progresses later. Gu Qingfeng thought to himself. Gu Yang's current situation is much better than he was back then. After all, at that time, Gu Qingfeng did not have any support behind him. He had to be careful to support the entire Gu family by one person. It was really a bad idea to drag the family with him. But things are different now. Gu Yang has the entire Gu family village behind him, and he has a father who is as good as a Grand Master, so the problem of giving birth to heirs will be alleviated a lot. Think of this. Gu Yang called Gu Peng. My subordinates pay their respects to the old owner. Take me to send a message to Yang, giving him the opportunity to leave more heirs and strengthen the bloodline of my Gu family. Subordinates take orders. Gu Peng looked stunned. He didn't expect that Gu Qingfeng called him over to give these instructions. After a moment of daze, Gu Peng bowed and left. He did what Gu Qingfeng said. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Gu Peng had a clear view of his own status. After Gu Peng left, Gu Qingfeng set his sights on the many martial arts of the Qian sect. The secret method of refining evil into the body. Top-notch martial arts. It has to be said. The Qian sect is indeed a 1,000-year-old sect. Even if it is only showing off its power in Guangyang Prefecture, its foundation is extraordinary. Although there are no Grand Master martial arts here, there are martial arts involving refining organs and other levels. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng flipped through these martial arts, and from the insights left by the predecessors, he felt a bit of mystery, which helped him to go further on the road of deducing the perfect martial arts. Your descendant Gu Yang defeated the Imperial Coalition forces and became famous. Your descendant Gu Yang captured 5 cities in 3 days, and his power increased greatly. Your descendant Gu Xian has gained some insights in martial arts training, and his strength has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Shennan has cleansed his bones and his aptitude has improved slightly. Your descendant Gu Yang killed 697 warriors in the leather refining realm. Your descendant Gu Yang defeated the remnants of the Shenwu army and killed many enemies. Your descendant Gu Yang killed 1,786 Shenwu army. Your descendant Gu Qingfeng was in retreat in the grinding knife hall. He looked at the information panel that was refreshed from time to time, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. Judging from the information panel, Gu Yang has killed quite a few people during this period. Chapter 148 Bloody Veins. Grand Master of Martial Arts. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would be another great martial arts master in the world. When a burly man in the Shenwu sect heard the news, his tiger eyes were full of power, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He is Gu Yun, the current leader of the Shenwu sect. A powerful person at the Grand Master level has not appeared for many years. This may not be true. There were also elders from the Shenwu sect who shook their heads slightly and were skeptical about this. The other elders also nodded slightly. They all know how difficult it is to break through the Grand Master. And according to the information obtained, Gu Qingfeng didn't have much reputation in the past. It was only after he wiped out the Shen Fist sect and became the suspected true intention Grand Master that he became somewhat famous. Now, how long has it passed? The warrior who was originally suspected to be the true meaning master turned out to be a powerful Grand Master. Anyone would doubt this kind of news. Gu Yun shook his head and said, whether the matter is true or false, we cannot let it go. In this world where sorcerers are respected and martial arts is in decline, I believe you also know what a great master represents. And this news has spread, and those immortal sect families will not just sit idly by. If we can bring it back to our Shenwu sect and master the inheritance left by our ancestors, we might be able to lead our Shenwu Zong to rise again. Revitalize Shenwu Zong. This is Gu Yun's lifelong goal. No matter what. The Shenwu sect has been in decline for a long time. Although there are strong masters born in every generation, they are only masters. As for the powerful Grand Master, Shenwu sect has not appeared for a long time. In the past, news of the birth of some great masters spread in the world, but before the Shenwu sect arrived, these great masters had already disappeared. But Gu Yun knew it very well. The disappearance of these great masters was all at the hands of those immortal sects and families. So, this time the news came from Qingyun Prefecture, which made Gu Yun a little unable to hold back. Looking at the elders in front of him, Gu Yun said in a deep voice, this time, I have decided to go directly to Qingyun State. Matters within the sect will be handled by Elder Yu Feng for the time being. The sect leader has a noble status, how can he be easily involved in danger? Yes, our Shenwu sect is a thorn in the side of all forces. If the sect leader leaves the sect, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Sect master, think twice. The moment Gu Yun finished speaking, the expressions of other sect elders changed and they hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. To this, Gu Yun, on the other hand, ignored all opinions and decided to leave for Qingyun Prefecture immediately. After all, the news about Qingyun Province has spread, and other forces may also take action. So, Gu Yun must reach Qingyun State before other sects. Your heir Gu Yang defeated the imperial army and the power of his subordinates increased greatly. Your heir Gu Yang broke through to the first level of the bone refining realm during the battle. Reward improvement points *100. Reward bone refining pill *100. Reward marrow cleansing pill *100. Reward 10 Zhang refining pills. Your heir Gu Yang killed the imperial soldiers *566. Your heir Gu Yang killed 3 bone refining realm warriors. Yang Er has made a breakthrough. Qingfeng looked slightly startled, but soon he looked relieved. Although Gu Yang's breakthrough this time was much faster than before, it was still reasonable. After all the rewarded pills are basically what Gu Yang can use, and Qingfeng takes them for his opponent. Now that he is fighting in the field and experiencing life and death fights, it is easier to understand martial arts. Coupled with the fact that the Gu family's army is now occupying all sides, Gu Yang probably also has a lot of resources in his hands. So, it was natural for Gu Yang to make a breakthrough. Sure enough, the improvement points brought by Yang Er's breakthrough are much higher. If it were someone else who broke through the bone refining realm, the improvement points brought by them would not even be half. Qingfeng thought to himself. As his first heir, Gu Yang's rewards for each promotion are extremely generous. At this point, it is incomparable to others. So, Qingfeng also values Gu Yang the most. Now, 100 improvement points are obtained. Qingfeng took a look at his attribute panel, and all the martial arts came into view. After a while, he shook his head slightly. Right now, the only ones that can be improved with improvement points are the Sun Moon Fist Sutra and the Heavenly Meridian Sutra. No way! Most of the other martial arts have been practiced to perfection, or have broken their limits once or twice. If the limit of martial arts is broken, or if the limit-breaking martial arts continues to improve, the amount of improvement points required will be huge, so this approach is not cost-effective. The more important point is, Qingfeng has now perfected his body. No matter how much martial arts you practice below the level of Grandmaster, it will not bring any changes to your own strength. Only the martial arts breakthroughs of Grandmaster and above can bring some changes to oneself. But here's the thing. To break the limit of Lianzang martial arts and upgrade it to Grandmaster martial arts, 500 upgrade points are needed to break the limit. If the limit of Grandmaster martial arts is broken to Grandmaster martial arts, 1000 improvement points will be needed. Neither of the two is what Qingfeng can bear now. So, martial arts breaks through the limits. Qingfeng could only let it go. As for the Sun and Moon Fist, to be honest, even if this master martial art is upgraded, the increase in strength it brings to him is limited. A master-level fist technique may seem amazing, but it is just that. Tyrant Blade Slash is also a master martial art, but Qingfeng has upgraded it to the perfect stage. Full-level Tyrant Blade Slash. Much more powerful than the so-called Sun and Moon Fist itself. Unless the Sun and Moon Fist can also be perfect. So, Qingfeng looked at the last Heavenly Vein Sutra. 9 Heavenly Veins. Fighting power is sky-high. Qingfeng also tried to practice the Heavenly Vein Sutra, but he found that it was extremely difficult to condense the 9 heavenly veins, even the first heavenly vein. At least so far, Qingfeng has not even touched the threshold of the Heavenly Vein Sutra. Then let me see if the so-called Heavenly Vein Sutra is really as powerful as the introduction. Qingfeng's eyes moved slightly, and then he upgraded the Heavenly Vein Sutra. I saw that the 100 improvement points suddenly disappeared, and the Heavenly Vein Sutra also broke through to the first level without ever entering the door. The next moment, a large number of memories emerged. Qingfeng was like practicing the Heavenly Vein Sutra for hundreds or thousands of years. The blood and qi in his body surged like a river, and it was boiling like a furnace in the sun. The terrifying blood and qi power gathered in a certain place in his body. The body trembled. The muscles and bones rang. At this moment, Qingfeng's body seemed to have undergone a tremendous transformation, and the powerful blood and qi tide beat against the body wave after wave. Finally, it was formed by the blood-colored veins. Wild. Ancient. This vein is not like the meridians of ordinary people, but it is filled with a mysterious and terrifying aura. Chapter 149 Conquering Guangyang Prefecture. Tianmei Zhenjing, First Level. Qingfeng looked inside himself and saw that blood veins had condensed in his body. This vein was different from other meridians in the body and was filled with a wild and ancient aura. Tianmei. This is the Tianmei mentioned in the Tianmei scripture. Feeling the mysterious aura in the heavenly veins is already evident. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng just tried to activate the Tianmei. In an instant, you can see the heavenly pulse trembling. An unprecedentedly powerful force revived from the heavenly veins, as if connected with heaven and earth. In an instant, Gu Qingfeng's physical energy and blood surged. After a while, this power gradually died down. Gu Qingfeng let out a long breath, with excitement on his face that was hard to conceal. So this is Tianmei. This vein can communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of heaven and earth. No wonder the strength of a warrior can be greatly increased by condensing the heavenly veins. That's it. Tianmei, Tianmei. The most important thing lies in the word. This vein can communicate between heaven and earth. At the moment when the heavenly veins were activated, Gu Qingfeng felt the majestic power from heaven and earth for the first time. According to the Tianmei Sutra, each time a heavenly vein is condensed, one's own strength can be doubled. Gu Qingfeng was skeptical about this before he really started to learn the Tianmei scripture. But now, he no longer had the slightest doubt. With the powerful power of Tianmei, it can be seen that the descriptions in Tianmei Sutra are not half false. After the shock, Gu Qingfeng's expression also changed slightly. With the power of the Heavenly Meridian Sutra, the powerful people who pioneered this martial arts in the past are probably unfathomable beings, at least at the Grand Master level. And with the strength of such a strong person, if he really condenses the 9 heavenly veins, he will be able to dominate the world and it will be hard to resist him. Gu Qingfeng has truly experienced the power of the Tianmei Sutra. He was somewhat curious as to who created the Heavenly Meridian scripture. Normally, if someone creates the Heavenly Meridian scripture, the other party is definitely not an unknown person. But there have been many powerful people in the world, but Gu Qingfeng has not heard any news about the Tianmei Sutra. But judging from the current situation, the lifespan of the Grand Master is 800 years, and maybe the powerful man who created the Heavenly Meridian Sutra has already passed away. Shake his head. Gu Qingfeng put this matter down for the time being. The origin of the Tianmei Sutra and who created it are not that important to him now. What really matters is, the Heavenly Meridian scripture can indeed enhance one's strength, and this is enough. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng looked at his attribute panel again, wanting to see how many improvement points were needed to upgrade the Tianmei Sutra to the 2nd level. But the next breath, his brows were furrowed. 1,000 improvement points. 10 times increase. Gu Qingfeng's pupils shrank. Judging from the Tianmei Sutra's starting point of 100 improvement points, he already knew that if he wanted to continue to improve, he would probably use a lot of improvement points. 1,000 promotion points. Only then can the 2nd heavenly vein be condensed. Obviously, this is already comparable to a Grand Master in breaking the limits of martial arts. Viewed from above, Gu Qingfeng suspected that the level of Tianmei Zhenjing was probably higher than that of the Great Master in martial arts. What a pity! So far, the attribute panel does not show the ability of the martial arts level. So, regarding the grade of Tianmei Sutra, Gu Qingfeng only had a guess. Subsequently, Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel and continued to practice in seclusion. The bone refining realm is complete. In the secret room, Gu Yang opened his eyes, and a fierce murderous intention burst out from his eyes. The overbearing and murderous aura was intimidating. Break through the bone refining realm. He was not as excited as he expected. It seems that a breakthrough at this level is inevitable. In fact, this is indeed the case. Gu Yang never doubted that he could not break through the bone refining realm. His goal. At least they are all at the master level. After all, his father is the great master of the world. Even if he cannot match his father, he should still be able to surpass him. If it were before, Gu Yang's goal would not be so big. But with the improvement of his power, and the strength and reputation shown by Gu Qingfeng, as the current owner of Gujiazhuang, Gu Yang is naturally not willing to lag behind others. Not to mention the great master. At least you have to break through the master level. Breakthrough in cultivation. Gu Yang left the border immediately. On the sand table in the lobby, half of Guangyang Mansion has now fallen into his hands. The Gujiajan's banner is already completely crushing the imperial court and the Shenyu army. And with the fall of Beijing, the Shenyu army was in civil strife, and many generals divided up this power in an attempt to establish themselves as kings. What a pity! Under the cavalry of the Gu family army led by Gu Yang, these forces who tried to establish themselves as kings were wiped out one after another. No one could stop the footsteps of the Gu family army. This is also very normal. After all, the Gu family's army now numbers almost 600,000, with a top-notch force like the secret guards secretly assisting them. Don't talk about Guangyang Mansion. Even in the entire Taishan County, such a force has the qualifications to get involved. Raise troops from Guyang. Then go to Guangyang Mansion, which now takes half. This time is only 2 months. Looking at the generals and the commander of the secret guards in the hall, Gu Yang said in a deep voice, I want Guangyang Mansion to have only one voice within a month, that is the voice of my Gu family army. Can you do it? Subordinates and others are willing to die for the Lord. Many generals said in unison. They are not from Gujia Manor, so they naturally do not need to call Gu Yang the owner of the manor. In response to this, Gu Yang waved his hand. Integrate the army, I want to take over the entire Guangyang Mansion within a month. Yes. Many generals clasped their fists and accepted the order. Half a day. The army rose again. This time, Gu Yang's troops were divided into 3 routes, directly taking the remaining territory of Guangyang Mansion. Under the secret assassination and enticement of his army's iron cavalry and many powerful secret guards, Guangyang Mansion's resistance was greatly reduced. In just 20 days, the court army and the Shenyu army were completely defeated. So far, Guangyang Mansion was under Gu Yang's control. With the fall of Guangyang Prefecture, the news spread quickly, and all the prefectures in Taishan County received the news. Looking at the intelligence in their hands, many people were shocked. From Gu Yang's uprising to the complete fall of Guangyang Prefecture, it took less than 3 months. Such momentum! Much stronger than Beijing at the beginning. After all, Beijing was able to start the uprising so quickly because of the Pei family, the county governor behind him. But in comparison, Gujiazhuang seemed to have a Grand Master in charge, but the Grand Master of Gujiazhuang did not make a few moves. The reason why Guangyang Prefecture was able to fall so quickly, in the eyes of other forces, was entirely due to Gu Yang's own foundation and means. In this way, it shocked them. Chapter 150, Secret of Immortality. Your descendant Gu Yang occupied Guangyang Prefecture, and his power has greatly increased. Your descendant Gu Yang has improved his reputation. Your descendant Gu Yang was attacked and killed by a warrior in the refining organ realm *3. Your descendant Gu Yang. It seems to have succeeded. Gu Qingfeng glanced at the information panel. When he saw that Gu Yang had occupied Guangyang Prefecture, he understood that the other party had taken a crucial step. If you want to compete for the world, you need to be able to use at least one prefecture as a foundation. If you can't control a prefecture, how can you compete for the world? The only thing that made Gu Qingfeng feel sorry was, when Gu Yang occupied Guangyang Prefecture, he did not achieve any achievements. In this regard, although Gu Qingfeng was a little disappointed, he soon felt relieved. Achievements are not easy to trigger. Since there is no achievement in occupying Guangyang Prefecture, it means that this is not strong enough. Then when you occupy Taishan County, Qingyun Prefecture, or even the whole world later, there will definitely be achievements triggered. Moreover, if it is really an achievement of conquering the world, Gu Qingfeng believes that the reward will be extremely generous. Take a deep breath. Gu Qingfeng gathered his thoughts again and looked at the attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingfeng. Age, 42/3000. Realm, Extreme Grandmaster. Martial Arts, Gu Family Fist, Indestructible Level 1, Thunder Sword Art, Entry Level, 100 Refinements Golden Body Indestructible Level 9, 7 Killing Sword Art, Killing True Meaning Level 3, Tian Gang Tyrant Body, Protective Chi Level 4, Tian Gang Divine Body, Immortal Divine Body Level 1, Qing Yang Art, 9th Level Perfection, Pure Yang Qi and Blood Level 8, 5 Internal Organs Sutra, 5th Level, 5 Internal Organs Like God Level 5, Hunyuan Treasure Mirror, 5th Level, Refining Internal Organs Like Iron Level 5, Tyrant Sword Slash, Perfect, equals Ba Dao Zhenyi Level 9, Qiyan Shen Gong, 9th Level Perfect, Qiyan Palm Strength Level 8, Xian Xin Sheng Ti, 3rd Level Perfect, Flesh Body Like Jade Level 2, Dajin Gang Bati, 3rd Level Perfect, Flesh Body Like Jin Gang Level 2, Pruchna Sutra, 13th Level Perfect, Pruchna True Body Level 12, Sun and Moon Fist Sutra, not yet started, Wind and Thunder Sword Method, Perfect, Wind and Thunder Sword Meaning. Level 3. Tian Mai Sutra, 1st Level, Chong Sheng Ju, Perfect, Longevity Level 1. Improvement Points, 13. This is the current attribute panel of Gu Qingfeng. In the panel. In the past, many inferior martial arts disappeared, and what replaced them was a martial arts called Chong Sheng Ju. This martial arts is the real perfect martial arts created by Gu Qingfeng by melting hundreds of martial arts in the world. However, at present, Chong Sheng Ju has just created the 1st level, which involves the level of skin refining. If it goes up, Gu Qingfeng still needs to continue to deduce and improve. However, compared with other low-grade martial arts, even the Chong Sheng Ju of low-grade martial arts can trigger characteristics when it is perfected. You know, normal martial arts need to be at least at the middle grade level to trigger characteristics. But the Chong Sheng Ju created by Gu Qingfeng is different. It can trigger characteristics at the low-grade martial arts level, and this characteristic is longevity. Perfect skin refining increases life by 100 years, so the longevity characteristic of Chong Sheng Ju is also normal. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Now Gu Qingfeng has taken the first step in creating Chong Sheng Ju. The difficulty will be reduced a lot if he further improves it. At least, it will not be difficult to deduce Chong Sheng Ju to the level of directly pointing to the 5 realms of refining internal organs. This is also because Gu Qingfeng himself is a master of the extreme way. The Chong Sheng Ju he created does not need to be explored out of thin air, but can be learned from himself. In comparison, if it is fabricated out of thin air, or if it is created in a realm that has never been set foot in, the difficulty will increase by more than 10 times out of thin air. The reason why this martial art is named Chong Sheng Ju is because perfect martial arts is expected to lead to longevity. Longevity. It is also Gu Qingfeng's own pursuit. Then, Gu Qingfeng continued to comprehend and deduce martial arts. The 1st level of Chong Sheng Ju is just the 1st step. If you want to make the perfect martial arts come into the world, you must at least create a technique that can directly lead to the 5 realms of refining the internal organs. After all, in the case of perfect martial arts, if you can complete the 5 realms of refining the internal organs, your life level can also be transformed, and your combat power is enough to be on par with the so-called master now. Even, it is no problem to say that it is on par with the top masters. At the beginning, Gu Qingfeng was able to kill the sorcerer in the Rongshen realm in seconds before he succeeded in perfecting the internal organs. To a large extent, it was due to the true meaning of the tyrant's sword. Strong foundation, combined with the strong enough master's true meaning, The combination of the two. Killing the Rongshen realm and ordinary masters is as easy as eating and drinking water. For an ordinary person, if he could practice the Chongsheng Ju to the level of the 5th stage of refining internal organs, he would not be comparable to Gu Qingfeng at that stage, but he would be able to suppress many strong men. As Gu Yang occupied Guangyang Prefecture, the news spread quickly, and the huge Qingyun province was shocked. Half a month later, Gu Yang returned to Gujia's Wang. "Greetings, father." Looking at Gu Yang in front of him, Gu Qingfeng's expression moved slightly. Compared with a few months ago, the other party has changed a lot now. The only bit of immaturity on his face has now completely disappeared, and the aura of iron and blood is strong, and there is a hint of domineering between his eyebrows. That is the posture of a superior. Obviously. Commanding a large army and suppressing a prefecture also made Gu Yang himself undergo a great change. However, from now on, Gu Yang still respects his father as always. "It's good to be back. I heard that you have taken over Guangyang Prefecture. What are your plans for the future?" Gu Qingfeng smiled faintly. Gu Yang said in a deep voice, "Now there are natural disasters everywhere in the world, the court is immoral, and sorcerers are causing trouble. I must clean up the world and fight for a glimmer of hope for the people of the world." "Are you going to establish yourself as king?" "Yes." Gu Yang nodded, his expression extremely serious. "Now that I have taken over a prefecture, I will raise the banner and establish myself as king. In this way, I will also be able to gather people with lofty ideals in the world and work together for great cause." If the time goes back 20 years, Gu Yang would not have the idea of establishing himself as king. At that time, King Yunzhou was not in chaos. Although the Taixuan dynasty was also terminally ill at that time, at least its control over the world was not weak. So, if he had openly rebelled and declared himself king, he would have been furious. But it is different now. Now the righteous armies have risen up all over the world, and the situation in Zhongzhou is extremely chaotic. In King Yunzhou, Beijing has raised the banner of rebellion, coupled with the successive natural disasters and the death of the other party, which has completely muddied the waters. At this time, if he declared himself king, Gu Yang would see more benefits than disadvantages. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a while and nodded, "If you have this idea, then do it. Even if the sky falls, your father will support you." With your father's words, I am relieved. Gu Yang was moved, and at the same time, he was full of confidence. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.